Yeah, I'm here. I'm just getting stuff together, sending links, right? So this is for reference. This is good. This is education here. This is not entertainment at all. If you came here to laugh, get entertained, this ain't the live. This is going to be an educational live about literature. We're going to go, as you can see, it's a Spanish Bible, English Bible. I'm going to show you how to do this, son. Okay. I think the English is Standard King James. So I'm going to point out what it should be saying, right? For both, for Hispanic people and English native speaking people. So this is an education live. It's not an entertainment live. Later, I'll be more entertaining. I'll recap a debate with the Hebrews like and show you how to defeat these guys, every last one of them. Right now, I'm just sending the link to a few group chats. Oh yeah, and look, there's gonna be some good topic that's non-religious at all. We're gonna have Double X, X Architect on here Sunday, and I gotta tell y'all the topic of that. I gotta promote for that. It's gonna be. We gotta invite a lot of women. Mika, Anusha, um, Yolanda. It's gonna be now. We've done it live like it's similar before. It was about abortion. It's about abortions, but this time it's going to be about. Last time it was just simply pro-choice, pro-life. What are your reasons, right? This time it's going to be should men be able to enforce an abortion on on women if that kid is indeed his. Ooh, let me write this down. Let me write this down. And I'm gonna be unbiased in that because I'm pro-choice. So we had like a little brief swearing match. Um, um, okay, so I had to document some questions I got from it. That just came in my head. So the discussion is going to be: should men be able to force an abortion on women if they don't want the child? Okay, so that's going to be an interesting uh, topic. There, it's going to be it might be emotional, it might be feelings involved, but we're going to keep it educational. Let's try to be adults. Let's try to be adults. That's all I gotta say. That adult comes with different uh connotations. So let's just try to be adults. We got to be able to have these conversations without the screaming match. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, a brother got an interesting post here. Let me screenshot this. It's pretty interesting. I'm gonna screenshot that. I gave him credit. I said, yo, that's okay. So now let me. I can't remember if I put my link in the chat already. Let's do it again. All right. So yeah. So that's gonna be a good discussion. So we're gonna talk about rightly dividing the word today. But before I get into that, as I've seen the link to different groups, we will have a discussion Sunday about whether men should be able to force abortions onto women. I'm talking about when I say men, I'm talking about the man that's the father of the child, not just any old man. Should a father, should a father to be force, should a father to be, no, no, because I don't want to say be twice. Yeah, I guess we just got to say, should a man force it, be able to force abortions? Because like he's not a father really until the kid is born. Yeah. So that's how we'll do that. It's going to be a good. He claims he got full proof uh, arguments. I sparred him a little bit. He did pretty all right. Milk? You want milk? Okay. So I sparred with him earlier. I really sparred him last night, not today. We talked about boxing today. You know what? Maybe I might start. Okay. Yeah, the baby got two bottles. Got a bottle of water and a bottle for milk. He knows the difference between both of them, and he'll bring me which bottle he wants. So right now he brought me he got both bottles all the time with him. So this time he brought the milk bottle that was empty. That is hilarious. All right, so yeah, should men be able to force abortions on women, being that the kid is, he is also responsible for the kid? This is something Haskell might want to hop on. You dig? So just forgive me real fast as I send this link to a couple Facebook groups, and then I'm gonna be on. And this would be a reference point for anybody who is interested and stuff like this. So Mr. Morpheus sent me a video, a great video of how the Bible is translated. It's very like you will only appreciate it if you have a natural love for grammar, education. But I gotta say grammar and history. Yeah, history will draw you that chill. So for one, it gotta be Bible, right? You gotta have a natural love for like just reading the Bible. Okay. That's one. Or you gotta have a natural love of grammar. That's two. Or you gotta have a natural love for history. Sort of. But I would say grammar, and when I say grammar, that's linguistics, translations, that type of stuff, and you gotta like have some type of interest in the Bible, then that video will be for you. If you strike out and all those things, that video ain't for you. But that's why I'm doing my video now, because I understood, where they was going. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Morpheus, for that one. That was definitely an alley oop, and I'm gonna watch it over because I want to be able to. I watched it, but I didn't take notes. I really watched it when I was driving for the most part because I don't really play music, so I'm less distracted in the car as in home. Home, I'm on a computer, live, doing other shit, so I can't really focus too much unless I want to, right? But in the car, I was, definitely got through it. Great information. It debunks a lot of goofy guests. Okay. So again, I'm just sharing the link right now. So I'll be doing sharing the link. And I think somebody like I think it was Tone and Rossman who had an interest in this type of stuff. So there you go. I think other people, maybe Keen, I don't know. I forgot who exactly was interested, but this is for you that are interested. Okay, because if you're going to debate a Hebrew Israelite, this really is going to work in your favor. You see, my boy tried to check me yesterday. He said, if you understand grammar, oh, really? You want to bring grammar to this? Okay. Jacob begot Joseph, all right, of whom was Mary's husband. No, yeah, of whom was born. Okay, you know what? Whom? He said, what is whom? As I explained it already earlier in the debate, it's a relative pronoun, which made no sense to him. And I'm not saying I know everything because obviously I had to Google past participle, right, to get a good example. Now I know what it is. So one thing about me is that when I clearly am interested in something and I educate myself or somebody educate me, like it usually lasts for a long while. So now I know without a shadow of a doubt what a past participle is. I won't confuse that again when I or not just confuse it. I will know what it means, right? I won't be lacking. I was not confused. I was lacking correct information on it. I can't really tell you exactly which verb that was exactly. Okay, but now I'm confident. So when I have this discussion with these guys, I can say, my boy, do you know that we got? You know what tense that verb is in? It's in the past participle. Now that don't mean shit, right? If I'm debating these guys, that don't mean nothing. Like that'd be just me to my own horn at that point. Yeah, that wouldn't mean much just to say that. But that's only now if you want to intimidate them, because if you suspect that person is stupid, then you can intimidate them. You could then say that. Okay, then you can say it if you just want to intimidate them. So I'm gonna do two more groups and that's it. I'm really just targeting, and I'm sure the Christian group will probably appreciate this, but like everybody on Facebook are just like, listen, a lot of moderators on Facebook are really just control. Like these are people that are used to having no control in life over their own life, over their kids, over their spouse, employment, decisions. Like these are people, these are control freaks, bro. This is why on my channel, you see, I'm not that control at all. But other channels, hold on, if people going to stop you, no, no, it's my channel. Mute you, kick you off. No, don't do that here. Like I just like after I give you 5 minutes, or I only give them after you take 5 minutes to talk. Can I take 5 minutes to talk? You dig? Okay, so I'm gonna do like 5 more groups and link, then I'm gonna get started where I'm going. And I'm actually gonna just pick up, I'm gonna start all over, but I'm gonna pick up where I left off. But I'm gonna start all over so I don't lose anybody. And again, this information right here, if you want to debate a Hebrew Israelite, this information can be beneficial because I'm actually going over an argument that I use against them. Okay, now believe me, on their channel, you're not gonna get this all. So you got to do this like on Sarnetta's channel or your own channel. And I don't know how much patience Sarnetta would have for it because it's going to lose a lot of people. You dig? It's definitely going to lose a lot of people. The real ancient watchman. Oh shit! Somebody got the watcher name. Come on. Yeah, so control. Like a lot of these guys want to look at your posts. Like you can't just post it in groups. They're so insecure. They want to know what you're posting. Like, dude, then yeah, dude, just call it what this group is. It's a cult, my man. You're monitoring posts, and a lot of it don't even be offensive. You just disagree. It just counter information. I had just trolled somebody little post. Okay. Yeah. So now I'm sad to say I have a group with 15,000 people in there. And it's been consistently 15,000 people since like I couldn't tell you how long ago. Maybe 2000 and I don't know, 12. So I always maintain over like 15,000 or better in there. And I don't be people post what they want to post. Like it just can't like violate Facebook rules. And that's when I delete it. But I don't be checking. Hey, wait, what's this post? No, I disagree with this, so you can't post it. Like, it's control. People are just like losers, and like these same people are the people who run to do chats. These same people are those to like. Let's say if there's an event for the family, that person's gonna run and do the event over you. That's more qualified. They just control freaks because they're never in control of anything. Because they're not qualified to be, and they're not in control at their job. They're never in an authoritative position ever. And even amongst their children and their spouse, they're not respected as somebody who should be in control. They're constantly questioned. So that they join these social media groups. They have social media platforms to create their cult like liking thing. All right. So here we are. I sent the link enough. And I like really the link thing really doesn't work like that on Facebook like it used to. Because people don't really like another maybe a clubhouse or Twitch, maybe it'll work on there. But I noticed that it is not as powerful as it used to be on social media. I don't know if social media blocks it or I don't know. Okay, so let me do this so I can know I'm doing this so I can know when to edit crop from. So I'm gonna crop when I do this when I this is done. I'm gonna crop from this point. All right. All right. Okay. So what you're looking at right here. I guess I'm gonna need these tools, right? So these tools tell you where we're at in the Bible. We're in the book of Matthew, and it tells you chapter one. Capítulo and chapter one. Capítulo uno, and we got chapter one. I don't profess to be fluent in Spanish, so give me a break. And this is for English speaking people anyway. So when I pronounce words in Spanish for them, to them is good enough. For a Spanish person, it's insufficient. All right. So if you start at verse two from both, okay? Verse two from both. In Spanish, it's just gonna say Abraham, right? In English, we got Abraham. Okay. So in Spanish, to understand why they got there is in English, because if you look at different translated Bibles, the word begot says a whole bunch of different words. So begot is definitely an old English word, 1600, 1800 word. We are we are 400, 600 years removed from talking like that, right? We have a more modern English. We don't use words like begot. So Spanish, I believe it's like more modern, this translation. So in Spanish, it translates as Abraham engendró a Isaac. Okay. So the accent over the O in Spanish makes this a past participle verb. Okay. So in other words, this would be, and also let me add this. a past participle verb must have the word had in there first. So you got to have had and then the word engendro. Okay. So Abraham had, and then you got engendro. So in Spanish, what does engendro mean? Okay, so let me just do this for you. No, no, no. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay. Spanish, you're gonna have this. Okay. So in Spanish, you can actually could use the word begot, begot, or you can use the word begotten. So it'll come off as Abraham had begot or had begotten Isaac. So that's a better way to read that in modern English. Today, 2023 English. Right. So it'll read Abraham had, this is past tense, had begot or begotten. Abraham had begotten Isaac. Isaac had begotten Jacob. And Jacob had begotten Judas and a sus hermanos. So Abraham engendró a Isaac. I don't know what the hell that means. What does that mean? So let's find out. All right. Let's find out. That's what I say. I'm not acting like I'm that Spanish guy. So just real quick, just for the record. So preterito perfecto simple. That's what tense means. See the accent over the O, right? And that in English just simply past perfect tense. That's all that means. And the past perfect tense is formed by using the word had followed by the past participle of the verb. Okay, so you got to add had, but the past participle will be begot. Okay. Now, for regular verbs, the past participle is a form of the verb that ends in ed or d. For example, the past participle of watch is watched, so that you got to add the ed. Okay. So now that's keep in mind. It says for regular verbs. For regular verbs, you have to add the ed or d. That's for, but you have irregular verbs too. So this ed or d rule would not apply for irregular words. So most languages got regular verbs and irregular verbs, and you have to just find out which verb you're dealing with in order to apply the had and the ed or d. All right. So watch, for example, the past participle of watch. This is I'm assuming it's a regular verb because it allows you to put ed. So the regular verb watch, you will say had watched. Okay, let's get rid of that. So just more examples right here. So for the Bible. So past participle. So you got past tense would be begot or begat. Past participle is begot or begotten. So that's why I'm saying begotten, right? So let's get rid of that. Now we'll go into that next. Go into that next. Get rid of all that. Let's push this forward. What is this? Google Translate. Cool, no problem. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay. So now let's go back to Abraham. I beget Isaac, right? So let me share my screen now. You want to understand exactly what you're reading to get the best exegesis from the text. All right. So at the bottom, this is showing you how this will work. Abraham is the subject. So it's all about him, not about, so you got two nouns and this right here. You have Abraham and you have Isaac. So, but only one can be the subject. And here, or they both can be, but in this one, only one is the subject. we know because we have a subject, a verb, and then a noun. So we got a noun, verb, and noun. So with the verb in between the nouns, we know that one is the recipient of the verb. So one noun can only be subject and the other one not. Okay, so Abraham he's the subject, he had begotten, which is a past participle verb, Isaac, and Isaac is the direct object. So that's why I was showing you guys this. You gotta understand what a direct object is. Okay, a noun, so a direct object is a noun phrase denoting a person or thing that is the recipient. So Isaac is the recipient of the action of a transitive verb. Example, the dog and Jimmy fed. So look, Jimmy, the dog, and Jimmy fed the dog. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is italic. So it's this. It says the dog in. So this is the actual what we're supposed to. This is an example. Jimmy fed the dog. This is like Abraham begot Isaac. So Jimmy, subject, fed, verb, the definite article, dog. So we got two nouns. We got dog and we got Jimmy, two nouns. But the dog is the direct object because the dog is receiving the action of the transitive verb. This is the so the dog is being fed, not Jimmy. So Jimmy is the reason for the dog being fed. That's why he's the subject. And the dog is being fed. The dog and the word fed goes, he's the recipient being fed. He's the one eating. So the dog is a direct object. So let me just do this. So you might be saying, what's the indirect object? So just off topic. An indirect object is a noun phrase referring to someone or something that is affected by the action of a transitive verb, typically as a recipient, but is not the primary object. Okay. So maybe I do examples of both, more examples. I think I will do that if we go any further. So him, so okay, it says him and give him the book. So it says give him the book. Okay. So he is not the primary object. Someone or something that is affected by the action. He is given the book. Okay, so let's just do some examples. And this is very important before you go further. You have to notice or you won't be able to understand what you're reading, like seriously. So we got an English grammar, an indirect object is the word or phrase that receives the direct object. Okay, so back over here, give him, right? So him, give him the book. Okay, so he is the direct object that is receiving. Wait, is the word or phrase that receives it? Okay, so the book is direct object. Okay, so indirect object is the person receiving the direct object. Got it. The teacher, so here we go. The teacher gave the students cake. The indirect object is the students. Okay, so the teacher gave the students cake. The indirect object is the students. The direct object is cake. Okay, because you asked, the teacher gave. What did the teacher give? The teacher gave cake. And the students are the ones who eat it. Okay, so the teacher gave the students cake. How you identify an indirect object? In effect, the action moves from the subject through the verb to the direct object and then the indirect object. So it's like a little pattern here. Sue passed and the ball. So here it says the ball. Note that the indirect object comes between the verb and indirect object. Okay, so you see there's a lot more going on with indirect objects as opposed to direct objects. So it's a lot to take it. But not to confuse any further, let's go back to direct objects. All right. So now we got Abraham, subject, had, you gotta add had, because this is a past participle verb, had begotten Isaac or Isaac. Abraham begot Isaac. Oh, I wanted to know what this was. What does F mean? Okay, all right, so I gotta go here for that one. Statements pretty big on it. Take meaning confusing is written with eh. E with an accent. No. Yeah. This is above my pay grade in Spanish. But eh right there. I have no idea what that is. Okay, what's explaining? Those. Eh. Two for the price of the. That's interesting. All right, yeah, that's definitely high Spanish, higher than where I'm at. Okay, let's keep going. Keep pushing forward. All right. So let me stick to the script. All right. So just to recap, because the indirect object could have caused some confusion there. So let's stick with direct objects. Direct objects is Abraham as the subject. He's doing a verb. His verb is doing something to Isaac. Okay, so Isaac is the person that's getting something done to. So he's the direct object. Abraham is doing the action. So Abraham is doing the action. Isaac is receiving the action. So the person who's doing the action, definitely in this is the subject. The person receiving the action of the doer is the direct object. That's the simplest way I could explain it. Okay, so let's go down here. It says E. E means and. Who does? That's Judah. Look at that word again. Engendro, which simply means had begotten. And Judas had begotten de Tamar a Faris e a Faris. Now let's see what that means. And sometimes the Google Translate it wants you just to get it, so it's not going to translate it literal. Okay, so you might do it word for word. See, that's definitely not what it said. All right, let's see how it's broken down over here. That's why I do both. Yeah, that E thing, I gotta go on. I gotta YouTube that. Okay, word by word. There we go. This is better. See, I like the word by word. It says, and Judas to have children. But we know this is had begotten from Tamar, Faris, and Zara. Okay, so you see the word from or of. Judas had begotten of Tamar. So it's telling you who um he let's explain. Judas had begotten from Tamar. So okay, got it. So through Tamar, I wonder if Tamar is the indirect object. So through Tamar, so Judas begotten, and it was through Tamar. So it's just telling you who the woman is now. Okay. So we got no direct translation to produce. Yeah, because these are just names and Zara. So I want to document that. Can I document that? Also, all right. So come here to my notes. Come here to my notes. Come into my notes. Come into my notes. Let me share my screen. This is again. This is where people are interested in education. This is not time for entertainment. So Abraham. So why is this all the way down here? This should be up. So let me do something. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Shit. No, no, no. How I'm gonna do this? Let me just try something. Let me try something. Let me try something. It's gonna be a little tricky. Hold on. Fasten your seatbelt. Right. Abraham, we got Isaac. So let me take this out. I gotta do another one. Do I? No, I don't. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't. Okay, cool. So now let me put this back in there. Yeah. So I ain't gotta take it out. I just put it back in. All right, let me take this out and put it back in there. Shit, come on, I didn't select the whole fucking. Why is it doing that? What is that? Why I just can't copy and paste? All right, okay. Okay. Can't forget the semicolon. What? Okay, so this is how you want to do this. Merge that, and then my note should be there. My note should be near. It shouldn't be at the bottom. It should be what I'm breaking down. So what I just did right there are footnotes. So we got Abraham subjects. These are footnotes for me. Just to remind me what's going on. Had begotten. I put it in brackets because that's the rewording part. Past participle. It's a past participle verb. And Isaac is the direct object. So we got D dot O dot, right? That's what that's there. So just remind me what's going on here. Okay. So now I need to do another one here. Train, when you learn other languages, it actually helps you learn what the hell you read in English. Okay, so let me put this back in there. E. E means and, by the way. Here we go with this stupid shit, man. Yeah, so when I copy the whole thing with this little thing right here, it's going to delete it every time. So I got to copy it without putting that in there, the little weird blue thing. So right now I got to copy it without this thing. Stop erasing everything. That's dope though, because now I know that. Why I keep leaving out the semicolon? I'm trying to avoid that blue thing, and I keep skipping the semicolon. Okay. Okay, so now we got this. Let's merge this. Yeah, but this box shouldn't be that big. Hold on. Why is it so big? All right, I'll fix it later. I'll fix it later. Let's merge it. Okay, so we got and. So now I'm gonna do a little word by word translation. And Judas had, let me put my brackets, had begotten from, I'm trying to think which is the better. Should I say from Tamar? Should they have begotten from Tamar? Yeah, I think of Tamar. Yeah, from would make more sense. Tamar. So Judas begotten from Tamar. So just telling you the woman who he begot him, who he begot these kids from. Tamar, Faris, and Zara. Okay, so this is what it should be saying here, right? So we won't get confused. So in Jewish, now let me show you how it reads in the Bible. This is English, Old English. So it says, and Judas begot Phares and Zerah of Tamar, and Phares begot Esrom, and Esrom begot Aram. See that of Tamar, the Hebrew Israelites, when I ask them what that means, a lot of them, they all get lost. When it says Judas begot Phares and Zerah, what does Phares and Zerah of Tamar means? Like they be confused. But this is the Old English Bible that they choose. Dude, if you don't know what you're reading, how are you debating? For one, humble yourself. But for two, how are you comprehending exactly what you should be comprehending from the text? Okay, then I'm going to skip 4 and go to 5 because I want to deal with the women. That's the whole point, right? So I got to read verse 2, and you guys too, just to establish the pattern. Men beget men, and then verse 3 is important because you're saying men beget men, and the men are of their mother. Men beget men, and the children are of their mother. All right. So then we got so we go there. Then we skip that. We go down to verse 5. And then when I explained why Phares, that was funny last night. And I explained this whole Phares era, he was lost. He was lost. He couldn't even get it. And the thing is, a lot of these guys, but he'll ask me questions, explain stuff to me, and I got it. But when you explain something to them, they don't get it, they get intimidated. They damn near want to fight. Don't forget why. You got to keep in mind why that happens, because they really believe that the Holy Spirit is working on some Catholic shit. Like they really have borrowed some aspects of the Catholic doctrine. Like they really think that we are the chosen people. We got the chosen faith to represent God, and you have to come to us. You heard Apostles Upon Talk. You have to come to us for your proper interpretation of what's going on in the Bible. Matter of fact, you don't even get to read a Bible. The Catholic Church said you don't even get a Bible. You're going to fuck it up and read it stupidly, like indigenous. So you are going to let us tell you what's going on. You don't need a Bible. We'll tell you what's going on. All right. So we're going to go to verse 5. So these are the key verses that you use. We go to verse 5. And Salmon begot Booz of Rechab, and Booz begot Obed of Ruth, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now all I want now is just a word for word translation here. So we already know what that means. That Salmon begot Booz of Rechab, and Booz begot Obed of Ruth. Or at least we know what the Salmon begot Booz means. That means Salmon's subject had begotten, Booz, the kid, the offspring, the recipient of the action, begotten of Rechab, right? So let's just do it like that. So we want a word for word translation. I'm telling you, if you read stuff in a different language and get the word for word for them, you'll understand what the hell you just read in English. Okay. So, and Salmon, all right, let's get this out the way first. Should I highlight this? I'm trying to think. So highlight. Yeah, this should stand out. Let me highlight that. It should stand out. Okay, it should definitely stand out. Okay, so now we got to do it again. Shit. Oh, all right. So the good thing is there's only one thing to copy and paste. I got to copy and paste both of them. Okay, so now let's merge that, which means just take the line out, open space, and now we can go ahead to our word for word translation. Okay, so we got, and Salmon, my brackets, had begotten from Rachab, Booz, And there we go. That's it. Now the next one, same thing. And watch how it all come together. And guess what? You see how I put it in English from word for word? We can even make this make more sense, right? So we ain't gonna stop right here. We're gonna make this, we're gonna put this in more modern English. That's the whole goal. The whole goal is everything will be in modern English when we're done. Shit. So we gotta go here. And we gotta go here. And we gotta go here. And that's it. And we're done with what we're reading. Okay. So boom. So we're gonna take this out and put that here. Now, what do you say? Amore. So Ray, we know when the Hispanics chant the Latin kings, we know that means love the king. Amor, amore. So Ray means king. I believe. I believe. My belief. Okay, so now we got that out the way. So let's merge this one. And let's put in and Booze, who will be Boaz really, and Booze had begotten from Ruth Obed. That's it. And now we're gonna do, so it won't look right in color code both of them, both yellow. I guess we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so now going down. So let's take Urias out and put it back in this table. And let's merge this. Yeah. I'm gonna take this move. Y'all gonna hit me with that. I can't get the merge option here. I can't get the merge option. But yeah, where's the merge option? All right. Really? Oh, table design. Nope. Layout. You gonna do me like this? All right. Hmm. Do me like this. Ah, shit. I hate when it does. Oh, that's dope. No. Damn, fuck that. All right. Okay. So why are they doing me like this? This part right I cannot understand in Microsoft Word. Let me make this thing bigger. Okay, that did not help. Wow. It should be in layout. There we go. It's in layout. We're okay. It's in layout, but let's just now we got to find it right here. Merge cells. God damn, man. All right, it's in layout. Layouts. Okay. So here we're gonna do a word for Jesse, and they're telling you that this is gonna make it make sense. But we're not gonna focus on Jesse. We're gonna focus on King David, right? And Solomon. That's all. So let's do a word for word here. Do a word for word here. That's really all we need, because that's all you need to debunk the Virginburg. Okay, so So translation would be, and Jesse begot King David, and King David begot Solomon, from whom she was the wife of Uriah. Okay, good. But we want the word for word, baby. We want the word for word. Okay. So Jesse begot to the king David and the king. So we're gonna start from the King David and the King David. David and the King David. So we're gonna go there. So bam. All right, right here. And the King David had begotten Solomon from her, which is Bathsheba. So we could just do Bathsheba. Her is just a pronoun for Bathsheba. So I like just to Bathsheba. That's it. And King David had begotten Solomon from Bathsheba. Ruth had begotten from Ruth Obed. So if we King David had begotten Solomon from Bathsheba. From Bathsheba. So and Booz had begotten, we could do and Booz had begotten Ruth. No. We could do and Booz begotten Obed from Ruth. So that would make more sense in English. So right now we just went with the literal translation for Spanish word for word, but English it'll be and Booz had begotten Obed from Ruth, right? But you see how it could say from Ruth Obed, but it does not mean Ruth. So matter of fact, we're gonna leave it like this. We're gonna leave it like this. We're gonna leave it like this because that's going to explain the last part the best with the language with Mary. So we're gonna leave it like that. All right. So I'm not seeing a chat, but any questions in the chat? Any questions? Put it there. I'll try my best to answer. Okay, so let me see if I can make this smaller somehow. I want everything to fit. All right, let me just widen this out. I don't want to go to another page. I want everything to fit. Make it smaller. Let me widen up the margins so everything can fit. All right, we got everything now. They still ain't gonna fit because when I do the little commentary, yeah. So let me go back. It's still not gonna fit. So let me just cut this off. Just cut that. No, I can't cut that part off. Shit. Okay, 16. Let me make this bold and superscript. I'll do them all on a bold superscript. No. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want this to be bold and superscript when we reinterpret it. Or I know that's bad. If when we reword it, that's more accurate. So this, so our rewording, we're gonna make the superscript. But this right here belongs at the top. This is the bottom is for our rewording. Right? Okay. Let's see. Let's see if anybody. Peace, Mr. Morpheus. Yeah. So you will appreciate this because you speak more than one language. So I'm just showing the English Old King James translation, right? Don't forget, this is Old English. This is about 400 to 600 years old from us. All right. And then I'm showing you a more modern word for word translation from Spanish. Okay. So really, Old English is like a word for word translation from Spanish, because in Spanish, when you go to Google Translation or any Spanish to English translation, it's going to modernize those old Spanish words, right? Not old Spanish words, but they understand if you read Spanish word for word, literally, to English, it's not going to make much English sense in modern terms. So they're going to reword it where it makes sense. So if they do that in Spanish and Arabic and Hebrew, why don't you do it for the old English and King James? You got to modernize it and reword it for us today. We've seen it in Spanish. In Spanish, I'm copying a word for word literal translation, which is not accepted. In Spanish, they're gonna say, yeah, we know that says it word for word, but you have to say it this way if you're gonna translate it in English, right? Because a native English speaking person would be fucking confused. So just imagine you speak English, you somehow was in Mexico with that black ass woman who killed her friend, and they got you as a possible. They want you to testify, right? Because you was with them, and they understand you was not in the fight, but you witnessed what was going on the night before. You can add clarity there. So now you're gonna need an English translator. See how that shit works backwards? If they try here in Mexico, if you're a witness, you're gonna need an English translator. So imagine the Spanish person speaking Spanish, and they got to translate it to you, and that person is saying it literally. You're going to be confused as a native English speaking person in 2023 because that's not how you speak English today. So what they're going to do is they're going to take it in Spanish, and they know not to do word for word, so they're going to give it in English where you can understand it. That's how the King James got to be for most black people today, because we take it as though that makes sense. It does not make sense today. It does not make sense. It causes confusion. It causes questions. So it does not make sense. So they're going to make it make sense. And that's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is show you the King James. I'm showing you in Spanish word for word. And then you can make it make sense. Right? So, what am I sharing? Okay, so I'm sharing the word for word Spanish. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my notes so you can see this. Let's go back to my notes. Okay, so I'm a superscript it to let you know this is my notes. So let's go ahead and merge this. Where's layout? There we go. This layout shit. I mean, they will not just give me layout. Well, I gotta do this. I gotta do that. All right. Now, so this ain't the layout. How do I get to that layout? Like, it's just weird. I'm like, how do I get to layout? I guess it's table design layout. It gotta be. Because this layout ain't the right layout. How'd I get it last time? All right, well, let's try this. Nope. So the layouts, let me widen it. Yeah, okay, there we go. Ain't that shit weird? Look, they got two layouts. Layout here, so you know I ain't going crazy. But this is the layout we need. So how do I shit weird. All right. So let me merge this. This is the last merge I'm doing anyway. And then we're actually done. Okay. So you see, they use the engendrar. Notice they don't say engendro, right? So it got it in its infinitive now, and it's to have children. But when we read up, it was in the so you got it in its infinitive sense. but it's supposed to be in its past participle sense. But again, it's doing word for word. So when you know it's in the infinitive when it says to. When you have a verb that starts with that has the word to in front of it, you know, like to be, to make, to cook. That's called the infinitive. That means it's not conjugated. It's a virgin verb. It's not even touched. When you conjugate a verb, it's no longer a virgin. It's married now. They say sex is marriage. You conjugate a verb, is married now. It's no longer a virgin. All right. So almost lost my place. Okay. So okay. All right. All right. So now we're doing this one. So now we're gonna do this one. Okay. So let me show you what I'm doing, so you can see, you can confirm what I'm doing. Let's go back to the top. Boom. All right, all right, all right. No, not now. Not now. Not now. Okay, so now we got the literal word for word. Verse 16 is the controversial verse where you'll be debating. If you take on this Hebrew debate, verse 16 is the most important. So you read verse 1 up to 16 to show a pattern, to show integrity. So now we got Jacob to have children. That makes no sense, right? That's why it has to be in this past participle. It has to be in hindro with an accent over the O. Jacob to produce, to have children, or Jacob had begotten Joseph. So there's no doubt here. This is what I mean by no doubt. So the first clue that these guys are weird is that the English translator was consistent with dad and son all the way to Jesus. What changed? So now these guys, they gotta go conspiracy theory. So when I debated Deacon, he charged it off as King James was a Methodist Christian. He had his own agenda. Like, yo, he went straight there with me, bro. I'm not gonna argue that. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. So the translators stopped being consistent when it got to Jesus, right? For a reason. But see, he said King James got an agenda. My boy, what about the Wayman Tinsdale? That's in the English Bible. What about the Geneva Bible? These all predate. There's many others that predate the English King James. These are English Bibles. What that Bible was never authorized by the king. There's only one authorized Bible in England that I know of, and that's the King James Bible. Everything else was, if it's not authentic, it's considered unofficial. Suspect. So what agenda would Geneva have? So let's do this. I'm curious. Now I got the Geneva Bible somewhere. Let's see if it's in here. Yeah, I got it right there. Geneva Bible 15. So the authorized King James Bible is 1611. The Geneva Bible, as you can see, is from 1560 to 1599. I guess they have some revisions or whatever. Original Geneva footnotes of both the 1560 and the 50. Oh, it got footnotes. Okay. All right. So now check this out. So this Bible predates the King James, but as you can see, about this could be 50 years, and this could just be, 11 years or 12 years. Okay. So let's go and let's find out what agenda the Geneva Bible has. So, like, they have to just chalk it up as all the translators, even until today, they have their agenda and they gotta put it in the virgin birth. It's like, well, dude, how can the Jewish people won't do it? How? Okay, so the Jews, when you go to the JPS Tanakh, right? They seem to translate things correctly. So let me do that. Let me do that. Let's do that. Let's go to JPS Tanakh online. Okay. So now the Jewish people do not accept the Messiah, accept Jesus Christ as the Messiah. They don't accept a virgin birth. They don't accept the epistle. They don't accept Jewish people grafted in. They don't accept. They said only Israel. Pretty much the same shit the Israelites taught. Hold on. All right. So I wish this microphone worked, man. Uh, I gotta buy a cord. Yeah, yeah. So if I hope I have a debate tonight. See if I go in that room. Yeah, I gotta be in a separate room. We're not like I'm in the kitchen, he's in the living room, but we can't be in the same room because I'm playing his baby music stuff. But if my laptop, if my my Zoom pick up that, um, I'm in trouble. Yeah, so if it pick up that, I'm gonna get a copyright. That's why I try to go to, you know. Oh, he did. Hold on. Down. Give him some snacks, some baby snacks. Yo, he just put the damn baby snack in the whipped cream I gave him. That is clever. Wow. What's up? You gotta keep cameras on babies at all times just to record it. But you'd be surprised the intelligent thing they do. All right, just give me a second. Just put this pants on. Oh shit. Put this pants on. He's whining because he wanted pampered change. You could tell because he'd be hanging, sagging. I was never really a sagger. I tried it in high school, but when I was in high school, like we never had our draws. Like you never like what we did in high school, we wore like the big clothes and but we would have a pair of shorts or jeans, depending upon what clothing article we had. If we had sweats on, sweatpants, we would sag the sweatpants, but we would have jeans under the sweatpants. If we had, and in New Jersey, New York, we had the fatigues heavy, right? And you see people still in our neck of the woods wearing fatigues. So Master P and all the Cash Money way late. We've been doing that, and we're still doing it today. So we'll wear fatigues with the Tims, and at that time it was a South Pole jacket, North Pole, and it was the triple fat goose, your big jackets. Matter of fact, let me just show y'all real fast. Triple fat goose jacket. This was before North Face, by the way. I mean North Pole. Before that, before those got what's it called now? North Face, called North Face. So you had South Pole, North Face. This was hot before all that when I was growing up. Triple fat, how much it costs now? Dang, 600. Yeah. So this was the jacket before South Pole was seen as ass, and North Face was ass when this was rocking. Okay. And we had the 8 ball jackets here rocking. There we go. I don't remember. I never had it. My brother had it. So the hood, this shit must cost a hell of a pretty. Cause everybody had this one right here. I don't know how many people had the hood on it. Okay, so the real official jacket, who knows, that shit costs a lot of money. Yeah, that's probably more of the price to it. But he had the 8 ball jackets. So anyway, that was the gear, and we had Dickie suits. We might have got that from somebody else, maybe West Coast. But at one point, we rocked the Dickie jacket, Dickie pants. You know, we did the Dickie thing. So low key, like East Coast really can't claim all those clothing articles because we had people from the West Coast visiting the East Coast that had heavy influence. Like how you, like it's official. The gangs, the Bloods and Crips came out here simply because the West Coast Crips and Bloods. Real, that's it. There's no denying that. So if that's true, then it's also possible they influenced other things that's like wiped out of history. Like for example, like Dr. Dre, it was Dr. Dre idea to form the firm with AZ, Nas, like all these, and they all cool with each other, and they never thought to form their own group. It was Dr. I heard it was Dr. Dre. According to Nas and them, it was Dr. Dre idea to form the firm. He's West Coast. So that group is West Coast influence. So it's really hard to tell what who originated what. So, but one thing is not deniable that you could definitely say that this coast or that coast influenced everybody else to pick up on it. Anyway, my point is the fatigues, and we had like a size like bigger, like it was always a size bigger than what we were wearing, and we have a belt, and we wore like we either wore sweatpants under the dickies, the fatigues, or we wore jeans or shorts, basketball shorts, but we never showed our ass. We never showed boxers, ass, none of that stuff, and then it didn't stop at fatigues. We had an army store, Army and Navy store, like an official Army and Navy store, like where they sold real gear. And that was the thing. The thing was to go buy the official Army pants, official Army jacket. You dig? So it took another step up, like the jerseys. You had to get Mitchell Ness and just buy some starter shit. But now I guess starter cool. But yeah. So let me go back. That was a segue. That was entertainment, right? I lied about no entertainment. But let's go to, I said online, it sent me there. What the hell is that? Can I just get the damn, yeah, I actually got a real Tanakh army, or not army right now, but I have one. And it's like difficult to read because you gotta start right to left. It's kind of weird. I got kind of used to it. Okay, here we go. So this Tanakh is an effort for somebody Jewish to translate the Bible the best they can. Okay, so with that being said, why do Hebrews read the Old Testament from the King James? Now watch this. I'm gonna show you the big difference. What the Tanakh does. Wait, what did I say? Criticism of religious. So I love this when they give a title about what's going on. This is about criticism of religious corruption, calls for change, and descriptions of a utopian future. So kind of lets you know what you're gonna be reading. Okay, cool. So now we go to the prophecy of Jesus. Now you see, it gives confirmation. What would happen if I click that? About this text, table of content, search in this text, translation. That's kind of dope. Let me add this in my folder, my Greek folder. Okay, so let me just tell you how the King James is going to read this, right? The King James Bible. So I'm going to Isaiah chapter 7, verse 4. 14. So we got 14 here. And it says, therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign, and behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Most Hebrew Israelites will have a problem with that translation in the King James Old Testament. Everybody I debated wanted to prove, even if it's, and it really doesn't matter. Like, why are you proving this? It doesn't. I'd be confused. Like, yo, by you proving this means nothing to the virgin birth. But go ahead. So they're going to go out their way to show you that virgin here is supposed to say young woman or maiden or damsel. It's not supposed to say like without sex. So if you go to the Hebrew Tanakh, all right. Now notice it don't really have, well, the verses, ain't that weird? So the verses are on the right side. So you see it says because here, because would be right here where my mouse is. This would be because. And when it says saying, this would be saying down here. So you got to read it from right to left. So that's why the verses are on the right side. I almost didn't find the damn thing. Make it a little bigger. I was just about to say it did not have verses. Okay, so now I'm gonna go down to 14. Okay, verse 14. It says, assuredly, my Lord will give you a sign of his own accord. Look, the young woman is with child and about to give birth to a son. Let her name him Emmanuel. So she's already pregnant. So this says something totally different than the Black Hebrew Israelites. It says virgin, young woman. So my thing is, why, if you're going to debate and use your Zoom tab, why not have a Hebrew Tanakh tab and then this tab right here, something like this, where you have a New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition, NRSV UE. A tab for this, so you do it like this. So you go to New Testament here, Old Testament here. So now you don't have to see, brother. It doesn't say that. It says this. So now I'm curious to know how this is going to read Isaiah 46:10, what the apostle brought out that misrepresented it. All right, tonight. Shit, I messed up somehow. I went out of something. Boy, so how do I get back in the Bible? How do I get back in the thing? What did I do wrong? So I clicked that. So I should have done that. All right. So how do I get out of here? Oh shit. Shit. Let me click that. How do I get out of here and back to the books? So I clicked that before, it did not work. That's the issue I don't like. All right. So I guess I gotta click that. All right. So okay, so now I got it. All right. Uh-oh, the Watcher. Decent peace, 504, Mr. Morpheus, the Watcher. I mean, like, look, this is for everybody. Anybody can call in and click the link. But since the Watcher has been calling in, and the Watcher, you said that you will moderate a debate. That means that you're fair. You hold your integrity. Do me a favor and click that link there. Click that link. So while we wait on the Watcher, we only got one more verse. Let's wrap this up. Okay, so now we got E. I wonder how you say Jacob in Spanish. I guess like Joseph. You know, sometimes you got Juan. I guess Jacob. Let's see. Well, I guess.
Jacob.
That can't. Hell no. That says English. All right, let's go Spanish. Shit. Okay, let me do this because I gotta keep that one. No. Wait, do I? Do I? Yeah. Damn it. Do I?
Y Jacob engendró a José, marido de María, de la cual nació Jesús, el cual es llamado el Cristo.
Okay. You want more milk? Yeah, he got 2 bottles. He got a milk bottle and a water bottle, and he gives me the bottle he want replenished. He want more milk. Okay. My thing is more milk means more More milk. More milk means more diaper changing. You dig? Okay, so we got the watcher here. We got an honest, we got a devout guy. The Bible would call the watcher a devout man. Okay. My thing is more milk. All right, 1 second. The watcher. Let me just give him this milk. Yeah, I thought today was yeah, I always think Friday is Saturday. That's because I'm off on Fridays, and it always come up as Saturday. So I'd be like looking, waiting for a fight to come on. Like, okay, good. It's 6:30. 3 more hours, man. It's going down. And I'll wait for 3 hours for no reason. Like, what the fight at? I mean, this happens almost every Friday, bruh. And I've been off every Friday for like the last like 6 years, 6, 7 years. And I still think it's Saturday, like by default. I still think I just can't get used to it. Okay, so I got him his milk. All right. The Watcher. Hey, what show is that? They'd be like, the clock's on you. What show is that? They'd be like, The Watcher. Clock's on you. What show is that?
I don't know.
All right. So now I'm gonna. Matter of fact, let me just finish up on this real fast. So I just want to know how to say Jacob in Spanish. I'm like confused on that. Okay, shit. Which one is Spanish?
Jacob.
Okay, that's definitely English. Okay, I want Spanish to English. Why do you do me like that? All right.
Jacob.
There you go.
Jacob.
I like that because it break it down, slow it down. And right here, I love this right here because it shows you how to say it. I love that. So let me copy that, put that in my notes when I do my notes. Okay, cool. I love that right there. Okay, so I'm gonna have you read a verse, all right? In a second, watch. I'm gonna have you read a verse. I want you to give me your best understanding of that verse.
What is this for?
Just
My comprehension?
No. Well, that, but not really, because Apostle Zaquan was on here. He read that verse a certain way. He came out understanding that I don't believe at all that that's what the Bible is trying to tell us, right? The exegesis is that's not the exegesis of the Bible. And he argued it is. Now, there's no way you're gonna so you're gonna read from the top. It's like 9 verses. That's it. And then the best you can, right? Because what they do is they'll give a statement out of context and then say it means this, and it could possibly mean that because it's outside of context. But once you read up to it, you be like, okay, that wouldn't make sense to get there from here, right?
All right.
That's all. Okay, so let me just do this Jacob shit. I just want to make sure I'm cool. Cool. Let me superscript that. What? Okay, so what okay, times. Okay, got it. So we're gonna do times Roman. Oh shit. Times New Roman. There we go. All right. And what font? 26 font. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Got it. So now that pronunciation thing, I'm gonna subscript that. Pronounce and put in italics. So that's just for me to like remember how to say Jacob in Spanish. If I don't do that and I go over this in a debate, I'm gonna botch it. I know I am. So it's Jacob. I would have never guessed that shit, bro. Because you got J's for Juan. J's, you could say they say Jose. Yeah, it's okay. I guess, yeah. I forgot because I'm thinking J like W, like Juan. I forgot Jose. All right, so I don't know if you know what I'm doing right now, but let me just finish up on 16. Okay, so 16. This is the Spanish. This is how you say it in Spanish, right? Y jaco engendro, which is a past participle verb of begot, right? So, and they say the rule in the rule with past participles, period. So if your language use past participles, the rule is you gotta say had. Well, definitely English. Let's go with English. Screw what I just said. In English, if you're using a past participle, you must say had before the past participle. I already read that. I can Google it. You got to use had. So if you're translating this to English, this got to say, and Jacob had, and this word means begot. So with past participles, the verb got to be past tense. It's a past participle. So this can't be a present verb. It can't be begat. It got to be begot, B-E-G-O-T, or B-E-G-O-T-T-N-E-N. So I'm using begotten just to avoid all confusion. Begotten is past tense, we're good. Because people could confuse begot for begat and think it's present. So I just want to do begotten, no confusion. So I would say, and Jacob had begotten Jose, because in Spanish, you got to throw an in there when a verb, when you do like a noun, like a direct object. I got to go before the direct object, Jose. So you got a noun here, you got a verb, and you can't just say Jose like English. You got to say all the time, right? So you'll see look, here, you see all throughout here, because you cannot do name, verb, name, or noun, verb, noun. It got to be noun, verb, noun, all the time. Okay, so we got, and Jacob had begotten, basically Jose. I'm guessing this shit means marriage. So this is not the point. The point is this. We want a word for word translation. Now, the watcher, tell me if I'm making any sense. Those women, those black women who went to Mexico to allegedly murder their friend, right? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Okay.
I'm following.
So those women, let's say if the Mexican government decided to try them, that means that everybody that's not you is going to speak Spanish fluently. Is that correct? Because it's being tried in Mexico. So that means police officers, the hotel guy, all those folks, if they're Mexican, they're going to speak Spanish fluently, correct?
The bailiff, when they pull you out of your cell for court, yeah.
Yeah, and so most likely, like in America, most likely you are going to need an English translator. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so now when the person represents you or talks about you, right? Charges you or make a story about you, right? Put you in a crime scene. They're going to say it in Spanish. The English translator for you to understand it, and anybody English in the juror, whoever that speaks English, when they translate it back, they cannot translate that shit word for word because it's not going to make sense to a native, modern 2023 English speaking person. Is that probably correct?
In most cases, I follow you.
Right. So they have to put it in modern English. That's called translation. So just like when Spanish people be talking and there's an English translator in boxing, they don't say that shit word for word in Spanish because it don't make sense in English. So they got to put it in Spanish where the Spanish audience accepts it and it makes sense. So here, case in point, watch this. So you know you can really follow. You like you're a little hesitant. So I'm gonna go here. So this is word for word, but I'm gonna go to Google Translate. This is not word for word. This is gonna be an English translation. Okay. So let me make it smaller. Okay. So this mirrors exactly the Bible. And Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called the Christ. That's exactly the English how we would say it in English. But that is not that's how it's translated word for word in Spanish. I'm gonna show you. So 16, and Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called the Christ. That's damn near verbatim of a modern translation of this shit right here. Okay, but now we're gonna do a word for word. This is what I'm trying to establish some ground. The word for word is actually, and Jacob to have children, because remember, in dro is past participle. But if you do engendrar, the AR is called the extension of the verb. So in Spanish, you got AR verbs, IR verbs, ER verbs. Okay, so this is the verb in its infinitive sense. Like, for example, if we want to say cook, the word cook, we can conjugate cook to mean cooked, right? ED, that's past participle. But the actual unconjugated verb for cook is literally to cook. Every verb that's unconjugated, every verb that's a virgin is going to be in the to sense: to cook, to make, to fight, to spell. Everything is going to be to. And then from there, you conjugate it to say, I cook, you cook, she cooked, he cooked. And then you go to past, future, he will cook. That's how that works. But as a virgin verb, it's going to be to cook. And from there, you tailor make it to how you want to make sense in the sentence. So here it got it as, this is word by word. And Jacob to produce, to have begotten, or you could say to begot. So already it's not making sense. To Joseph, husband, from or of Mary, from of the or her, because this is la, which, because la is female words say the, and it's also her. From which to be born, back in the nacer, it's an ER verb. Nacer, let me see how to say it.
Nacer.
Or nacer, I say nacer. Okay, so this is the to be verb. So to be born, this is ER verb, ER. To be born, Jesus, the which to be named. So this is what I mean by, if they said this shit in court to an English native speaking person in 2023, especially in Black culture, we won't know what the fuck they just said to us. We're following, but we're like, can you say that over again? That's what's going to happen. So this has to be, my point is, the watcher, that the King James Bible, that's 600 to 400 years old language. It's unacceptable to read it like that today. You have to modernize it to make it make sense to us today. If you don't do that, you're going to have debates, confusion, and new religions popping up all the time, because they're going to see this word to mean this and that word to mean that, and they don't understand that it's a better way to say that word today where we all agree. That's why Christians say you can eat pork, because they read this wrong. The Israelites say Gentiles can't be saved because they read this wrong, or the virgin birth is false because they read this wrong. But when they read a more modern translation Bible, something like this, so this is the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition. You need an updated Bible. And it's going to read, now let's go to, see, I'm doing Isaiah 46. Let's go to, I don't want to leave it, but let's go to what we just read in Matthew's. So nothing is like trick questions. It's just like flat out, just straightforward. Okay, so this is a modern revision, updated Bible. And the father, so there's no begot. We don't say begotten today. And Jacob, the father, Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus, who is called the Messiah. Okay, and you might have better English Bibles from that. So let me go here. Let me, I'm gonna stay there though, but let me go here. A lot of scholars big up that Bible, but they big up another one too. So I want to just go here real quick, and then we'll go to my question, what I want you to do. Okay, so let's go here. All right. So now these are more modern Bibles. Matter of fact, I'm going to go to where it says modern Bible, so there'd be no confusion. Right. So it's going to say additional translation, boom, and it's going to categorize all the books. So we got it's a classical translations. We got modern. So we want to stay right here. We want modern. So all the modern, I'm going to shit. It's a lot. All right. God damn. Then we got literal translations. That's kind of almost like word for word. So you see, we got, and remember, look, watch. I said begotten, right? And they got begotten here. E-N. That's why I said that kind of like don't have any confusion. It's not, because you could say begot, and that you could confuse that to be present tense. It's supposed to be past participle. So is when you do begotten, like it's you're not going to confuse that with a present tense verb. So we don't want literal. We want modern. And this is my favorite heading, the Jacob's word. So now it says Jacob was the father of Joseph, who was the husband of Mary. Mary was the mother of Jesus, who was called Christ. So the watcher in chat, this version alone, would there be any confusion to who kid is Jesus?
None.
All right. Plain English, the way they put it. Okay. Here is now look. I want you to know this, the watcher. This is why I tell these guys. This. I say if you go and follow the integrity of the pattern of what's being read, we got Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac name is used twice, so you won't believe Abraham begot Isaac, Jacob, and Judas. So you got to add Isaac name because now he's the subject. See, remember, it's about direct object and subject. Right now, Abraham is the subject. If you do not put Isaac name twice, you are still to believe he's the subject and everybody's direct options of this verb. So that means all these are his children. Matter of fact, everybody is damn is Abraham's children. If you don't show the second name twice to emphasize that this is the new subject. Because I was watching something with Gorilla Hebrew and this dude just botched it, bro. Let me see if I can find this shit. God. I mean, it was hard. And he's like telling his crew this. So he's like miseducating them. I don't know if he's doing it intentionally or what, but let me pull this back up. Oh shit. It's not on. Is it on this one? It's not on this channel. What YouTube thing? Oh, okay. This is the wrong account. This is Learn Right. I got it. Oh, my bad. This was Learn Right, Left Dumb. Okay, I gotta go to mine. All right. So let me go to shit. Yeah, let me go to mine. Now, what I'm about to explain to you, listen to Gorilla Hebrew first, bro. And I kind of felt bad for him because it's actually embarrassing. It's like, dude, you just displayed your ignorance to the English language, the English grammar. And bro, you can witness for yourself if I'm lying. Okay, watch this. Now, again, I just happened to come across this because I was researching something totally different. I was researching because part of the debate last night, he talked about the Syriac Sinaiticus. So a lot of them go here because they think this somehow says Joseph is the father. So watch this.
Wrong.
Okay.
One more chance.
So now he's telling people they're wrong. Like he's really educated in this grammar shit. Okay. Now, again, the watcher, I'm not saying I'm the best. But what I did, watcher, is that I have a physical, you can see, I got a physical copy of an elementary grammar book. Okay? Because I'm like, oh shit, this grammar elementary, I don't think the average American know this shit. Elementary grammar is actually kind of tough. But bro, it's in the children's section of the library, my boy. It's in the elementary children's section. This grammar book is nowhere near the adult section. It's in a whole different department. I looked through it like, oh shit, bro. I'm reading. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Bro, it's teaching me. Oh shit, bro. I went and ordered that shit off Amazon, bro. And I was reading that shit like, oh, I remember being taught this stuff, but I don't remember applying it correctly or learning it, or officially. I was told it and maybe read it, but I never, like, there was no, I mean, like, I don't know what happened in my school system, but like, they didn't ensure that I actually knew what the fuck I just was taught. Because when you learn something, bro, you're not going to forget as you grow up. It's going to be there when you learn. Now, if you remember something like polite, yeah, you're going to forget it. When you learn a skill, something important, you really don't forget it. You play chess, like you learn some things. It don't matter how long you don't play chess, bro. You're not going to forget this right here because you learned it. It's when you memorize it, it fucks you up. So watch this right here.
Verse 16. And Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Yahushai.
Wait. So it said what?
And Jacob begot Joseph.
Jacob begat Joseph, right? Read on.
The husband of Mary.
The husband of Mary, read on.
All right, so let me talk. If I get flat, let me talk in between. All right, so now he's going to try to explain what's going on here. And brother, this is embarrassing. I'm telling you, this is embarrassing. But this is what they all are copying on. This is class.
Of whom was born Yahushai.
Who is the subject matter of that verse. Wrong, wrong.
So look, somebody said Jacob. He said wrong. Well, look at this.
One more chance. Joseph. Joe is the subject matter.
Now, Watcher, my boy. Now I'm gonna ask you comprehension. I wasn't gonna do that earlier, but I'm gonna ask you now. Okay, now he did first 16. He says subject. All right, but wait, I only got to do that. I just do this. Look at this. Indirect object example. That's all. I ain't got to ask you a question. I just show you. Okay. I ain't got to ask you anything. I just show you. Okay. So, I don't know. I did indirect. Fuck. I meant direct. Indirect kind of tricky. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of like, I'm a little rusty on that shit. I tried to read it earlier. I'm like, wait a minute, it's a little more, I need to read up on my shit. So, bro, this is direct object examples. It says the students eat cake. Now, I want to just put this for everybody in plain goddamn sense here, right? I'm gonna go at the bottom, the white, so there's no distractions here. So we got the student. Okay. These students, and I'm gonna do a space. I'll tell you why I'm gonna do a space. I hate that period shit. I'm gonna do it. That space is for a reason. Okay, let me widen this out. Okay, so the student eat. I'm gonna do spaces. The spaces are very important. Cake. Okay, is just for confirmation. Is that what it says? The Watcher? Is that the example? The student eat cake? Let me know if you're there. Chat, is that the example? Is it the student eat the
Oh, I was on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, you forgot the S.
Okay, you're right. Let me back this shit up. Yeah, 'cause that's not grammatically correct.
Subject verb agreement.
Okay, so the students eat cake, right? So shit, I gotta move this eat up some. I can't do it. All right, so I gotta make this small now. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do text again. I'm gonna do it in blue. And I'm gonna do good catch on the S. You know, people would have been like, look. Okay, so I swear, bro, I'm in denial for glasses. I mean, I'm like, I don't think nobody, they might be just like me, but I don't think they're worse than me in denial for glasses. Yeah, I miss layups, bro, now. Point blank. Like, what the fuck? I just won't get glasses. Point blank layup. I'd be embarrassed, like, oh well, I ain't getting glasses still. Point blank, bro. And I'm talking about, bro. The most embarrassing way you can't blow one. I'm not running full speed. I'm not catching it and trying to throw it in the air one time. I'm by myself. All right, no pressure. Take your time. Miss. Like, what the fuck? I need glasses. All right. So
it says a lot about you, man.
No, I need glasses. I mean, like the only way to fairly judge, because I wasn't doing that shit back in the day. But
no, I mean the fact you won't get the glasses, you're in denial.
Because I'm pseudo. I think I'm pseudo. I think my eyesight will get worse. Yo, but you know what, the Watcher, I really think I'm the other thing where when things are close, they like with chess, bro. I can't stand fucking doing chess on the iPad, but there's no other way to do it. Because I play blitz chess, bullet chess. So I can't use a mouse. It gotta be finger only. Bro, chess.com, there's no option to make this shit smaller. The chessboard. So that's, to me, it's too fucking big. I cannot see. Like, I mean, I can't see everything. So for me, I'm the opposite. Whereas close things bother me. If you see my videos, I shoot jump shots pretty well. But the closer I get, the worse I get. And I noticed that with a lot of reading, playing chess, bro, I was always horrible with 3D games. I don't even play 3D games. The only time I tried to play 3D game was that Tom Cruise 007, bro. That's the only 3D game I try to play. Every last one was fucking horrible. Like card games, 3D games. So I know it's just whatever that's called. What's that called?
What's the difference between nearsighted and farsighted?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Let me find out. I think I might be nearsighted. Let me see. Or I might be farsighted. I don't know. Okay, there we go. Okay, a nearsighted person sees near objects. Okay, that's not me. Clearly, while objects in the distance are blurred. Farsighted is the result of the visual image being focused behind the retina rather than directly on it. It may be caused by the eyeball being too small or the focus power being too weak. I don't think I need them shits because I don't see. Okay, let me do a better. Let me do a better one. See, nothing's blurry, so I'm neither one of those. But where I have a problem judging close things, like the closer they are, I have a horrible time judging it. Think about it. I'm a good bowler because it's a distance, and even football, like the closer I am, you throw it to me, I might miss that bitch. But I'm just better when it's distance, bro. So chess, I need the chess screen to be at least half the size that that chess.com gives me. It's just too big, bro. You gotta see me stretched out. Like my hand, the shit's over there somewhere, the iPad. And my hand like totally stressed out. Because I can't not play it close to me. Anyway, that's all deflection. So the watcher. So this example of a direct object, isn't it using the students eat cake?
Direct object is students, the verb cake. Indirect, no, they eat is the verb, and cake is the indirect.
I'm saying like the subject, like I'm sorry, not the subject. The actual phrase example is this. Forget about mapping out which one is which. The actual phrase example is the students eat cake, right?
Okay.
Okay, that's the example they give. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to work showing what everything is. The students is subject. That's a subject, and then we can compare this to my man. I gotta make that smaller. See, that's why the eat shit fucking me up. Shit. You know what? I can move it. Not that. Not that. God damn. Oh yeah. Hold on. All right, let me make the S smaller. Okay, now I can move it. Okay, now no, it ain't gonna work. Shit. Oh yeah, it is gonna work. Yeah, I got it. I got it. All right. So let me get rid of all that. Now I can add the S in there. How do I delete that other shit? I'll do it. The students. All right. Watch this. I'm gonna delete that S. I'm like a perfection. That shit bothering me. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay. So now let's go back. So now we'll talk about verbs and everything else, right? So let's make this smaller, and let's move this up. Not that. This. Okay. So subjects. I mean, the student would be the subjects. Like, so the focus is on them. It's all about what they're doing. The other noun doesn't matter, right? It's all about the students, what they do. Okay. So the students are the subject, and eat is obviously the verb. Let's do that. The verb here. Eat is the verb. And now the question is to understand what a direct object is, you just answer, what are the students eating? And whatever they're eating, that's the direct object by default. Okay, so cake would be the DO. So DO, let me do this. DO really just means direct, right? And object, that's like the acronym. So I want people to get used to that because they're gonna see me just type in DO. Okay, so here, clearly, at least in this example, the students is the subject, eat is the verb, present tense, and cake is what they're eating. So by default, it's the direct object. So now let's read the definition. So in English grammar, a direct object is a word or phrase that receives the action of the verb. Okay, this is being eaten. This received that action, right? So cake receives eat. It's being ate. In the sentence, the students eat the cake, the direct object is cake. The word eat is the verb and cake is what is being eaten. See, they said it word for word. So now, with that being said, when we go back to Jacob, matter of fact, let me just put that here too, because we got to hear this guy in the background. And I ain't gonna lie, yo, I was kind of embarrassed for my boy. You dig? The watcher, because I'm not some bully, just when everybody looks stupid. I was actually embarrassed he said that on the live, bro, and it's still there. That shit should be deleted immediately if they watch this shit. Okay, so Jacob, and he telling people no. Jacob, and you know what the thing is, the watcher, to let you know they're in the cult, the person who said Jacob was right, and they didn't even challenge this motherfucker, yo. They nah, bro, Jacob is the subject, because no, they let him just say that. And they know he's wrong, but that's the leader, so I leave it alone. I'm not gonna embarrass him. So Jacob, and they never corrected him because that video been at least edited or taken down. So Jacob begot Joseph. Okay. So now the example here is the direct object is the person who receives the action of the verb. Joseph is receiving the action of begetting. He's the one being born. The cake is the one being eaten. So now everybody should follow that clearly. The cake is the one being eaten. Joseph is the one being born. Jacob, so it's all about Jacob. It's what Jacob is doing. Jacob is the subject and students is the subject. It's all about what they're eating. It's all about who Jacob is begetting, right? Because it could say Jacob begot children. He's still the subject. It could say the students ate something. They're still the subject. So without that, doesn't matter. You don't need cake. You don't need Joseph. They are the subject. It's their show. So are we at least there? Watch. Are we clear? Chat. Are we all one accord there? Before I play this guy. So Jacob begot Joseph. Joseph is the direct object. Begot the verb. Jacob is the subject. The students eat cake. The students are the subject. Eat is the verb. Cake is the direct object. B.O. Okay, now let's play this guy. Like I said, I was actually embarrassed for the dude, but boy.
Verse.
Yeah, I listened to this coming home for the gym. I stopped it, bro. I couldn't even watch the rest of it. I stopped it. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go live with this one. All right. So we got here. Where you want? Okay. Oh, you take his diaper because he did eat that milk. Drink that milk. He good. Oh, his iPad crashed. All right. So I'm charging one iPad. I'm charging. Where's it at? All right, so I was charging one. This one died. Give me a second to just change the iPad so you can watch it. Actually, to watch it, sometimes I don't want to watch something a lot. I want him to use his creativity to like play with stuff. You ever do that? With your daughter? You on mute. If I don't know, you might be on mute. I don't even know. Okay, no, you're not on mute now. You ever like have your daughter just play with stuff, use her own creativity rather than watch movies all day and play on the iPad all day? What about the chat? Y'all got kids? So I actually don't want them watching video all day. I want them to actually play, like how I grew up, being creative. Because at one point he didn't play with no toy. He'll play with everything that's not a toy. So now at least he's playing with his toy. All right. Chat, I need to know y'all following. My boys, my girls, I need to know y'all following. And once the watcher get off his high horse, I could finish this right here. Let me see if I don't know we're watching that, but let's see if LJ is live. Let me pause that. Let me wait. I need a witness. You dig? I don't want nobody siding with me. like they did really Hebrew. I want somebody to be honest. Shit, why I do that? What was that about? Okay, so give me a second. Oh my God, man. Can people stop doing that? God, man. Okay, let's see. Okay. So let me go to my group. Maybe the watcher audio is compromised. Like like Apostle's video, his camera was compromised. He blamed me. And then and disingenuous black man just like D-riding him. I'm like, dude, I didn't touch your camera, my boy. Like, how am I take your picture off? Like that? How can I do that? You got to give me permission to like access your computer to do that. All right, give me a second. I want to send this. All right. Yeah, I want digital. I want disingenuous black man on here. I want to see if he's gonna if he's following, because I really believe this I really believe this comprehension isn't up to state standards. State standard. I really don't think that. I think whatever I tell him and explain it, he's just gonna take it reluctantly, but he'll take it. And sometimes, you know, when somebody tell me something, sometimes and it's overwhelming, I get a little lost, and I'll say, "All right, bro, let me get time to like think about that one. Like, don't ask me. You tell me, but don't ask me right now. Let me think about it. Matter of fact, let me read it because I like to read stuff sometimes, and that's why I wrote it on the screen because sometimes for me, I got to read it. All right, hold on, hold on. Oh shit, I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm sending them the Gorilla Hebrew link and not my live link. Oops. Shit, I messed that up. I sent them the Gorilla Hebrew link and not my live link. All right, hold on. I messed that up. I messed that up. I messed that up. Hold on. Let me delete that. Okay, hold on. All right, give me a second. Shit. How did? Oh, okay, I got it. Let me just do something here. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Just give me a second here. Give me a second here. so hold on. Hold on. Shit. All right. Okay. All right. All right, so just one more thing I gotta look at, and we are off to the races. Off to the races. One more thing. One more thing. This dude's scared as hell. Like the dude I debated, I try to get him on again. My God, scared as hell. Like, dude, you act like we were boxing. We just talking. All right. Okay, so that's all I needed on that. Okay, cool. Let me try that one more time. Let me try that one more time. Yo. Okay. Yeah, people on social media, yo. Like these people are really dealing with some trauma in their life. Damn. Hey, yo, people are really dealing with real trauma and social media. Like that, I'm telling you, man, if you got any mental illness or trauma that you fighting or depression, all that type of stuff, yo, stay off social media. You need to know yourself better. You need to comfort yourself. Stop being seen. When I say social media, stop commenting, arguing, getting on panels. Stay to yourself until you can figure this shit out that you're dealing with. When y'all go on social media, that just inflames your condition. You get a whole bunch of yes men, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, and whatever you're going through, it's going to be pampered. It's going to be comforted rather than addressed and dealt with. They off social media because you end up finding fights with people, enemies, and for no reason. Family don't like you for no reason. All because you're going through something that you're hiding from the person you're talking to, you're communicating with. So they talking to a sane part of you, sane version of you, sane version of you, just to find out, or never find out that person that they were arguing with and now don't like anymore was never you. You were like insane at the time. You were outside of character. You're not yourself. Whether under the influence of some hallucinogenic drug or some alcohol or just mental stuff going on. Like, yo, try to avoid people while you're going through that, because you're going to burn bridges that didn't need to be burned. Hey, salute, New World Order. It's New World Black Order. I always say New World Black Order. New Black World Order. All right. So let me get back to the discussion. The watcher is still absent. All right. So I got by myself now.
I'm here.
All right. So somebody commented, an Israelite commented on one of my channels. Let me see. He wrote something long, and when they do that, they normally don't want to do anything. All right. So you're there. So I know you're probably busy because I invited you on in your whatever you're doing, right? I interrupted you. But I just want to establish that when you have a noun, verb, noun, There's usually one subject. Now it can actually be the last noun. So sometimes that is the subject, right? But it still doesn't override the rule that one of them is the subject. Okay, so sometimes the subject can be the doer of the verb, and sometimes the subject can be the receiver of the verb. Okay. But in this instance, when it said Jacob begot Joseph, when it said the students eat cake, the recipient of the action of the aggressor, right, is the indirect object. So Joseph is no way he will be the subject. No way. He's receiving the action from the subject guy, which is Jacob. That's why the students eat the cake. Every time you read direct object, it's going to always be verb. It's going to always be noun initiating the action, and which is the verb, and then the other noun receiving the action, and that's going to always be the direct object. So in Greek, they got different verbs for this, right? So when you go begot would be, see, in Greek, it's right. That's why Greek warned you. It said you have to learn the inflections of Greek if you want to understand the New Testament. You have to understand the rule. You have to understand the rules of grammar. Okay. So when a verb is in its active voice, it's always the doer. So this right here, Jacob and the students, that would be the active voice, because they are the subject and they are the doer of the verb. And then there's times where the verb is passive, and that means the cake and Joseph becomes the subject who is receiving the action. But that's when the verb is passive. That's Greek. Okay? In English, it's probably called something else. Let's see. Let's all learn together. In English, subject receiving the action. Let's see. Okay, so see, there you go. What I say? Hey, did I say active and passive? I said that, yep. Right? Okay, so it said when the subject receives the action, it's in a passive voice. So now I'm going to do examples in a second. So it says when the subject in the sentence is receiving the action of the verb, the sentence is written in the passive voice. So that means that's only if Joseph is the subject. Okay, so now it's going to be how to determine who's the subject. Okay, so when the subject of the sentence, well, we know now because watch this. This is easy result right here. So, I mean, I don't know what really Hebrew doing, but this is over. This is over right now, right? Because it clearly says the subject can. That's why I said the subject can be the receiver or the doer. All right, so let's end this debate right now. Jacob begot. Okay, begot, active. We're done. Okay, we're done here. The act, it represents the subject as the doer, not the receiver. So we're done there. We're not going to debate that shit anymore. And let's go to Jesus, where it says he was born. This is going to be in the passive. Watch this. This says was born. So the passive is easy. Who was born was Jesus. Watch this. Parsing. Where we at? Oh, I typed Jesus. My bad. It's supposed to be was born. What was born? Here we go. Right here. Right here. Was born. Was born. Passive. Are we done here? Represents the subject as being the recipient of the action. So we're done here. Okay, so when the verb ganao, which is begot, is in the passive sense, now we're talking about the subject receiving the action. So the person receiving the action is now the subject when the word ganao is in the passive. Okay, but when the word ganao is in the active, the subject is not the recipient. The subject is the doer. Okay, so now we know. So we don't got to guess anymore on that. So get rid of that. This is a reminder. Let's go back to this guy.
Wait. So it said what?
And Jacob begot Joseph.
Jacob begat Joseph. Right, read on.
And we know that begot is in the active.
the husband of Mary,
The husband of Mary, read on.
of whom was born Yahushai.
Who is the subject matter of that verse? Wrong. One more chance.
One more chance.
Joseph. Joe is the subject matter. So when people read this is what they say. Read it again.
All right. So the watcher, based off what we read, and we seen the Greek for active, and we seen the English definition, and we seen which verbs was active and passive. So now we know Jacob begot Joseph. That's in the active, and that means the subject is Jacob. He's the doer. Is that correct, the watcher?
So far, I follow.
Right. So so basically, the watcher, if you punch me in the face, right? The watcher punched Rondell in the face. Okay. If that punch is in the active, it's all about you. You're the subject. So we got two nouns, we got an action, and we got an action verse. Now we got to determine who's the subject. Because we got the watcher, we got unbiased sports. The watcher threw the punch landed on unbiased sports. So now we don't know who's the subject. Right? The direct object is me. I received that punch. Okay. So now we got to determine what tense this verb is in, right? Is it active? Is it passive? Brother, if that thing says active, did we just not read active means the subject is the doer of the verb?
Right.
Right. So if that verb is in the active, dude, you are the subject. And it
Right.
said, right. And it said if that verb is in the passive, I'm the subject. So even though the watcher hit me, I'm the story. I'm the story. You follow now?
Right.
Right. So the subject is the story. He's the focus. She's the focus. It's the focus. That's how that works. So now we just read that when it says begot, ganao, for begot, when it said Jacob begot Joseph, we just read that is in the active voice. Is clear, brother. Nobody besides a high school dropout would say that Joseph is the subject, knowing the active verb, knowing it's an active verb. Okay, knowing it's an active verb. Only a high school dropout would say Joseph is still the subject. LJ, you agree? Where's LJ? He's getting his audio right. That's what I'm saying. I want all this to be on one accord. This is. I'm not doing what he's doing. Guerrilla Hebrew.
Didn't even realize I was on mute.
Yeah. All right. So before you go, Guerrilla Hebrew is not doing what I'm doing. He's telling them they're wrong and telling them what he believes is right. He's not teaching them. He's not sharing. He's not showing, demonstrating, illustrating. He's just telling you you're wrong. And he didn't even tell you why. Like, a real teacher would say, you said Jacob, you said Mary, you said Jesus. Why? Why do you think that? And then you correct them. You don't just tell somebody no. Like, I can't tell a kid, that's the wrong move. Don't do it. Do this move. That kid ain't learn shit. Okay. So LJ, what do you get from that?
I've literally haven't heard much, but from what you've just stated, I would agree with everything you've just said.
Okay.
From what the little bit that I heard.
All right. Can you look at my screen?
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah.
Okay. So we got the students eat cake. And I was just explaining just now. I was explaining that the students, that's a noun, eat is a verb, and cake is a direct object. Okay. So now mind you, this is an example of a direct object. So we got students eat cake. Okay.
Yeah.
So now the argument will be, who is the subject? Or is the cake the subject, or the students the subject? And how do you determine that? The best of your ability. What, LJ?
I wouldn't ask me on grammar.
Okay,
I'm
so
terrible.
you would have to know the verb, right?
Yeah,
Active or
of
passive.
course.
So
Yeah.
if it's an active verb, who's the subject?
So the students would be the subject.
Right. Now, if it's a passive verb, who's the subject?
Well, it'd be cake. The
It's
cake
just
was
that
eaten
simple. And
eaten by
anybody-
the students.
I Googled the example before you came on. I already Googled that. And now we're seeing here. And I said, what did I say? I Googled it. I said the recipient, God dang. No, how I word it last time? I'll do this. The recipient of the verb. I said subject. Man, I don't know how I reword it. The subject receive. Here we go. Receiving action. Is that how I typed it in? What does it mean when the subject receive? Okay, got it. I got it. So now look, it says it plainly in English. It says people ask, what does it mean when the subject received the action? Passive voice. So now LJ, because it's saying the passive voice determines the subject receiving the action, and the active determines the subject giving out the action. So now the real debate is this. The real debate is who is the subject, Jacob or Joseph? And that is determined by the verb. Now we gotta agree with that, right? So the verb determines who is the subject. Right?
Yeah.
I just showed everybody. In this begot Ganao and Jacob begot Joseph is active. And I show who was born, that Ganao is passive. So it's clear when it says born, Jesus is receiving. He's the direct object.
He's the one being born.
Right,
Yeah.
right. He's receiving the action. So now he's the subject. So it can go from top to bottom.
Because Mary can't be being born.
Can't be. Right.
Yeah.
So now she's a noun. So we got a noun, verb, noun. But this time the recipient of the action is the subject. But the problem is, the watcher, is that if it's saying was born, it's talking about Mary's giving birth. It's not talking about Jacob stroking. So when you use that in the passive, this action is giving birth. Like you're actually physically giving birth to somebody. And we know men can't physically give birth, not today. So we know Mary has a subject now. So last night, the dude skipped past. Yo, this dude said the most wildest shit ever. Do you see my screen, everybody? Joseph, the watcher, and LJ? The chat will see in a second. You see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. This dude said this. He said, if we omit, God, I hate Max, man. He said, if we omit all this right here, God damn. All right. Okay. This pisses me off. Let me do it this way. All right. I'm going to do the old way taught you in computer school. Let me see if it works. Nope. Don't even work. Yeah, it worked. Okay. So he said, now I learned that in school, computer. Now he said, if it's sure I had to hold the mouse and whatever, but he told me this. He said, if we omit that, he said, who is responsible for Jesus? So I said, well, Joseph, right? I mean, that was the wildest shit ever. Now we got to omit text, the watcher, LJ, for them to be right. And then he said, yeah. And then he took that as a W. So I said, bro, okay. Let's not stop there. How about
hold up? Let me. I'm sorry, I can't even get past that.
Yeah.
I need to understanding. Omission for understanding. What is that?
Now he said omit. So basically, he wants us to delete this much and not that much. He wants to delete all this from the text. Erase that.
But that's not how comprehension works. If there's a sentence, you can't just pick pieces out of the sentence and expect it to maintain the same message.
Brother.
That makes no sense on its face. Not even any context. How does that work?
Brother, what he was trying to explain was, if you take that part out, it still makes sense. That's where he was going with it.
Well, it might still make sense, but it doesn't mean that it's correct because you're literally taking the text away.
Right.
So I said,
okay.
I said, well, let's not stop there. I said, let's omit that.
Right.
I said, who's the father? He said, Jacob. He said, I could go with that. I swear, y'all, listen, it's recorded. He said, I can go with that. Anybody but Mary, basically.
Yeah, so
Okay.
so you are getting basically to pick and choose what parts of the scripture you want to take in order to be able to make the argument that you want to make, which is the exact argument that I had with somebody. Like I was doing a live myself earlier on, which is why I'm still up, because it's 12:30. I'm going to be going to bed in a minute, but one of the arguments is like literally against the virgin birth, and that was what I was doing the live on, was, well, Matthew's a liar, and we just throw Matthew away.
Yeah.
So he wasn't just throwing away the husband of Mary of whom, he was throwing away the whole bleeding book in order to make
to watch it. He went further. He said, forget about omitting this. Let's omit the entire book of Matthew.
Well, in fairness, okay, I'll rephrase that because because that would be misrepresentation. He said that the most of it you can throw away. There are bits of it that might be useful.
The book that's not supposed to be taken away from.
Yeah. So, but when he believes that Matthew was a liar, and that because he said so. What makes you say that Matthew is scripture?
Wait, I mean, I'm sorry. So Matthew's a liar.
Yeah.
And it was put in the book, and the whole book's ordained.
Yeah. Well, he clearly doesn't believe that.
Okay. So if Matthew's a liar, what makes any other of the authors credible?
I have no idea. Because he says they are.
So if you go to a bodybuilding contest and you test one of them and they test positive for cheating steroids,
you throw their lot out. Unless you,
wow.
But yeah, it was like this is he actually tried to argue that the only verse in the entire New Testament that demonstrates the virgin birth is Matthew 1:25. He didn't even go to Matthew 1:23. He said Matthew 1:25, and he misunderstood that because he thought that meant before they've literally had physical sex. So he just he's a Christian. He is a Christian. He believes in Jesus. But yeah.
We don't even know what that means today, LJ. When people say Christian,
I don't even think Christians know what that means.
Everybody got their own definition now. It's almost like anything else in life. Like people claim they're Republican, but then Republicans be like, "Nah, you ain't Republican." You see, so people claim stuff today.
What?
They don't really represent it by actions. So now look. So now I want y'all to hear this because we gotta hear them all the way out.
Matter of
and Jacob Yahushai.
Wait. So
the husband of Mary, of whom was born Yahushai.
Hey is he reading his notes, or is he like you would think he'll Google this shit? Is he reading his notes instead? This is weird.
Wait. So it said what?
And Jacob begot Joseph.
Jacob begat Joseph. Right, read on.
The husband of Mary.
The husband of Mary, read on.
Of whom was born Yahushai.
Who is the subject matter of that verse? Wrong.
So annoying.
One more chance.
When this internet
Joseph
does that.
Joe is the subject matter. So when people read this is what they say.
You heard him? He said Joseph is the subject matter. That's almost like saying Matthew's a liar because I said so.
Read it again.
At Joseph. The husband of Mary.
Jacob begat Joseph. He's the subject matter. They're elaborating on him. He is Mary's husband, which means what? They had sex. Go ahead.
Of whom was born Yahushai.
Of whom was born Yahushai. People think the subject matter becomes Mary at this point. Mary is of whom was born Yahushai. Let's take a look at the original New Testament and how it appears in the Syriac Sinaiticus. Joseph to whom was betrothed Mary the Virgin.
No. Look, the dude had me pull this up last night, right? Okay, so
I-
now look, you.
I watched that.
Yeah.
I was actually up. I watched some of that. He went to the Syriac Sinaiticus. What? He said the original. What is he? He has literally no idea what he's talking about. He has no idea about textual criticism at all. Syriac Sinaiticus is a translation of the Greek. How can it be the original if it's a translation? It's one manuscript.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, because because I don't run to it. Like, but you would think if he mentions it, they all mention it. You would think they should know about it. So now watch this. He's reading this. So I'm gonna go back.
Of whom was born Yahushua. People think the subject matter becomes Mary at this point. Mary is of whom was born Yahushua. Let's take a look at the original New Testament and how it appears in the Syriac Sinaiticus. Joseph, to whom was betrothed Mary the Virgin, begat Jesus. Joseph begat Jesus. When people say, oh, it said such and
Hey yo, when that guy said that yesterday, when he said Joseph begot Jesus, okay,
Yeah.
this is what I said. Even a baby, like, what the? I said, my boy, can you show? And he might can do this, but I just doubt he can. I said, my boy, can you show me where a noun is mentioned, and then another noun is mentioned, and then a verb is mentioned, and we just ignore the noun before, like that was after the first noun mentioned before the verb, and we go with the older noun, the latter noun, and that takes credit for the verb. I said, bro, can you show me anything? Because he tried to say you gotta learn grammar. Oh, really? Can you show me any grammar example of a noun is mentioned and then a verb was, right? Joseph, verb, and then another noun is mentioned, Mary, and then another noun is mentioned, begot, and then that begot is that noun responsible for that is the first noun mentioned, not the second noun.
What's interesting here is that you're on the text of the gospels.com. This is a friend of mine. That's his website. The text of the gospels.com, that website that you were just showing about the Syriac Sinaiticus.
Yeah, right here.
Right. That's a friend of mine. His name is James Snap Jr. He is a very, very good textual critic. He's also ESOL, by the way. But his website is fantastic for textual criticism. I will say that. But that's his website. But to go to the Syriac Sinaiticus is crazy. Well, and to state that this was he said, let's go to the original. That's what he stated. We need to go to the original.
Yeah, he said that. They all say that.
Right. The Syriac Sinaiticus dates to 500 to the 4th century, 5th century. Right. It was updated. There was things added in the 8th century. Sorry, 8th century. How can that be original? The original in the 4th and 5th century. What are you talking about? It's Syriac. It's not Greek. Greek was the original language of the New Testament. This is a translation and it's one manuscript. You're going to try and usurp the whole of the Greek attestation to this verse, Matthew 1:16, on one manuscript in the Syriac Sinaiticus. It dates to like 500 years later. If you want to do that, feel free to do it.
Yeah,
ridiculous. I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that.
So even with this, when he brought this up, right, he still had problems. Joseph, first of all, is skipping Jacob, right? So I don't know why they go here. Like, so Jacob is omitted now. We going with Joseph. So yeah, if you skip Jacob, so let's still read it. Joseph, to whom was betrothed Mary the Virgin, right? So what they got to do here is they got to omit Jacob for this to make sense. Okay, so why would this omit Jacob? Like, why would it say? Why would it start from Joseph? Yeah. So I want to know that. Why would it just go right? Oh yes, I already had this pulled up, by the way. I had it. This is here. Look, I already had it pulled up.
Right. The Syriac Sinaiticus also omits the last 12 the last 12 verses of Mark. I think that omits the last 12 verses of Mark. But it also omits the woman caught in adultery.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty.
All right, let me finish this right here.
Such begat such and such, but it stops there, not originally. Understand that the translators of the King James Version of the Bible were indoctrinated. We do know that, right?
You see, when you got to go there, looking all cross-eyed, when you got to go to conspiracy theory, the King James, then why are we reading from it? Let's read from another version that King James did not translate. So that's why, if you look at my screen, I was saying, why don't they do this? If I had a problem with the King James or any Bible, why would, let me delete that. Once you go conspiracy theory, I'm good with you. So once you do that, right? Okay, listen. I would do this. If I had a problem with the King James, I would have two tabs when I debate. One would be the Hebrew Tanakh JPS, and I have a tab for something like this. I'm just throwing out two things, just two examples. I'll have the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition. That's if I had a problem reading the King James. We can't read the King James, and then when a verse doesn't support your narrative, we then say King James was a Illuminatus. He was part of the agenda. He was a Bilderberger trying to kill the world, part of the global plot. We cannot do that because that means that we can't trust anything he put together. Like, let's not. Why would you accept a book? And I'm sorry. Why would you accept a translation book? So that means it's not the original. It's a translation of the original. Why would you accept a translation of a book from a guy who you don't trust? That's just weird to me. Like, why? I don't want your book. I don't want your translation. I want to go with an honest translation.
You've heard them use talk about the Textus Receptus, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So the King James Version, so they talk about the Textus Receptus quite often. The King James Version is the Textus Receptus, is the final version of the Textus Receptus. All the other modern versions are not based on the Textus Receptus.
Yeah, that's interesting. Wow. So
None of the.
Wait, you said the King James is the only one?
So the King James Version is based on the Textus Receptus.
Right, but all the other ones are not based on that.
So if you get an NIV, ESV, they are not. The NASB, they're not based on the Textus Receptus. They're based on the critical text. The Nestle-Aland text is different. There are two different texts.
You said the English Standard Version?
The ESV, yeah, is based on. You know, they were talking about 1 John 5:7 yesterday. Yeah, well, that's in the Textus Receptus. That's part of the TR.
Wow.
All right. It's omitted in other versions of the Bible because they're using a different text. So if you were to search for ESV, so that the ESV won't have 1 John 5:7.
Right.
That doesn't have it.
What the hell is this? Well, why would this be in the way? This is not bright. So I gotta read 4 verses. What the? Oh wait, let me see. What the, that can't be right. Why would they put this right here in the way? How do you get rid of that?
Not sure.
That is some
Yeah,
weird.
that seems strange, doesn't it? Click on Bible book list there.
Yeah, but I will. Let me see. I did. That's how I was able to okay.
All right.
What the hell is that about? All right, let's go here. Matthew's 1. This is the English Standard Version. Okay, good. This is better. Make it big. Okay, so already it sounds like it's okay. So did you see my rewording work? So let
No.
me just show you. So before we even do that, let me just show you my rewording work. Okay, and I was basing it off. As you can see on the left side, we got a Spanish version of everything. So I was basing it off the King James and this particular Spanish version, right? So I was saying this, LJ. I'll ask you the same question I asked the watcher. If you committed a crime in Mexico and their government decided to try you and try to convict you, okay? You need a lawyer and everything, correct? You're in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
is the standard language in Mexico?
Spanish.
Okay. Is it incorrect to assume? No. Wait, let's just say this. Would you just assume that everybody in court is going to speak fluent Spanish beside you?
I would expect to need a translator.
Yeah, but the question is, would you expect everybody in the courtroom to speak fluent Spanish except for you?
In part of the courtroom, yeah, I would expect that the judge and the
Okay.
jury and everything
Okay.
would
How
all
about
be
this?
Spanish.
How about this? Because you and the watcher it's not a trick question. How about this? Any store in Mexico, would you expect that's not tourists, that's actually Mexican people? Would you expect everybody to speak fluent Spanish?
Yes.
I would.
Right.
I would.
Yes.
Certainly
Yes.
expect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Germany. Okay, forget Mexico. Everybody get caught up on Mexico. If you go to Germany, wouldn't you expect German people to speak German? I mean, come on.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
I lived in the Czech Republic for 6 years.
okay.
I would every shop that I went into, or virtually every shop that you go into, the people behind the counter are Czech and they speak Czech.
Astonishing.
It's amazing, isn't it? You wouldn't expect it in that you would just. I mean, most of them do speak English because a lot of these places now they like to learn English because obviously English is the language for the world type thing. But
guess what?
they're natural
Spanish, you
speakers.
don't find that in Spanish speaking countries though. So
No, maybe not.
In
Yeah.
Afghanistan, you might find that in China and in some parts of Japan. But when you go to Spanish, Latin America, you're not going to find a lot of people speaking English.
Yeah.
So
In fact, if you go to certain places in the Czech Republic, you'll struggle with English. Like outside of like the main tourist places, you'll go in and you won't find somebody that speaks English, or it will be quite difficult.
Let's just finish my analogy. So if you're in Mexico and you're anywhere, I don't care if it's court, you got a bank, as a non-native Spanish speaking person, you're going to expect that the clerk, the gas guy, everybody you talk to that's from Mexico, you're going to expect them to at least speak Spanish. If they're bilingual, great. I doubt it, because you can see America, we have that problem. These guys don't speak English, no matter where they're from. Okay. So, and he's in Arizona. Okay. The watchers, he deal with a lot of these guys. He deal with Mexicans. Like we deal with more Guatemalans, he deal with Mexicans. So we could see them coming to the country, getting jobs. And I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm just saying we could see them functioning in society without speaking a lick of English. We see that.
Right.
So if you're in a courtroom, you expect everybody to speak Spanish. You don't. So like you said, you're going to need a Spanish interpreter who can deliver it back in English. That's all I'm trying to get to. So the problem is when they interpret Spanish, because Spanish can sometimes be backwards. Okay, so sometimes in Spanish, you got to say like we'll say the black light. English, we'll say the black light. The rule in Spanish, you got to say the light black. Okay? That's the Spanish rule. You got to say the light black. Okay. So if they
you would say that in Czech as well. You would say that.
There you go.
It's that way round. Yeah.
So a native English speaking person in this year, this new year, if you respond like that in your English translation, they're gonna think you're setting them up. Like yo, speak regular English. What are you doing? Okay. So what I'm saying is that's the King James Bible. It's 600 to 400 years outdated of the English language. We can't communicate with that correctly. We need a modern language to read from those Bibles. Real simple. If they translate the English, the Spanish back to you, word by word, it won't make much sense to you. That's all I was getting to. So what they do is they don't do it word for word, because your translator obviously speak English pretty well or good enough. They had to study it, or they're not even qualified, right? So they got to know the rules of English to read it back. What they're gonna do is, even though this ain't exactly what it means, they're gonna give it back in a way you understand it in your language. That's what I'm getting to. So the King James Bible, we don't use words like, yo, he begot Jack. So Jack is, so Rich is Jack's dad. We don't use the word begot. We don't use the word begat. We don't say begotten. We don't say wither. We don't say thou. We don't say all the other crazy ass words that's in the King James Bible. We don't use those words. And a lot of those words just don't make sense to an English speaking person in the new year. It just don't make sense to us. So matter of fact, it's so senseless that we got to go to Bible Hub to show a parallel version of the Bibles to actually understand this English, this old English. We gotta do that. Is that correct, LJ? Don't we gotta look at parallels to get the actual understanding? Like if you try to read Leviticus, Isaiah, if you try to read these books in the King James Bible, you're done.
I can show you a lot of that type of language which occurs in modern versions as well, though. So yeah,
okay.
It's not just the KJV. There are
right. So that's why we're here now, right? Let me share my screen. So we're here, right now. Yes, some modern. I went through that. Some modern versions definitely do say begot. Okay, so now we're here. We at the English Standard Version. Okay, because the NRSV didn't have that begot. So now we have to let's check out the English Standard Version. So let's go to the first one. We don't see begot here. So this is catering to, so far, this is catering to modern New Year English speaking people. There's no begot here. It just simply tells you Jacob was the father of Isaac. Now, of course, in my opinion, in the new year, this should just simply say Jacob was Isaac's father. Would that be more correct in our term, the watcher and LJ?
Well, Abraham was how would you word it?
Abraham was Isaac's father.
Yeah, that's good. That's fine, isn't it?
Yeah,
but that's what it means.
Talk today.
Yeah,
right.
We're not going to say the father of Isaac. So even this version. So for me to watch on LJ, for me, this version won't be good enough because it's not narrowing it down close as possible to how we speak today. So even this, I will have a problem with. So let me get out of here. So you said the NIV, right?
NIV that's a very popular translation. Yeah.
Now this is my favorite, obviously. Let's see what mine say. All right. Let's see if it's out of date too. Okay. So now we're at the God's word. So this is still a little bit. I don't like it. Abraham was the father of Isaac. Oh, no, actually, that's not too bad. But still, and Isaac, the father of Jacob. Yeah, it's still not the way we talk today. So that's out. So I want to get. So for me, I'm telling you, I got so much time, or I make time where I will find the Bible that says Abraham was Isaac's father, just like that. If I can't find it, then that'll be a goal.
You might find something like that in the, what would be more literal? Try the NET, the Net Bible.
Abraham was the father. So this is this is like Abraham was the father of Isaac, and Isaac the father of Seth, and Isaac the father of Jacob. Okay, so that's and David was the father. That's not too bad. So let me go to verse.
Try the ISV. That might be
this
something.
Is not good. And Jacob the father.
Oh, I reckon the Net Bible or the ISV would be the.
See, this would be in our English. This would be and Jacob's father Joseph. All this extra shit won't even be there. It just be and because we're very concise. This would be in Jacob's father Joseph, right? So you said who? Yeah. So this not even this not what we do today. Go ahead.
Well, try either the ISV or the NET.
All right, let me try to. This says 21st century. This kind of let me just give it a try. Not go to IS. You said NIV?
And NET.
NET. Okay, I'll do that.
Right, yeah, the Net Bible.
God damn. Okay. When are we gonna change the damn version? Okay, so maybe okay. So I'll do it this way. Okay, cool. Let me just do that. All right. So this Abraham. No, it's begot. I'm good. This this thing said begot. This is 21st century. Yes, sure. All right. You said NET.
NET, yeah, or the ISV. There you go.
Where?
That was the ISV up, just up there, International Standard.
Let's see. This damn zone control my way.
What's that got? That probably is a bit more literal.
Okay, Abraham father Isaac. That's not too bad. Let's go to and David father. That's not too bad. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, let's go to verse 16. That's gonna tell me everything. Jacob father Joseph, the husband of Mary, who was the mother of Jesus. Yeah, this is pretty. Let me save this one. All right, let me put that in my Greek folder. You see Greek folder. Put that in my Greek folder. Yeah. So far now, let me go 18. When his mother Mary was engaged to Joseph, before they lived together, she was discovered to be pregnant. Yeah, okay. Now give me another one. This is good. So when I read the Bible, I'm gonna stick with something how we will read text today from stories.
Right.
Okay. So what's another one? I like that one so far.
NET would be the.
Yeah. So that one made it very clear. It said living. So when they say came together, what that mean? It simply says before they lived together. So we ain't gotta guess anymore on that one. So
that one. The New English Translation, Net Bible.
Let's see how this reads.
That might be.
Abraham was the father of Isaac. Ain't that what Abraham's what did I say? Abraham was Isaac's father. That's a little backwards, but okay, so far starting off bad. Let's see 16. And Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, by whom it's not too bad, but no. Let me see 18. Now the birth of Jesus Christ happened this way. While his mother Mary was engaged to Joseph, but before they came, it did. Yeah, this ain't bad. This I like the other one better, but this ain't too bad. This ain't too bad. Wait, what's the one I saved again? What's that one?
ISV.
Yeah, I'm stick with that one. I'm not even looking anymore. Okay. So we're gonna stay right here. So now I'm going to go to a book. I said the watcher. I'm gonna have him read something. No. Before I do that, let me just finish up on this. Okay, I'm showing a Spanish version of what's going on in the King James. Okay, that's what I'm doing. So verse 16, and Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus Christ. I think I already put that in. No, I did not. So let me just finish up on that, and then I'll go to what I want y'all to read. So the watcher first, and then you, LJ. Shit. Okay. God damn. Why do times New Roman 26? Okay, so oh yes, I want the literal translation. So this is what I was trying to tell you guys. All right, so the word, this is word by word. So now you see this text right here, the watcher and LJ in this box.
Yep.
Okay, if I put this in Google Translate, this is going to say this. It's going to say what the King James said. All right,
Yeah.
because they understand that this is how English speaking people would like to read it, because they know we read the King James, so they're gonna put in King James type words. That's what they do for Spanish. They cater to the native speaking person. Okay, but word for word is gonna be different. Watch this. So word for word is gonna say, and Jacob to produce or to have children, Joseph. And we know this is supposed to say begot, right? But it's word for word. And I was saying in Spanish, AR verbs, AR verbs are the to be infinitive. It just means that this is the verb in its natural sense. It's not conjugated. That's all it means. Okay, so Joseph, husband from Mary, or the husband of Mary, it's asking you because day in Spanish could be of and from. So it's like, which one makes more sense to you? So it said Joseph, husband. So of course of, most Bibles got of, so that's gonna make sense. But if I go up to where it says booze of what Ruth or whatever his mother was, now from could be better, right? There. So it says Jacob produced, and I already explained that this word, this verb, this begot verb is a past participle. A past participle, those verbs, they must have had in front of it. So this has to say Jacob had something, right? Whatever the verb is, but had has to be there. So this got to be Jacob had begotten, whatever, begot, same thing, but you can't put begat because begat is a present verb. So you need a past verb, and that's either begot, OT, or begotten. And begot can be confused with begat. So just to be safe, I'll just say Jacob had begotten. If you say the word begotten, there's no confusion. That's not a present verb, right? Present tense verb, no confusion there. So then it says Joseph, husband of Mary, right? Because you're going to use of here. We're not going to use de, because de means both. Joseph, husband of Mary. This would be from now. Because remember, de means both. So it's going to be Mary. No, it's going to be of again. So this is Joseph, husband of Mary, of her. We got of her, and that's the whom. The la is the whom, and when you go to the Strong's, the watcher, when we look up whom, I'll just do it. But don't take my word. We source up or shut up here. So the watch, I'm telling you, you guys, everybody that's in this chat, if they play this back and edit out omit the side talk, side subjects, you will crush every Hebrew if you just keep them here. Don't let them go anywhere else. If they read something else, let them do it. But just bring them back through 1 to 16, and you're going to beat every last Hebrew like that you talk to. Okay. So now let me show you la, because you know we got L, right? L means the masculine. We got Ella, E-L, which means he. And then we got, so regular EL is the masculine definite article of the. Then we got la. La is the feminine masculine of the. Abuelo is grandpa. Abuela is grandma. So you just replace the O for the A, you got a woman. Okay. So here, let's look at whom. So when so LJ, in respect to the brother I debated, right? He wants to put up part 1, which was my fake debate, which is the Trinity. So he posted that one first, and then he said part 1. So he's going to do part 2 later. So in respect for him, because his content, I'm not going to play my version until he plays part 2. Unless he takes too long. But is his content really?
There was a lot of utter crap that he stated within part 1, mind, on the virgin birth, on the Trinity. Didn't have I agree with him on where he's got to, but actually some of the statements he was making were ridiculous.
Yeah. So Trinity was what's it called? What's the word? It was a dummy debate. That's why I try to leave it. I try to concede it. He won't let me. He still won't talk about it.
I think that you could have actually beat, if you would have tried. I think you could have actually beat him on the virgin birth, on the Trinity. Even though the Trinity isn't, I don't believe in the Trinity. He was so bad on it. You could have actually beat him if you tried.
So what I wanted him to do is feel confident that he's teaching me, and that's exactly what happened. He felt confident. He felt like, okay, this guy don't know much. Because I act like I ain't know the Strongs. I act like I ain't know shit. So when we got to the virgin birth, you see, you was talking to a puppy on Trinity, but you was talking to a werewolf on the virgin birth. Okay, so this is for the watcher. So the watcher, he asking me when it says of whom, what is that? I said, dude, that's a relative pronoun. Okay, he had no. Thanks for watching. Now, LJ, this is the same guy who tried to tell me about grammar. You got to understand grammar. Really? Okay. So he said, of whom? Well, what that mean? I said, whom is a relative pronoun. He said, what is of? I said, that's a preposition of possession. Yo, I left no room for him to make up some shit. No room. Whom is a relative pronoun and of is a preposition of possession. I said, now, do you want me to explain which each is? Of course, he didn't want me to do that. So I never got to explain that whom being relative represents the noun that precedes it. So if the noun that precedes whom is masculine, then whom is masculine. If the noun that precedes whom is feminine, then whom is feminine. I never got to that because he didn't care. Because once he's seen that he can't fake me out on that one, he kind of like left that one alone. So I want the watcher to see for himself. I want the chat and the watcher to watch this. So I'm gonna click this. It's going to tell you.
I'm gonna nip off for 2 minutes, but I'll be back. Okay. So I'll let you play that.
So now we see that it's a relative pronoun. So I'm gonna click relative pronouns. So you don't gotta believe me. A relative pronoun is a pronoun that is used to refer to nouns mentioned previously, whether they are people, places, things, animals, I did. So we see the relative pronoun whom, and this, yeah, he always yell at me when I'm about to drive it home. When I'm talking pseudo, why don't you yell? All right. So the noun mentioned previously to whom, the watcher LJ, is Mary, not Joseph, is Mary. So this noun relates, relative just means it relates. It relates to the noun mentioned previously. It relates to Mary. It's also feminine for if you don't believe that, it says feminine here. And I can show you easily that if this noun is masculine, then this gender is going to be masculine. Okay? So guys, pay attention. This is how you beat a Hebrew Israelite ass. Right. So now that's out the way. So let's get rid of that. I want to close that. So before you go, LJ, no. You got this one chapter before you go. You want to watch it. So let me go back. God damn, what the fuck is this, man? All right. So let me go back. So this is my notes. So my notes, I'm going to literally do it the Spanish way. Okay. It says, so actually over here would say and. This would say and. All right, so I don't know why this is bold, but let me take it off. Okay, so that will say Jacob, and Jacob in Spanish is Jacob, Jacob, right? What? Why did you say blue? The hell? All right.
2 minutes.
Times New Roman. God, this is blue. Are you serious? All right, okay. And Jacob, this is my insertion, had, because this is what this is accurate. It's a past participle. Jacob had begotten Joseph. Okay. Joseph. Oh yeah, so I was trying to share this with so the watcher, I got sidetracked. My ADD kicked in. All right, so I want you to go back. Now this is for you only, because LJ no, but I was trying to explain something to you. So what I was trying to say earlier, if it doesn't say the same name twice, then we're going to assume that all these kids are Abraham, right? So if you go to verse 16, the watcher, this is supposed to be, and Jacob begot Joseph, and then here's supposed to be the Joseph. It's supposed to say Joseph again, the watcher, in the chat. It's supposed to say, and Jacob begot Joseph, Joseph, the husband of Mary, Mary of whom was born Jesus. Jesus who is called the Christ. When you say the last, when you repeat this rule, right, this pattern with the same name twice, then there's no debate at 16. And Jacob begot Joseph. Isn't Joseph the husband of Mary? Isn't Mary of whom was born Jesus? Isn't Jesus who is called the Christ? Is that goddamn simple?
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying, bro, but according to grammar, at least when you're dealing with prepositions, what follows is the prepositional phrase. And if you follow the preposition to the noun, then you cross those out because those are direct object or indirect objects. So they're not going to be the subject. So if you're saying of Mary, then you're gonna cross out of Mary and whom.
No.
So
look, what I'm saying is this. I'm saying this is the subject right now, and this is the subject. So I don't say what they say. Because
right.
Remember, the subjects are either the doer of the verb or recipient. So Jacob
right.
is a subject, and so is Christ. Nobody else is a subject.
Right.
Right. So, but this subject is the recipient of an action.
Correct.
And that action comes from a noun.
Right.
That's simple. Wait. Am I? I didn't share my screen. God damn. I'm sharing the wrong screen. Okay. All right. So this subject is the recipient of this action, and this action is from this noun.
Okay. So and Jacob began Joseph, husband
again?
of Mary. No, I'm just reading it.
Yeah.
And then based off punctuation, Mary, who is called Christ, and Joseph begat. Okay.
So now watch this. Let's forget about Mary, right? Let's go with of whom born Jesus. Okay. So now you gotta admit Jesus is the recipient of what's born, and of whom was the responsible of Jesus being born, correct?
I don't understand your question. What?
Okay. So we're working backwards because Jesus is the subject. So Jesus is the recipient of being born, right?
Right. He was born.
Okay. And of whom is actually who born him?
Who birthed him is what you're saying.
Right. So whoever
okay.
of whom is, they're responsible of why Jesus was born. Right?
I understand your point.
Okay. Do you know of whom is again? So watch this. The word whom, it's a pronoun. We know pronouns are replacements of nouns. Okay. So if you go back to what we read in the blue letter, this whom is feminine. It relates to the noun before it. The noun before it is Mary. So even working backwards, it still makes sense. Jesus was born from of whom. So now the mystery is who is of whom. Of whom is the noun before it. Watch this. If that's not good enough, watch this. So this is about to be some magic right here. Okay. So we got of whom right here. The watcher, we got of whom here.
Right.
Okay, so what's the noun or pronoun that precedes it?
He.
Right. That's always going to be that, bro. Everywhere in this Bible, when it says of whom, it's going to always have a noun or pronoun that precedes it, and that they both relate. That's why it's called related pronoun. They're gonna always
Okay.
relate, always.
Right, I understand that.
Right, right. So that's why that's what makes this much easier, right? To when you debunking some shit, it's like there's no confusion who is responsible for Christ's birth, because of whom is the mystery person. Once you solve that, debate is over. And we know of whom is a relative pronoun, and we read it, and it goes to the person before it. And even in English, I'm trying to think about, so that's Greek. I'm trying to think about English, how that works. Of whom, okay, so in English, this is supposed to be, let me go back to Matthew's 1. I'm gonna say about English, the way English rules work.
Oh shit.
Fuck. All right. Oh, God damn, I don't want 20. Really? Is Matthew or nothing? Okay, fine. Look at this. This thing, let me go way at the beginning. Okay, so when you go to English, this whom literally means her when it's followed by a noun that's feminine or masculine. If this was a masculine noun, watch this. Watch this. Whom. Whom versus who. Watch this. This is very easy. Okay, so it says the rule. Who functions as a subject? Who functions as a subject while whom functions as an object? Brother, Jesus is the subject. Who's the object giving him birth? It just told you whom functions as an object. So it's backwards of the active. This is the so when a subject receives the action, is backwards than the subject giving the action. So you got to work backwards.
So where's the confusion at? He's trying to argue opposite.
He's trying to say, well, they don't even know what this means right here. They actually override that. Like they don't even look at it, overlook it. They don't know what whom means. They don't know that whom is actually. So when you ask that question here, which I'm gonna do from now on. So when you ask the question here, Jacob is subject and Joseph is the indirect object. So now we go here, right, with this verb. So we gotta agree that Christ is the subject and this is the verb. So now we gotta ask, who is the object? Because then we know it's whom, right? Whom is the object? So now we gotta say, is whom Mary, Joseph, or Jacob? That's now the new question. Because of whom born Jesus? So we gotta say, who is the whom? Now watch this. Now, wait, how did I word this before? Now and I put noun. Now and whom. Example. I should have put together. I should have. What type of noun? No, that's not what I want. How do we use whom? Okay. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. How did I use it before? When? How? But it was kind of how do we use whom? I think I did put that, but this is going to replace the noun. I know that. All right. Okay. This might be good enough. Okay. So confusing the pronouns who and whom is a common mistake. When speaking, people rarely use whom. You hear that? So why are we reading a book that uses whom? Okay, so it says how and when to use who and whom. Then it says confusing the pronouns who and whom is a common mistake. When speaking, people rarely use whom because it sounds awkward. That's your old English. And often this informal tendencies carry over to writing. You don't even use whom today, bro. However, since academic writing is more formal than everyday speech, learning how to correctly use who and whom is important. The rule, who functions as a subject, while whom functions as an object. That's very clear here. Who, use who when the word is performing the action. Use whom when it is receiving the action. Kim is an athlete who enjoys distance running. Asher wrote a letter to a pen pal whom he had never met. Okay, so use who when the word is performing the action. So Kim is the who performing the action. All right. So then it says use whom when it is receiving the action. So now we got Asher wrote a letter to a pen pal whom he had never met. So when you say who here, we're talking about Kim. When you say whom here, the question is it pen pal or Asher? When you use whom here. Asher wrote a letter to so obviously, brother, it's always going to be the noun before it. This is the whom. Because he wrote the letter to a pen pal whom, brother, in all English, whom, if a noun precedes it, it relates to that noun. So the pen pal is whom. Now, if this person is a woman, this is a feminine pronoun. If this person is a man, this is a masculine pronoun. That's just the rules. There's no way to get around it. The rule can be especially confusing in two cases: beginning a question and introducing a dependent clause, right? A dependent clause. Okay, cool. So I think the dependent clause is going to solve our problem. So let's go here. So let's go to introducing a dependent clause. Now, I've never seen it before. This is, see the link was blue, it's freestyling. Within the clause alone, not the whole sentence, if the pronoun is a subject, then who is correct? If the pronoun is an object, then whom is proper? For example, many people dislike the new chairman. Whom? Again, watch your LJ. Who's the whom talking about? Is it the people or the chairman? So it says many people dislike the new chairman whom we have elected. Many people, and this
Obviously, it's talking about the people, not the chairman, who directly follows whom or precedes whom.
okay.
I get it, my G. I get it.
All right, so let's get out of there. I mean, like to be honest, that's overkill. Like we don't got to do all that, but okay,
bro, you beat the horse to death. You broke the stick. You threw out your shoulder. You broke your collarbone. The shit is super dead. The fact that he's not getting it is intellectual dishonesty. You pointed out to him. Go ahead.
Or they just don't understand the rules and they cannot follow, because a lot of these rules, bro, we forgot. Like, who the hell interrogative sentences? Like, who really know what the fuck that is until you give an example? Say, okay, I know what it is. So like I tell my kids, you don't gotta know what a check is. Like I'm saying, like you don't gotta know what I mean by that is that you don't gotta know the word check. You don't gotta know that, right? So I mean, you gotta know what a check is, but you don't. It's not that important to know the word check, because you know your action is attacking the king, and he gotta respond. That's all that matters.
Right.
So all these fancy titles, this, the admin shit. Just as long as you know the action you're doing.
Fair.
So none of us gonna remember interrogative sentence clause, this independent, dependent. We're not gonna remember that shit. But when we're showing an example, it's gonna resonate. Okay, I know what the fuck that is. So the name of it is like irrelevant. It's do you, when I show you the example, do you understand it? That's all that matters. Okay. Even lawyers gotta like look up case law. You know, they don't know every fucking thing. So everybody gotta be reminded at some point of something, right?
That's fair.
Right. So I'm sure a fifth grader can be like, hey, Mr. Harrison, do you know this? I'm probably like, no. We'll say no. Okay. Like just recently, like I think 5 years ago, I realized a tomato was a goddamn fruit.
The seeds.
Right, but it makes sense. I'm like, okay, it makes sense. Okay, I got it. Fruits got seeds. It makes sense. And then I realized everything with seeds, cucumbers, all that shit, avocado, they are fruits. See, once I got it wrong, they reminded me the rule and it was over. I understood everything.
Because you want it. Am I on mute?
What? You said cucumber is fruit. What's going on?
Am I on mute?
I've gone into a parallel dimension. What's going on? Cucumber is fruit.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, if it has seeds, I believe it's a fruit. I think that's the rule. Let me see. If I'm wrong, whatever. Cucumber.
That's what I was told.
Okay, it's a plant. It says plant. Okay, look. Right, here we go. That's That's what I was told. Hey. I was right. I was right.
I'm laughing at how you saw plant and just dismissed it so quick, but they're like, wait a minute, let me check again. Like a plant can't be a fruit.
Right. Exactly. Because I'm like plant. But I forgot. Like these things are planted. Trees are planted. So look, this says
now we've got plants. Fruits are plants. I'm losing it. I'm confused.
Next thing they'll be telling me that virgins have kids.
So anyway, but the watcher, like to be more correct, when you're debating the English translation words, you don't go to English definitions, to just be honest. You go to Greek definitions. You go here. You don't go to English. Like, so when somebody when Apostle did that, he's being disingenuous. You go to the Greek definition. That's where the language stemmed from. So when you translate, the reason why they do that, the watcher, LJ, my witness, because they really think the Bible being translated is you using the King James English and translating from there, like kind of what I did. That's why I used it. That's why in my subject I said rewording, not translation, because I'm just rewording the King James. I'm not translating anything. So the watcher, they think that when you translate the Bible, you start from the King James. They think that. They don't know you got to start from the original text, which would be Greek and Hebrew. So that means you got to know Greek and Hebrew to translate it in English. So yeah, so some of this shit can be, we're reading it on the fly. So some of it can be a little confusing. I ain't gonna lie. When I start reading indirect object, I got a little lost a little bit. Big. So, but I'm a perfectionist, so I'm gonna make sure everything correct. But I know direct object. Ain't a mistake there. And I know passive and active verb. But other things I read might be a little foggy. Got to meditate on it a little bit, examine it, and then I got it. Okay, so wait. Okay, yeah. So you go here. Now look, it's gonna the watch. I want you to see this, bro. LJ, you too. I want you to see this. Okay, so wait, let me see. Let's see. Because I'm gonna have my goal is to have the watcher on the panel as a debate, and he's gonna debate too. Right? So once he's ready, I'm gonna show him something. And then we could wrap up this session, really. Did I wrap up the yeah, so watch it. As soon as you're ready, let me know. So I'm trying to think, did I wrap up the verse 16? No.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
All right, yeah. So
Okay, I'm in a car right now.
All right. Are you able to see your screen or no? You can see your screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna click on this parsing button right. It says parsing. I'm gonna click on and the conjunction.
Yeah.
Okay, brown brothers. Okay, can you see? You see it says Greek parsing right here?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. Let's scroll down. Okay, so do you see where it says source information, Greek verbs, and simplified Greek grammar PDF?
Okay.
Okay, because they understand. Now, watch it. This is here because they understand you'll never know what the Bible says unless you know this shit, bruh. So they got it for you for free, so you won't fuck up. So now I'm gonna click on Greek verbs. Okay, now the watcher, I'm gonna need you to really look at this thing. This one thing, that's it. Okay, so now, does it say understanding how Greek verbs work? You say that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now it's teaching you for free, bro. They don't charge, there's no subscription, because they know that you're gonna fuck up if you don't do this. Okay. It says understanding Greek verbs, how Greek verbs work. Okay, watch this, bro. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. I want you to see this language. This language. I'm gonna read it. Okay, my bro. right here. It says before discussing tense, voice, and mood, it is first necessary to have an understanding of person and number. Does it say that?
Yep.
Okay, you gotta know that. Okay.
There's
Cool.
that.
Right. So now watch this. Watch this. Let me just control find his word. Okay, my boy. Watch this. So now it says you got to know what person and number is, right? Then if you go down, so person and it just number is just first goddamn how you say it, first person, second person, third person. That's all it is. Number. Okay. Number, this is what determines whether a verb is singular, plural, right? So person obviously is first person, second person, third person. That's all that's talking about. You got to know that. You got to know that we is third person, he, she, it is second person, you second person, and you got to know I is first person. If you don't know that, you're lost. Okay, you're going to have a hard time understanding what you're reading if you don't know first person, second person, third person. So we really got to ask a person, like, bro, do you know the difference between a first person, second person, third person, he, we, she, I, it, him, our? And they say, yeah, reluctantly. You got to ask, okay, bro, which person is our? You got to ask, because they don't. It's not to embarrass them. If they don't know, they're not going to understand what they read. So, last thing is this. It says tense, and this is for LJ. It says tense. It says tense play a very crucial role in the study of the New Testament exegesis. What is exegesis? Okay, so let's just explain what exegesis is. Copy and paste it over here. Paste it over here. Okay, exegesis is a critical explanation or interpretation of a text. Excuse me, it says critical explanation of a text. Critical interpretation of a text. This is critical. Okay, example. This reading of Revelation 3:15-16 is an example of exegesis. It looks into the original historical context of the passage. It looks to how the passage fits into the rest of the message in Revelation, and it is making a case for how this passage would have been understood in its original text. That's exegesis, my boy. You don't know what the fuck you read if you don't know the exegesis, right? If you don't know how to exegete the text. Now watch this. I'm gonna go back to tense. It says tense plays a very crucial role in the study of the New Testament exegesis. Exegesis is another way to say interpretation. You're not going to interpret what you're reading if you don't know the tense. Okay? They said Dana and Manti understood its significance in saying that no element, listen what they say about the tense. No element of the Greek language is of more importance to the student of the New Testament than the matter of the tense. It said there's nothing more important in the New Testament you're going to read about Greek than the tense. It says tense deals with both with time and kind of action. Ancient Greek focused more on the latter, which is kind of action, verb, right? Ancient Greek focused more on the latter of these aspects, that is kind of action. However, time does play a role in verb tense when the mood is indicative. Okay, so there's no argument here. There is no element of the Greek language that is of more importance to the student of the New Testament than the matter of the tense. So we cannot look past the tense. Can't do it. Got it. So everybody got that. The tense you got to focus on more than anything else. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's just see what's going on here. We got gender. Okay, let's go to begot. Let's go back to begot. So we got tense here. Aorist. Okay, aorist is simple. It says a lot, but it's simple. Aorist is characterized by its emphasis on a particular action. That is, the concept of the verb is considered without regard for past, present, or future time. there's no direct or clear English equivalent for this tense. So you can't go to English, though it is generally rendered as a simple past tense in most translations. Okay, so this tense of begot, remember I typed in begot. It just say that this is rendered as a simple past tense in most translations. And then I say it's a past participle verb. Okay, so the events described by the aorist tense are classified into a number of categories by grammarians. The most common of these include a view of the action as having begun from a certain point, inceptive aorist, or having ended at a certain point, cumulative aorist, or merely existing at a certain point, punctiliar aorist. Okay, the categorization of other cases can be found in Greek reference grammars. The English reader need not to concern himself with most of these finer points concerning the aorist tense, since in most cases, now this is very important, since in most cases they cannot be rendered accurately in English translation, being fine points of Greek exegesis only. We're exegesis being fine, so that means that the translation itself is not going to tell you shit, the English stuff. You gotta know the Greek exegesis, so you gotta pay attention to the tense the Greek is telling you is in. The common practice of rendering an aorist by a simple English past tense should be suffice in most cases. So it's just saying you could look at this verb as just simply a past tense verb. Past participle verb. That's why I write down begotten. Okay? Real simple. So now let me go back to what I'm doing with my rewording. Okay? These guys. Okay, all right. So in Jacob, why is this bold? Let me take that off. Bold. We make it bone and italic. Okay, and Jacob had begotten Joseph, and then Joseph should be said twice. Joseph, the husband. Okay, so let me go back to the word for word Spanish rendition. Where we at? Where would I do it? What I do it? Right here. Got it. And Joseph, it should say Joseph. It should say Joseph, the husband of. It should say Joseph. Jacob begotten Joseph. Joseph, the husband of Mary. This is like old English. And it should say Mary, of whom. Mary of whom was born is not really. Okay, you know what? Let me look at what's born. It says which to be born. It says, okay, it says the Spanish says Mary of her. Okay, so it should not say of whom, because of whom is her, by the way. If you look at this correct, if you research whom in depth, whom. Mary of her. Okay, I'll keep whom there. I'll just put it in italics. Boom. In a Mary of whom. Okay, then I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna put her in because I'm adding her. So I'm gonna put that in italics and brackets. Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna just put in brackets. Her. Mary of her, which Jesus was born. Who is called Christ. So that's how that should read. Right? Okay. So let's take it from the top. Abraham had begotten Isaac. Abraham subject, begotten past participle verb, Isaac direct object, do. All right. And Judas had begotten from Tamar, Phares and Zara. So he just saying Judas had begotten from Tamar. That's the woman he went into, Phares and Zara, right? And Salmon had begotten from Rechab, Booz. And Booz had begotten from Ruth Obed, right? Because they're showing you the woman they went into. That's why it's important to have it this way. And the King David had begotten Solomon from Bathsheba. Why are you over there? Actually, if we're staying consistent, it'll be that. So it'll be, and the King David had begotten from Bathsheba Solomon. Okay. And then we go down to verse 16. It should read, and Jacob, Jacob had begotten Joseph, the husband of Mary, Mary of whom her, which Jesus was born, who was called Christ, or you could say the Christ. Yeah. And this will be a DN type thing. Boom, 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 boom. So that's exactly how you do that. How you reword the Bible. All right. Be more literal. Polite got a Brother Polite got a new video.
What's it about? Kind of take a.
Let me see that. Let me share my screen so y'all can see it. I ain't gonna play it.
Uh,
I'll play my other channel, but not this one. It says they saying I cannot keep paying over 1,000 a day to stay here. It's like, dude, who this guy's crazy. My boy, I don't believe you're paying anything. Yeah, do you know that I went to I had a trip with my oldest brother and one of my older cousins and one of my younger cousins. We all took a trip to Atlanta. We drove. Yo, we end up watch this right here. Watch this. I'm gonna go back to the screen. Now this guy, this dude is sick. Okay. The watcher, look at this. Camel cigarettes. Okay. Now I'm gonna do Camel cigarettes, and I'm gonna do images, right? I want to. I should say model. Let me say, okay, yeah, let me do that. Let me do model for man. I don't know how to word it. Let's see. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I don't. It might be Marlboro. Yeah, I don't think it's Camel. It might be Marlboro. All right, so let me do Marlboro. Oh shit. How you spell that? Okay, I'm trying to Marlboro. Oh. I don't know how to spell this shit. I don't smoke. Marlboro. Okay, I wasn't right. I wasn't gonna do it correctly. Wait, which cigarette is it? Okay, no. Okay, I gotta do advertising. I think it's Camel, to be honest. But let's just go with this one for now. So I'm gonna do advertisement. Okay. All right, I want to show y'all something. So I think it's Camel. Okay, so if I can't find a picture, I'm gonna do two more. I'm gonna do Camel and Newport, and then I'm done. And I'll just tell you. All right. Shit. I gotta take this. Oh boy. They had black people advertising, and I can't get it. Yeah, it's over. It's over. So I'm just gonna tell y'all, they must have took that shit off. it's funny because research, like you gotta type shit correctly, or that ain't coming up. All right, so now we got black men, but these are not the people of the cigarette, obviously. Okay. I could have sworn it was camel though, bro. I gotta call my brother. All right, it's all right. I'll do Newport and it's over. Because Newport was targeting black. Dang, yo, they got revolutionaries. It might be. I don't know. It looks familiar. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do this. This is not cooperating. It's a little harder than I thought. All right, so I'll just say it. Polite video makes no sense. Let me go back. Okay, because you know he's gonna go. He's gonna say if I'm paying $1,000 a day, that's $31,000 if I stay a whole month. So what I was simply gonna say is that we took a trip to Atlanta to watch LJ in the chat. Me, my oldest brother, one of my oldest cousins, and my younger cousin. He was like 18 or something like that at the time. Dude, we went to a cousin house who I never met. It was one of his homes. Bro, we had the whole house. We went to a house and we never met this guy. This guy was like, because he was like a model for like one of these cigarette companies. I can't remember. He's black. But he was a model, period, right? He was a model, and he was modeling, you know, they use his image from one of these cigarette companies. Can't even tell you. But it's a anybody smokes cigarettes like my age, it's a well-known picture. It's him and a woman. But we never met this guy. He never came to that was probably one of his houses in Georgia. He lived somewhere, and it's in the suburbs too. We were not like nowhere near the city. So my point is, polite, it's possible you're just at somebody's house that you know, my boy, for a week or two. That's it. Like us. If I was just a polite shit back in the day, yeah, man, it's my new house over here. Look, nobody here. I'm chilling. Like, dude, yo, polite showed the picture with what they had luggage there. And I pictured the film. When I watched this stupid shit, he showed their luggage. I'm like, oops. That shows you that they don't live there. They're visiting, man. This broke nigga with the Versace watch and the Versace ring is going to tell you that he's paying $1,000 or his house. It's his house. This guy, like, he's still trying to, yo, when I watch his videos, he spend most of his time trying to dude, if you're actually rich, why are you trying to convince us like he's actually arguing people, like just now, you see the title of the video, he's arguing with the disbelievers, bro. What rich person or wealthy person or people who's good financially will be arguing with people who don't even solicit his business? Now, mind you, the watcher, he's actually got he got a service out there. He's trying to give to everybody, but more so his followers, right? Because he wants followers to level up and do good, have good credit. Why are you concerned with addressing the people who are not going to pay for your services? Right? Why are you concerned with them being disbelievers? That's like what I say I do. You don't do that. Okay, you're right. I don't do that. Okay. Like, yo, why would I care about the disbelievers who are never? That's why Dr. Umar, he was right about that. He never talked to his haters. You know what I mean? What am I talk to you for? You ain't give me no money. You know, I don't got to explain shit to you. Yo, Umar, you explain this school here, this. No, I know. No, you ain't give me one penny. I ain't talking to you. I'm like, yeah, you got a good point. Like, why do you waste time trying to convince those who think you're full of shit? who's never going to send you a penny, help you out, give you time, nothing, no advice. They're just there to prove. Like, Polite don't got to explain that to me. I'm never going to pay for his stuff. I can't say you're Polite. You owe me an explanation. Why you do this? I don't do those videos. I just tell you exactly what he's doing. That's wrong. That's wrong. That wrong. This wrong. This wrong. This scamming. He's wrong here. Dig? I'm not gonna waste my time trying to. You're Polite. You need to answer this question. So, but he gives. He gives a lot of his attention towards the doubters. That's because the reason I believe he does that. That's because he knows he's not what he thinks he is or what he says he is. If a person actually has what they have, okay, they're not going to spend their time convincing people they don't have it. They're going to just floss and showboat and shit on you every chance they get. That's all they're going to do. But they're not going to spend time trying to convince you that they're really him. My God, like, do you see DJ Academic trying to convince people he's really rich? He talks filthy, by the way, to watch it. He talks filthy.
Yeah, he does.
To his haters. Oh, y'all broke niggas. He ain't walking around with a chain. Now he says he got jewelry. Who don't believe him, right? But you never see him show it. He got those cars. You never see him. I never seen him show it. You dig? I'm sure he got a big house and all that stuff. You never see it. Cause he like, yo, y'all broke niggas. I ain't gotta explain. I ain't gotta prove nothing to y'all. You dig? Like, he talks down to them, which he should. He talks down on them haters. But Polite speaks up to them. Like, dude, yo, you're not, like, nobody believes you, bro. Nobody believes you. And every video is him trying to convince you he's rich. With a $300 Versace ring on.
Sad.
Yeah, the $250 Versace watch on. Yo, he's so broke. Okay, watch it. What you can't do is fake rich. You cannot fake rich because you have to know. You have to know what is of value for rich people. Okay, you have to know what rich people value. You cannot fake rich.
Facts.
You can fake poor. You know, you see a lot of rich folks not wearing their jewelry, right? They wear regular clothes in the hood.
Facts.
So you could fake poor. You cannot fake rich, bro. You have to be rich. Like for example, I always told young people growing up, because they were told, like they say, yo, man, you mature for your age. They be like, yeah, man. Like, people tell me I got the matureness of if he's 17, he'll say, yeah, people tell me I got the matureness of a 24-year-old. I'm like, my boy, you do know you gotta be 24 to experience a 24-year-old maturity, right? Maturity. I said, dude, unless you get there, you'll never know what it is. You gotta experience it to actually know how a 24-year-old, you know, their maturity level. I don't care how you act. You're acting like something, but you can never really be that until you actually are 25 or 24. You can act mature. You know, you can act older, but you're not older. So you're just acting. You think this is what they do. You think this is what a 24-year-old would do. So Polite, he keep acting like he's rich, and in my opinion, he's doing a horrible job. Like, dude, and he's supposed to be flossing. He's flossing. Like, dude, that's something I would do, and I'm not rich. Like, yo, what my wake up call was, I told Double X, I said, yo, Double X, Polite broke as hell. I said, yo, he got the same shoes he got. I got. We got the same shit. The only thing I don't got.
What did X say?
Like he's like, no, he's like, good point. I said, yeah. I said, yo, look at the sneakers. Yo, yeah. Look. The watcher.
Right.
The baby jeans are probably a Miri. Those shit's $1,000. I don't have none of those. I have no Miri jeans. Zero. And
Right.
I probably will never have those unless I'm rich too. Okay?
I hear you.
Only time I had them shit if I'm rich like everybody else. So and look, Polite has a Versace watch on and a Versace ring, and he in his mind, this is wealth because it says Versace. He don't understand that Versace jewelry is cheap. Like, yo, nobody got a Versace fucking ring on. Nobody rich. Like people gotta, yo, where's his Richard Mille, right? Richard Mille, where's his Richard Mille fucking stuff? Hey, yo, chat, believe me, if this guy was rich, he would have some type of article on him that you just can't buy. Everything Polite has on, the hat, the shades, the Versace rings, the sneakers, everything he has on, we all can buy. There's nothing he ever wore that's above our budget. Nothing. But if you go watch Offset, these niggas, Soulja Boy, look at their clothes. We ain't wearing that shit. Hey, yo, y'all ever seen the baby? The baby, what he wear? Yeah, you go try to buy a Gucci suit. Gucci hat, Gucci jacket, Gucci pants, Gucci. You try that shit. That shit probably end up being, I see you, the Louis Vuitton. Yeah, those are smooth, bro. Hold on. I had my back turned. So I just seen the, and people don't know, I ain't never see a pair of those under $1,000. Now, they might got some new shit today, but when I was into like that type of shit, I ain't never said, I've never owned a pair of Louis Vuitton because I've never seen a pair under $1,000. Okay? So like there's a cap what I'm willing to spend on in my budget. Well, look, let me pin your thing so people can see. Yeah, Louis Vuitton. Yeah, telling you. Get out of there. He loves his damn bathroom. Get out of the bathroom. Give me that, Googie. Give me that. What is this? Burp bees for kids. Oh shit. Let me see what you got over there. Oh damn. Oh, you got a bunch of red bottles. You ain't just got one. Louis, oh shit. Come. What's in the bag? What's in the mystery bag? Or you dare to buy white? You crazy motherfucker. Yeah, you bugging. Yeah, that's when you know you got some stuff. I wouldn't because my money not like that. I'm not buying white nothing. I ain't know what that is. That's a clip for a gun. Oh, I see. I gotta move to those states, man.
You can't have all that without the other.
Yeah, right. Hell yeah.
But if it's legal, you telling me you wouldn't?
Oh no, yeah, bro. Listen, bro. I already told y'all. When they pass these laws, see, I don't like our law because you can't. I think right now you can't really carry. Like, what the fuck? What's the point? I can't carry it. I can't. I mean, travel with it. I'm good.
Facts.
I can. I'm thinking like they're gonna do. No, that's not good for me. That's not good for me. I want to be able to go to a bodega and some fake ass thugs talk shit and threaten me. I can take his ass out right there. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, you don't get that. Well, I guess that's everywhere, but in open carry states, everybody pretty much know what it is. So everybody's carrying. So it ain't even worth it. You treat each other with a little more respect, I realize.
Yeah.
It's wild, but it's sad, but it's true. You know what I mean? Like if everybody's benching the same in the gym, then everybody's tend to respect each other.
Yeah. But think about that. But think about the thug though, the super predator. If he kill me, he going to prison because he ain't supposed to carry. You got a record.
Facts. But I don't know too many thugs that obey the law anyway.
Huh?
How many thugs obey the law anyway?
Right. That's why you gotta make it even.
Bingo.
If he flash, I flash. I'm going home. If I survive, if I don't survive, he's going to prison. So there's no win for him either way.
Bingo. That's why you shouldn't even hesitate if you're in that situation.
Yeah. Nigga, I'm the first. These super predators, I'm the first. I hate them, nigga. I'm the first to take them out. They threaten my life.
Yeah.
Fuck niggas, man. Most coward niggas ever. Yo.
But I didn't even show you the bottles for New Year's.
Yo, a super predator is as the watcher.
I'm listening.
A super predator is as brave as a Klansman. All right. Damn, I got a bunch of goddamn bottles.
Oh, those are all empty though.
Damn.
These are new boys. Yeah.
These are the new boys. That's fancy. Yeah, that's a Catholic bottle. That's a Catholic bottle right there.
It's actually 50 cents brand.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, some nice shit.
Oh, that's fancy. Yeah, that's certainly fancy.
It's what polite should be doing.
Right, isn't it, man?
But let me stop.
Man, my boy, bro. Like I said, you could fake. Everybody can like dress down and like be humble, and nobody can tell you if you're standing out the crowd or with the crowd because you can dress down and look like everybody else. But what you can't do is fake rich. You have to experience it, or not just rich, just like a decent amount of money yearly, right? Because you could make 150, 200, 300. That's not rich, but that's respectable income. So that's what I mean. When you make respectable income or more, you can't fake that lifestyle because you're gonna be naturally introduced to things that only those people buy or have an interest in.
That's true, bro. It's not even about that dollar amount. It's just the consistency. You can find somebody who's making 50 or 70 a year, consistency. After you get to about year 5, year 10, you know what your bills are. You're on top of your shit. Your life changes once you have consistency. The problem is people don't stay at that gig or stay with their hustle or stay on their level in their lane long enough to master their speed. They're too busy switching lanes, and then they get overwhelmed trying to keep up with the Joneses or trying to prove it's wild. Like I can show you the shit that I normally wear. All that shit you see, it's in boxes when they're going to special occasions and shit. When a wife want to step out or when the homies want to do something big. But it like kind of like what you said, you'll see more people playing poor than playing rich.
Right.
It's sad. I know it sounds kind of patronizing and condescending, but the people that I run into who have it don't show it.
Bro.
Most of the people who show it have it, but they really don't have it to spend. And that's the difference. People may have the money, but you don't really have it to spend.
Bro, it's cold as hell over here in New Jersey. I got a big ass North Face and I got like a lot lighter North Face, right? What I wear every day is a plain hoodie, no frills hoodie, and a old Navy jacket I bought some years ago. That's all I wear every day. I don't wear no North Face, nothing. The only sneakers I put on my feet are a pair of DSW brown shoes and Crocs. That's it, bro. I'm talking about for almost 2 years.
DSW, is that a store or is that a brand?
Yeah, that's a store.
Okay. Yeah, because my wife put me, I know out here it's a store. Like my wife put me up on there when I was trying to look for some nice shoes and shit. So we went in there a couple of times. I'm like, oh shit, this is a low-key spot. I gotta put a lot of my dudes.
I want the chat to hear that. Now, by the way, I got a pair of Burberry's in my car just in case, like, I need to try to like press somebody, but I never wear them. All I wear is brown shoes. It's like probably $80, $90, and Crocs. That's my only two options I give myself every day: Crocs or just brown shoes. That's it. When I say shoes, I'm talking about like going out shoes. I wear. So I dress a humble way on purpose every day.
Yeah, see, it's more comfortable to me. I like being misjudged anyway. If you don't see me,
it's so relieving because you ain't got to worry about things falling on you, clothes. You ain't got to worry about that.
Right. Or just the treatment from different people. It's just wild because
Right.
when I'm decked out, then I get a whole different treatment from these females, in opposed to when I'm just in low key mode and just seeing how I don't get that type of service, or those extra smiles really don't be there.
Yeah,
Or
right.
I gotta ask for the extra condiments type shit. You know, it's just wild. But I guess that's where we're trained to. When we see people who have it, we treat them better, in opposed to assuming that they already have a great life. The people who don't have it, we treat them bad, not even assuming like, nigga, they going through it enough. Let me just go ahead and it's the older I get, the more I see it. And it's just because when you get out of survival mode, you get that time to reflect. When you're in survival mode, you're in it, you're living it, you're doing the hustling and scheming and the scamming. That's why it was hard for me to really condemn someone like a Garfield or Polite or whatever, because they're out there hustling. But I know there's some real serious hustlers and scheming and scamming and taking lives and really detrimental to people. So to me, that shit is light. But at some point in time, you got to step your hustle up. And like we talked about before, they got to clean it up. And I don't see no point in when they were like transitioning to doing something legit or being, and you know, they had opportunities. They had the clout, they had the subscribers or the followers or just the subscription, whatever. They could have done it legit, but shit, I don't know. It's hard for me to just say they have the choice to do it the right way and they're just neglecting it. Like you said a long time ago, there's probably some mental deficiencies going on in this community and that we don't necessarily see, but these people are like high functioning, damn near like, what's the word? Autistic type shit. Brilliant minds, but just simple in so many other areas. Because I know people who run across fucking 3 to 7 G's a month, but still staying with their parents.
Right.
You understand what I mean? It is, and I mean, not even to judge somebody staying with their parents, but this is like, okay, if you've been doing that shit for like 2 or 3 years and you've been fluctuating, but at least 3 G's stable. Yeah, at one time you ain't thought about getting your own vehicle or getting your own spot, apartment, not even a house, maybe an apartment, a condo, something, a spot with your homie, your homegirl. It's just like an ambition gene, or it's just a switch that's lacking. I don't know. Let me stop judging people, but damn.
Yo, my bully friend is like, I hate to say the word jealous, but the envious. It's something about. I don't think he jealous of personal possessions because he's like the opposite. He don't shape up. He barely get his dreads twisted. He barely ever dress up ever, unless it's a special moment for his family. That's the only time I ever see him dressed up. So he never so it can't be possessed. I think he might be envious of because he's supposed to be this guy who could fight and all this stuff, and I'm supposed to be a guy who just chill. I think he say, damn, why all the goons and thugs respect him, but want to challenge me? I think well, I could beat this guy, beat that guy, and he'll be fighting. So why he get the love and I don't? I think that's some shit like that he's dealing with when it comes to me. Like, why do I get the love and I'm not out here acting tough and he is? Like, I think that's what he on. But
I had a conversation on that. Go ahead.
But just to add on what you said, but he does say a few things here and there that resonate with me. So he said this to me one day. Comment what you said, and it stuck. He said, yo, I'm about to go out. Go here and here. You should come. I think I ain't got no money for that. I mean, like, this is like years ago. This is way before I did my own stuff. But he said something that stuck to me forever. He said, you got kids? I said, no. He said, you live at home? I said, yeah. He was like, so how the fuck you ain't got money? And yo, that's what got me out of that. That's what snapped me out of my broke Israelite type stance. Because it weighed on me. I thought about it. I was kind of mad when he said that. I was offended. But later on, I said, yo, this nigga right. Why am I broke? I got no major bills. Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to continue on to that point because I think we're talking about something. I just see that our sisters in the chat right now. Y'all really need to go ahead and move beyond whatever that disagreement was because it really wasn't shit.
Wait, what?
With you and Lady Amber, you were making a point. She wanted to argue a point. You felt like she was about to argue on the losing point, and so it just got wild.
Well, look.
Don't go nowhere, Amber. Go ahead.
I don't even like I'm wrong all the time, right? Matter of fact, I think somebody like okay, so when Apostle Quan said you're confusing with darkness and night, so I'm like, really? Same shit. So I mean, in English, it's the same shit basically, but if you look into the Hebrew, they're not the same. So I'm like, okay, all right, they ain't the same. You did so it doesn't hurt me to be wrong on a point, right? But my overall argument won't be wrong. Matter of fact, she actually helped me understand when I read it even better. Because when I was showing it, when I was talking about lineage, I caught myself before she even said something. I caught myself saying Jesus lineage and Joseph lineage. I caught myself saying that. I said, what the fuck? Like, which one is it? Right? I'm like, I keep saying Jesus lineage and I keep saying Joseph lineage. So I'm like, so I caught myself. So when she called in and mentioned it, like I just think there should be, just be certain ways you could like everything I'd be everything could be like, yo, listen, you saying this, but you saying that, and they both can't be true. Everything gotta be see? Like everything gotta be like that. Sometimes you could just say, yo, listen, you saying this and you're saying that, they both can't be true.
But you gotta understand, unbiased, that shit is contagious, and you have a way of bouncing that shit off more effectively than other people, if that makes sense. So if you get into a contentious conversation about proving a point and you feel like you have a win, or if you feel like you've already countered a point and they're not seeing it, you do get a hella in your ego and you boasting it.
Because I'm gonna show you what she ended up doing indirectly was making me understand it even better. Check this out. So when I was like kind of confused in my own, whose lineage it is, Jesus, Jacob, when that was pointed out, I was able to finally pay attention to, because I always go to verse 2. When I was confusing myself, so I kept saying Joseph, I kept saying Jesus, and then like, yeah, why I keep doing that? And she pointed out, I said, you know what? Let me go to the top. And I realized it's not Jesus' lineage. He is the generation of this shit. It's his generation. He's at the top, not the bottom.
So you misspoke or misinterpreted or misunderstood?
But I think everybody read this shit missed this. Look. So case in point, right? So when it says the generation of somebody, it starts from you and it works its way down all the way to the last person, right? Which would be this guy. He'd be the last person, not this guy. He's at the top because it clearly says the generation of Jesus Christ. Now look, check this out. So in my debate yesterday, I brought it up. My man was lost, bro. So look at this. When we go to Genesis, right? And let's go to chapter 4. No, 5. Why I keep doing me like that? I keep doing a 50. I'm doing 5. Oh, okay, I got pressed up. All right. So look, this says this. Let me see if I don't miss it. Shit, am I reading past it? Okay, right. I did read past. Okay, look, watch it. Can you see what this says right here?
Hold on. Get back to that screen. This is the book of the generations of Adam.
Is that the same language?
This is the book of the generations of Adam. Same language as of.
Okay, and look what it start with.
And Adam lived 130 years and begat a son in his own likeness. After his image and called his name Seth. Okay.
And it goes from Seth's son, it goes to Seth's grandson, all the way down to Noah, bruh. Look at this shit. It goes all the way down to Noah.
Okay.
So the generation start, and when it says the generation of you are at the top. You father everybody down. You're the father of your generation. You are the root. Adam's the root of the generation. That's why I said this is the book of the generation of Adam. He's actually the root of everybody down. He's the starting of everybody down. He's not the bottom. So when we go back to Matthew's, when she called in, snapping on me, I realized, oh, it's the same shit. This is the book of the generation of Jesus Christ. So he's not at the bottom. This is why he's not at the bottom. That's why he's not tied to Joseph. He's the root of this entire shit.
So we got clarity on the misunderstanding.
No. I said I already caught myself, and she caught it too. And when she came on, I think the liquor induced,
So you didn't acknowledge it? You wasn't trying to.
No. I already caught it before she called in. When she called in, like she just adding like a more like she kicking me like see, and it's okay. We can do that. But what I'm saying is,
the juice didn't have you really receptacle to hear it.
No. I just started. I think she was influenced more than me. I just started. That's why I was thinking about it. If you go back to that live, my demeanor is not aggressive, it's not loud, and you'll know because I'll be loud. Look at Unc when they were unking them. How's I behaving?
When was that? I heard y'all got in. What was that? You, Chief X, or Indigenous?
No, but Indigenous is last. It started off with Shepard. Shepard called now, and I said, "Yo, what happened with the Because he was on Sinetta explaining the Garfield Jabari thing, and he said he already knew Garfield wasn't going to show up because Garfield information. He felt like Garfield showed his entire hand through all his 4-hour lives.
So he shot his load too early. I remember that part.
Yes. And he thought that would intimidate Jabari. So, but when he's shooting his load, Jabari was unfazed, and that bothered Garfield. Like, man, I thought I said some deep shit, and this guy still want to debate me and still could say, "Want to kick my ass," and still putting, doubling down, triple down. So, Seth felt like Garfield got intimidated and realized I shot my whole load. He knows everything. He knows all my strong points. And I know nothing about what he's gonna say. And he's a better speaker, he's a better debater. Everything about him is better than me. He's more charismatic. Everything got more charisma. Everything about him is better than me. Even look better than me. Everything about him is better. Big. So,
he don't scam student loan debt.
so that intimate. So Chef said off that he ain't gonna show. So he told Sinetta, he told Unc 3-4 months before that he ain't gonna show up.
Wow.
And then when he said he ain't show up, he was not surprised. He laughed. I told you. So
damn, let's go, Chef.
So he repeated that on my live. So then he said, so that was no problem. Then he started to talk about, like just his personal experience with the whole being with Unc, Garfield, and everybody. He said like he just felt pressured that he named it. He said Garfield. He said he named Garfield. He said when we communicate with Chief X, he said Garfield be like ready to cut us off, like flat out. Fuck y'all, I don't deal with y'all. Like, yo, relax, bro. Ain't that serious? What's wrong with you? So then when he got done explaining that, I said, Jeffrey, do you know that's how I feel out with him too? Chief X. I said he got this hate for Chief X. Some type 50 Cent type of hate. If you deal with him, he's cutting you off. Some weird grown man. I mean, grown men. I don't think they behave like that. But and then so he said that. So I said, well, that's how I felt out with Garfield. Chief X. He hate Chief X so bad that whoever communicate with him, he don't want to talk to. So so Sheffrin said, yeah. He said he also felt like Unc was Unc. He said Unc ain't say it flat out, but he said Unc would imply if you rock with Chief X, you don't rock with me, like something like that. So
I can see that.
So Unc called in, so I'm not gonna let him not talk.
Right.
You know,
he the OG.
Right. Somebody saying my name, and I think they're wrong, pseudo killers. I'm gonna want the link. Like just like how Garfield thought I was saying something wrong, he got the link, right? I ain't you remember that?
I remember.
Yeah, he hopped on. Like so, if I felt like I'm lying, why would I go back and forth lie? You dig? Get the link. All right, come on. Like let's talk. So that's how you're supposed to do. You're supposed to let somebody talk for themselves. you know, that's probably being responsible. So Unc came on, and you know, they went at it a little bit. And I say it wasn't like crazy, but it was tense. And they went at it a little bit, and then Unc,
So Unc and Chief X went at it.
well, Unc and Chef went at it first,
Why?
and because I just said that Unc felt like, well,
No, I mean recently.
yeah, Chef was pretty much saying like, yo, they act like we gotta follow the beef.
Yeah, you can't hold another nigga's beef.
So yeah, that's what Chef was trying to say. Unc found offense. He called in, and they went at it for a little bit, and then
Okay.
and then look how this worked. And then Unc started mentioning Chief X name, right? So Chief X
Okay.
called in. So,
Like Candyman, he must have said his name 3 times.
but before Unc called in, Sosa called in, or at the same time, something like that. So Sosa on the line too.
Okay.
So Unc saying stuff about Chief X. So Chief X called in, and it was like 1 o'clock. It was like some ridiculous time.
God damn, that sounds messy. Go ahead.
So he's challenging what Unc's saying about him. So, you know, that's how. So it went from Chef to Unc to Chief to Indigenous. But when Chief and Indigenous going at it, I was already knocked out. I never knew they had a conversation.
What was
and,
that?
and then it only ended because my laptop died. So that means they'd have kept going.
I haven't heard anything, but my imagination is just running them going back and forth at each other. That's why I'm laughing.
Guess what?
But
I never went back to watch Chief X and Indigenous. I never even watched it. I had no idea what they was arguing about.
Oh shit. Okay, I don't even know if I need to catch this one. So you're saying, okay, so I got it. So Chef called in, Aunt called in. Well, no, Chef called in, Sosa called in. Sosa was neutral, so he didn't have any issues. Okay, perfect. All right, so Chef called in, Sosa popped up, then Aunt called in, then Aunt had expressed the differences he had with people jumping sides with Chief. Then Chief hopped.
No. He was actually calling Chef a liar.
Oh, so he called in. Okay, he called in the crash.
Yeah.
Okay, so we called in just saying that Chef. Oh, so Chef was airing this out live, saying, or he was just okay. So he was just saying that Unc feels a certain way, and he called in to defend his name. Like, no, that ain't what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
lying.
Oh, so he just saying like he's just lying. Like it ain't even halfway right. He's just all the way misunderstanding. Okay, so did they ever get to the bottom of that, or they stuck in their corner saying like, no, I didn't say that. Yes, you did.
I would say it winded down. Let's say that much.
Okay, because I hope it's something like a misunderstanding or misinterpretation, because it's easier to reconcile from those positions. We just misunderstood each other or we misinterpreted, but they should square that shit out. They got too much history. That'd be kind of petty.
So anyway, let me see if concrete here. Okay. So anyway, so what you called in, and like I said, Chief. So anyway,
you said what you call it. That's just another day. Who's that?
No. So Chief called in, but I want to say this though.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go back to that. I want to say you guys want to pull up. The women mainly want to pull up to the live Sunday evening. It is really a women's only invite. You know, we could, some men could join.
I'll pass.
The topic, bro. The topic is, should men be able to force abortions on women?
Oh shit. Nah, hell no. I don't like the word force.
Guess who is leading the charge? Double X.
So he's saying men should be able to?
Yes.
Wow.
So you got, look, y'all know how he argues. Y'all gotta show up.
He ain't gonna show up. I'm gonna be like Chef.
He's showing up.
I'm gonna be like Chef. I don't think he's gonna show up. When's the last time he done showed up on something? Hold up. When's the last time he showed up on something?
Yeah, listen. He tried like.
See how you ain't answering that question? When's the last time he done showed up on something?
He don't really show up because his hours are different you know, he's more of
Okay.
an overnight guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more of a
Okay.
daytime guy. So the only time we really talk is when he get off, because I'm up
Okay.
and he's off.
But your streams be late, but I'll just act like I don't understand how clocks work.
Yeah, so who knows what he be doing? But he wants. So I said, well, bro, I gotta invite a lot of women on for that one because we could do men. Your men hop on, but I want because he's targeting women. And
So his stance is that men should have the authority or the legal standing to.
Yeah, and he believes
Wow.
his stance is
Wow.
He believes his
Wow.
stance is he thinks his points and logic is going to. Because I asked him about this, what about this, what about that? He thought he had an answer for everything. So I was like, okay, all right, let's do it. So
Yikes.
So he said his argument.
That's too. It's so translucent. Is that a husband and wife, or just in general? That's just anybody.
If
So
you get a woman pregnant, if you don't want that baby, you should be forced to have her get abortion.
okay. Wow.
And
even in the marriage. So even if you're married and you wanted to wait until you guys were married for 10 years and you end up getting her pregnant 8 years, you're like, nah, we need to go ahead and fix or kill that until 2 more years.
Yeah.
Every
time.
Every time. So there's no moral equivalency then. So
care.
there's no moral argument. So okay, so this is just based off
science.
of.
He said science. And
it's not based off science because a woman would have an opinion on science. It's based off one man's or one.
He brought some science. He brought science and I don't want to throw his argument out there, but he brought some science and let's just say he's ready.
Yeah, I mean, I hear if you want to go, but it's just you got to realize there's so many other categories that you're gonna have to isolate and overlook just to make it valid. You know, because I'm not gonna try to argue a point if he doesn't see the validity of someone having autonomy with their own body.
Yeah, so
then that, yeah, but I mean, like, I don't. If his argument is based off of, well, to me, it's okay. I see. I hear what you're saying, but I don't like engaging in pointless conversations. If you're gonna tell me that no matter what situation it is, a man should have the authority. So it's just like, wow. So even in rape and incest as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying authority. I think he's saying rights.
Yeah, but rights, but mean by enforced by the law.
Right, because he's saying that,
and that's what I'm talking about, the authority. So
he's saying both parties are, responsible for the baby. So.
Okay, I mean, I can listen to his argument, and I'm sure there'll be some women who may want to express their point of view. But if you're arguing within his context, then to me, there's no argument. It's just like the Bible. If you want to argue with the Bible, because like even right now, you're trying to go over specific argumentations with regards to grammar and subject verb agreement, as if these people way back in their I don't want to say prehistoric, but way back in their Stone Age, Bronze Age eras, where they're codifying their laws. It's like, where they really, if the shit was edited, point blank, all that shit was edited. If they're gonna get to that point with the begotten and the of, and then the subject and the home, that consistently, and there's no mistakes, there's no flaws, the shit was fucking spell checked and edited. So it's just like but you want me to just ignore all that and just act like it was divinely written with the perfect grammar, understanding that today we'd be able to it's just like it's come on. And then for it to be so ambiguous, but to be so detrimental to how to rule your life, but it's come on now. I get it, but yeah, it's certain things you just really don't need to argue. But here we are 2,000 years later. I wish I was muted for that. Is Amber gonna hop on?
Where's she at?
She's in the chat.
Is Indigenous there too?
Let me scroll. Nah, I see Rasta said he wanted to debate me on why it's good for me to join a camp. That's hilarious. I haven't been camping since I was a teenager. Sleeping bags and tents. That's the camp he must be referring to, right?
Hey yo, where is oh yeah. So now look. So Wait. Let me put the phone number for this. Hey, yo, these guys are so sensitive, bro. Now, I'm gonna play something back, right? So lately, so New Year's, I had the moonshine, right? It's 70% proof. That's the last time I drank something that heavy. Lately, I've been drinking my 10 bottles.
Yeah.
Right. So after that Unk episode, the way I was behaving, I been drinking only beer. San Adam.
Oh, hold up. So you were out of character as well?
Well, I was wild, but I was tame. I was tamed.
You didn't mention that.
Yeah, because I wasn't the subject.
So everybody was showing their ass on that live, and you were too.
Yeah, I was so unbiased because when Unc made a charge of Chief X, dude, prove it. Yo, if y'all see my behavior,
you were acting like the Watcher.
I had no favorite. You said it, prove it. Okay. Chief X said he didn't say something. Unc played the video.
Oh shit!
Chief X trying to explain it away. Steve, we're not doing that tonight, my boy.
Oh shit! I gotta watch this now.
Yeah.
This some...
Tonight we're not doing that. We're not explaining nothing away. Do you said it?
So he said I'm around Unc source stuff on me literally.
Yeah. Hey, bro, I held both of them. I held both of them to everything. If it's halfway wrong, nigga, you wrong. Like flat out. I wasn't giving nobody a break. Ain't nobody cutting over me. I cut over them. No. We ain't doing that.
I respect that.
Ain't nobody cutting over me. I'm cutting over everybody. No. You said that. Either take that back or you're a liar. Okay.
Oh shit.
It's real simple. Either, you know what I mean? And you
hey, I love it.
You can tell why you said it, all that shit. But right now, dude, we're not doing that right now.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, tonight, like they got the that was the wrong night for them to call in because that 30% had the truth, had me honest. Hey, no talking over me. No. You're going to explain that right now. The big, so that's how I was on it. Yeah, so now that's why Concrete said, now he's unbiased. That you was the most fair to anybody ever on this community. Now I ain't play no side because usually when Uncle Chief X go at it, I stay quiet. I stay out of it. Normally.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Not this time. I was heavily involved.
All right, I'm gonna check it out now.
Well, I gotta send you it because usually when people when it's that hostile, I make it private. So I gotta send it to you. And the reason why I do that because when people are hostile, you dig, like sometimes when they reflect back, they don't like their behavior. So they don't want some asshole making clips of it and it's all around the damn internet.
Right.
You know, so everybody gotta say they're okay with it being public. They're not making public. But I don't want somebody some goofball creating some like type of video with clips of that, you know.
Yeah. I'm sure the Hebrews gonna be chopping your shit up in the future.
I'm telling you, anybody don't like Chef, anybody don't like Chief, anybody don't like Indigenous or it was definitely gonna use that.
Remember that Haven Bullets dude that was bodying him? Who was it? So he was bodying somebody for a long time until he fell off.
Yeah, was it Polite?
Well, it was somebody, bro. He was just targeting. It was kind of funny too. He was not getting off his neck. But yeah, you don't want that. But I remember somebody was doing that with SETI. They was all up in SETI shit. Hey, look at this way. Hey, look at that way. Hey, look at this. Yeah, I get hard. I do cool. I do it too. I'm like, oh my god. Hey, look at this way. Look at that way. Look at this way. I'm like, oh, they edit that shit. It was so hilarious. Oh shit. I might have to look that shit up again. That shit was classic.
So real quick, for no man, go real quick.
Oh, she's on?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So me, myself, Apostle Laquan, and this is Black Man, I think yesterday, got into it, right?
Oh.
So now, but we're not supposed to get into it because I was playing the video back that we had, and I was showing how they're wrong. So they was in the chat like, send the link, send the link. I said, all right, let me just finish playing the video though. Like, who stops the video? Like, this is my evidence that y'all wrong. I ain't gonna stop the evidence. So I said, but I will give y'all 40 minutes because it's getting close to 4 o'clock. I said, I'll give y'all 40 minutes to just say whatever you want, and then I'm out. I'm going to work. These guys can't even take advantage of the 40 minutes. They still trying to talk to me. I'm like, dude, just say whatever you're gonna say. Why you need to interact with me? Because now it ain't gonna go the way you think it's gonna go. Like, dude, just say what you're gonna say. 40 minutes straight. But they kept interacting with me, and let me just share this. I did that video. Hold on. Let me just share this. Oh shit, I forgot to do that. All right. All right, so I got it. I got the video. All right, let me just share this with y'all. Okay. This is some wild shit that happened here. All right, so this is how long ago this was? A day ago. This was yesterday. Okay. So I want you to see how it started off. So they came in. This is when he challenged me to a debate. Oh, they was already here, but they actually they just hopped on because he was saying he only hopped on to challenge me to a debate. Apostle Zaquan. He said on a neutral platform that he felt was fair, which is Lions Den. I think Jeremiah Judah. So look what he said right here. Let me just make sure that this is yeah, okay, everything's good. Wait, is this Corey? This is iPhone.
Our daughters,
okay,
whether they got an inheritance, or they got the inheritance, we can talk about whatever script you want to talk about. And JJ's unbalanced. I've been on this show. I know he's kicked me off the program.
Bro, what? I'm like, dude, why would I debate you? So you're wild over there too? So you're wild on Soundnetter, you're wild on Bisport, and now you're gonna go to the. I'm like, dude, so it's you then. He just said he kicked them off. What the?
I've been on this show. I know he's kicked me off the program.
Yeah, dude, come on, I don't want that. I want no smoke. I want no smoke. They kicked you off. All right. Now watch this. Right after that, he ended up saying this. So he's talking this shit, right? I mean, he took. I get now. This is yeah, okay. So now watch this.
When it comes to me, because at one time you wouldn't even talk to me. You talked about all these other people you wanted to talk to me.
All right. So now watch his guarantee, and this is the guy who, like you said, you won't talk about certain things. This is one person I will never debate because I'm sorry, but I just believe that he's below the standard of debating. Like whatever requirements are there for a debate to go successful, I just think he falls below the requirements. All right. So if there's any standard requirements to debate, I think he don't meet them. All right. So look at this right here. So he's going to guarantee something and then change his mind once I challenge him. Watch this shit right here.
But that's okay. You done framed your foundation. I guarantee.
All right. So now he said it with conviction. Watch this shit right here. This is hilarious. These guys are entertainers, yo. They're comedians.
Other people you wanted to talk to me. But that's okay. You done framed your foundation. I guarantee that you can't go 5 years back on your channel, 6 years back, and discussing anything biblical heavy.
Really?
Really.
All right.
Not from the point of view, even as a quote unquote confessed Christian.
I don't have videos, so I'm gonna go 8 to 10 years back. Is that better?
Yeah, well, that's okay. You can do that if that's true. If that's true, when you confront me on the Lions Den.
Hey, see, bro, I can't do that with a guy like that, bro. I can't do that. He can't. He just say he guarantee. I guarantee. You can't go now. Look, I ain't even prove it. I just said, bro, I could go 18 years back. I thought he would say, prove that. Now I was gonna show him. Yo, this dude is crazy, yo. So all I said was, I just called his bluff, dude. I could go 8 to 10 years back. Okay, all right. Well, he just dropped it after he just convinced everybody it was true. Bro, I'm like, it's no, bro. I can't do that. You have, again, you got to meet the standard of a debate, like whatever they are. That ain't it right there. You can't say something like that and be challenged. I didn't even have to prove it, and he was backing away, dude. So I got one more, right? One more, and then they hopped off after this one. So now this is the indigenous black man now, because he always want to prove he taught somebody something. So this is his moment to go ahead and to teach to tell the world he taught me something so silly. It's like, yo, no, who the hell was taught that? All right, listen to this guy's claim. A ridiculous claim.
Or someone actually being like.
Mixes around like Sinetta does with the words.
There's a difference in a name being like God or someone actually being like God. Because we know no one is like
Hold
God.
on, Apostle. Hold on, Apostle. Let me take over from right here. Hey,
like
look,
church,
what did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you the word ish? Hold up. What did I tell you the word ish means?
Now, let's stop right there. Really? like ish? So you're a goddamn suffix. So you're gonna educate us. So we're just retarded, right? We don't know it. Now watch this.
Right.
What did I tell you the word ish?
Because we know no one is like
Hold
God.
on, Apostle. Hold on, Apostle. Let me take over from right here. Hey,
like
look,
church,
what did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you the word ish? Hold up. What did I tell you the word ish means?
You lied about that.
Huh?
You lied about that.
What does the word ish mean? Like, by definition.
It does not mean like.
Nigga, look it up in the dictionary. That's all you got to do, fam. Don't keep on listening to unbiased because he's fucking retarded. You see, he's already trying to change God's words.
Right.
And then.
No. I'm gonna mute you. He said ish means like. Okay. Now see, and that's what annoys me right there. You make a claim, I disagree. You go ahead and so you said, I told y'all what ish means, right? I said, but you lied about it. And then I said it twice. And he said, no, it don't. It means like. Okay, so if I'm still disagreeing, at that point, let me go ahead and explain why I disagree. So they are quick to ask you a question, make a claim, and then you disagree. So they explain it. No, it means like. So now I'm like, nah, I don't believe that. And now when I go to talk about why I disagree, they don't want to hear it. It's like people just don't want to be challenged. They want the information just to go. I guarantee you ain't got no videos 5, 6 years. Yeah, I got them 8, 10 years. Is that better? So now he made a claim about ish. And I disagree. And personally, I believe that these guys are just so insecure with themselves. If I just say it, they just believe I'm gonna prove it. Okay, I think they're so insecure with the information in their stance that if I just say it, in their hearts, they believe I can do it. So I got to mute my boys so I can actually tell them why I disagree. Irish people. He said, ish means like, okay, Irish people.
That's a different termination, man.
No, I can do that for any people. Okay, how about the Bible? Okay, wait. How about the Bible when it said an Israelitish woman?
Israelitish?
Yes.
Show it to me.
All right, now this dude been studying the Bible, he says, for 48 years. And I gotta show him where it says Israelitish. He doesn't believe it. Like, see, they make these crazy claims because what they're trying to say is Jewish. See, they're not really Jews because they're ish. They're like Jews, but they're not. So I'm like, oh, really? So Paris isn't in Paris? Like, it's like Paris? Like, what is Spanish? Okay, so now I said, okay, so let's go to the Bible. Forget about this Paris, Irish, Spanish, Danish. Forget about that. You dig? Let's go to the Bible. When it says an Israelitish woman, So my point, as you already know, is that is she really Israel or is she Ish? Is she, and look at the stupid shit they said. You see, y'all. Well, first of all, Apostle don't even agree that it's there. Let me.
No, I just asked you to show it to me.
I got you. Y'all not ready.
I understand.
I keep trying to say
I
that,
understand. An
Okay.
Israelitish woman. So
Right.
show it to me. I will properly adjudicate that word and fix it for you.
Hey, hold up, my G. I'm biased.
Yeah.
I'm biased.
Yeah.
So my guy said it's not in there. That was his
Right.
first rebuttal to your claim.
Right.
And then you said you're gonna find it. Now he's saying show it to me so I can tell you what it means. But it's not in there. But if it is in there, he knows what it means without the context or the understanding or the book or the verse or the chapter. But he knows what it means.
Hey, bro, that's why I would never debate that man. He don't stand on shit.
Who was this?
That's Apostle. That's a guy who was calling me out for debate.
Apostle who?
Zaquan.
Who is he with?
He by himself, but he frequent Jeremiah Judah's crew.
So he's not a Hebrew. He's just a.
No, he's a Hebrew. He okay. He can't get along with anybody. He just said Jeremiah Judah kicks him off. Okay, Sinetta kicks him off. He is his own group. So his only student is the indigenous black man.
Oh shit! Get off the master teacher. So that's who he rocks with, indigenous.
Yeah, but then they argue, you know. So
what his? I don't want to say his nationality. So he's a Hebrew Christian or a Hebrew no Christian?
Brother, I have no. I would say the One West doctrine because he kind of believes everything that they believe.
So he's a Hebrew Christian.
Like most of it, like yeah, some stuff he doesn't believe. He's just weird. Like again, like I respect that he is his own man. Like he ain't gonna follow just anybody.
I respect that.
I like that.
I can respect that.
He ain't a blind just fool.
But
right. So he likes his mind and he thinks his mind is just as good as anybody else's. He ain't gonna let somebody just tell him something, right? It got to make sense to him. So
right.
I respect that. But as you can see, he won't stand on something, bro. And then I can never debate you, my man, because I can never prove you wrong. So now listen, okay, so he ain't gonna. So I realized he ain't gonna stand on it. But indigenous is still saying this ish thing means like. Okay, watch this. Okay, let me do it for you.
Yeah, just like these people don't understand what Hellenists mean. They see Gentile and they run off with it.
They don't. Nationalists, you know, all that. Anytime you add ish to an end of a word, it means.
Yeah. Did he say nationalist? Hey, yeah, was that his example, bro? Was his example for ish a nationalist? He just said that. Don't act like y'all ain't hear that. I'm gonna put it backwards.
Gentile and they run off with it.
They don't. Nationalists, you know, all that. Anytime you add ish to an end of a.
Hey, yo, did he just say nationalist as an example? So y'all gonna act like y'all ain't hear that? He said anytime that and then it's finished.
Word. Nationalists, you know, all that. Anytime you add ish to an end of a word, it means like. So, me no.
Hey, yo, he said nationalist. No. No. Let me type what he said. Because y'all gonna act like y'all ain't hear that. But if I said y'all on my ass, he said shit. He said that. That's what he said. And he said all that. That means like. All right. So are we playing?
They don't.
Are we playing retarded tonight? Or are we gonna admit some shit?
Nationalists, you know.
Just like these folk don't understand what Hellenists mean. They see Gentile and they run off with it.
They don't. Nationalists, all that. Anytime you add ish to an end of a word, it means like. So, me no care what unbiased says. When you add ish to an existing word, it means like. So if I say Jewish, that means Jew-like.
I told you.
Listen, Brad.
I got you.
Unbiased is not going to have this discussion with me where he has to relinquish control. It's not going to happen because unbiased is scared of me. He'll talk all the shit. He'll try. No. We're going to do it on the line there. I'm doing this for medical reasons. Lynn knows my
Come on, unbiased.
Lynn knows
help build up your channel, man. That'll help build up your channel. Come on over there.
Come on over there. It's an independent channel.
No, I don't want a whole chat of an idiot because I see a lot of different. I be in these chats with people, and they got a like Tazarka. What's his name? Taharka Beck. His chat is stupid as shit. See, I don't want that type of support. I'm good. You dig? Where I can say any old thing and it just makes sense to everybody. Like I could be like Gorilla Hebrew. Who's the subject? They said Jacob. They were right. No. What? Got it. All right. So now, right now I'm looking for the verse and they think they just got me. They think I just can't prove it.
I don't have anything to do with it other than the fact that I go over there. I get kicked off from over there just like a lot of people.
Hey, yo, he said it again. Yo, he's saying he got a track record getting kicked off panels. That's because he's wild, man. He's wild. He don't respect, like how, I'm telling you, people get kicked off. I ain't gonna say no names, but when you go to Sonetta, you see the same people getting kicked off over and over and over, invited back, kicked off, invited back over, because they just don't know how to behave, man. They don't have respect for the host and the platform and the structure.
But I'm willing because that would be the most neutral point. You don't have to come to my channel.
Okay.
Because I know you're scared.
All right.
So you will never come to my channel.
Okay, I got it. Bro, he's saying neutral. I'm not even when we discuss me and Apostle Zakwan, I'm not even neutral on my channel. He dominates. Okay, look, listen. He dominates me on my channel. And you would think this is the channel he can't do that on. So if he could dominate me on my own channel, how is it possible I can expect equality somewhere else? Like, dude, you can't even let me do more on my own channel. So let me mute you because you're going to keep ranting. So indigenous, this is for you. Right there, verse 10. And the son of an Israelitish woman whose father was an Egyptian. All right. It says, they went out among the children of Israel, and this son of the Israelitish woman and man, of Israel strove together in camp. Are you telling me this woman is like an Israelite woman, or she just actually is?
That's what it's saying.
What it's saying?
She was like an Israelite woman, likened to an Israelite woman. You know, maybe she kept
Okay, so now I'm gonna stop right there because again, that's why I call him disingenuous black man. This dude just cannot, like, these dudes. That's why I say, yo, I gotta treat them as they are. These guys are comedians. All right. So when I talk, I can't take them serious. I just gotta talk to them. I can never take them serious. This is why but a lot of times I don't want stupidity on the platform sometimes. Sometimes I want to be correct information. Okay. So he just said Israelites in this context fits his narrative that it means somebody like. Okay. So I'm gonna put a rectangle there. All right. And let's read to the rectangle. And the Israelitish woman's son blasphemed the name of the Lord and cursed. And they brought him unto Moses. Okay. And his mother's name was Shelomith. So the son who was brought to Moses, his mother name was Shelomith, the daughter of Debri. That's her mother or father, whoever it is. Doesn't matter. Of the tribe of Dan. Dan, let me read the tribe to you. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, and Dan. This is an Israelite woman. She's not acting like one. She actually is one. Okay, so I'm done with that. Let me take this off. But this is the stupid. Like they just won't say, "Oh yeah, all right, okay." I'm done. No man, the watch, anybody. Go ahead.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they didn't have a rebuttal to that?
Bro, I had to end up muting Indigenous, and then he ended up hopping off. Okay.
What about the other guy?
Now when I muted him, he been left. Like, cause he wanted to just rant about debating. I'm scared, and he won't let me. He won't. Now he told me to show him. He said, "Show me that," and he's going to adjudicate properly what it means. Okay, and then he kept going and going and going. He won't stop, dude. You just told me to prove it. Now you're not gonna shut up. You dig? So I muted him. Once I muted him, he hopped off because he knew that I was gonna show that, and he didn't want to have to deal with that verse. Indigenous somehow think, okay, no, Indigenous knew I would prove it up. I'm sorry, he knew I would pull it up, but he thought he'd be able to explain that she's acting like an Israelite woman. Yo,
but she would. Okay.
She's from the tribe of Dan, but she's not okay, dude. So he just wrong. Because I could show Jewish people who are Jews in the Bible. The ish thing is a lie. That's wrong. Definitely not when it applies to human beings. When you're called Spanish, when you're called Irish, Danish, the ish shows your origin. Israelitish woman, you're Israelite. So the whole ish thing is some made up Hebrew Israelite bullshit to be anti-Semitic. That's all. It got nothing to do with you want to be like somebody. And he said it as an analogy. When you're Jewish, you want to be a Jew, but you're not. Because black people, and then they can't make their minds up. They say black folks are the true Jews, but then I read Revelations 2:9 where it says, those who call themselves Jews, see, who call themselves Jews? Are not Jews, but the synagogue of Satan. Dude, if you're saying you're the real Jew or black people are real Jews, then you fit that too. Because it said those who call themselves Jews are not, but the synagogue of Satan. Now, there's context to that they skip, but just that passage alone, it'll invite anybody who used that term. Shit. Right.
Wow.
Right. What the hell is this? Oh, no. Okay, so do y'all believe Jewish means ish on a to identify somebody it means you want to be like somebody? Or the
I don't know. That sounds weird to me. Because there's such thing as, like, use the example of the Dane and then Danish, or the use the parish.
Irish.
What was the other one you used? Irish.
Spanish.
Yeah.
Spanish.
Spanish.
Like white folks say the word ish to a lot to identify themselves.
Right. Specific, but not saying a knockoff, but just saying that ish.
That's where they
some
from.
Like, right.
I'm from Spain. I'm Spanish. I'm from Spain. I'm Irish. I'm from Ireland. I'm Danish. I'm from Dane, I guess. Well, whatever, you know.
I'm a Dane. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, then again, we're going into people's interpretation that supersedes our own as far as dating. So it's who are we to come along centuries,
right, later,
decades later.
But okay,
right.
when you use that word, that ain't what you meant. You meant to say you're a fake one. That's weird, man.
Yeah, it's hard for me to suspend my intellect and be naive or stupid for that to make that square. I just can't. You got to try again, or just concede that point and move on. And that's what I think you were getting at. They don't know how to lose a battle to still win the war. They got to win every battle, even if it's 100% lost. They like, nah, I got to, like, you just keep sending men in the front line, just going over the hill, and everybody just keep dying. You just keep sending them there, keep sending them. Like, man, let's let them have that hill. Let's go to another one. Every hill is not meant to die on. And I don't think they've grasped that concept, or they're so married to their religion, they feel like if you're able to pull one strand, then they're going to pull the whole tapestry apart or the whole sock apart type shit. They can't concede anything. And I can't have a conversation with that. You know, if you're so mad at me that you can't even say 2 + 2 is 4, it gotta be 3. Just, you know, it's like, why am I talking to you, bro? You just showed me that 2 + 2 will be 3, just so you can be right.
Hey, can you see my screen?
I'm not even at my phone. Hold on. Okay, I see it now.
All right. Yeah, they don't know that people in the Bible is called Israelites and Jewish. Okay, so it says not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth. So now, according to his logic, we're to believe that these fables don't come from the Jewish people, right? So we're to believe that these fables come. Yeah, bro. I don't know a verse where somebody is called something they're not, and it's not revealed later that there's something else. Like, for example, like Apostle Paul is a Jew, but he was also recognized as a Roman citizen. Okay, and he used that to maneuver through Rome and escape prison. So that lets you also know that he ain't black. Okay, because the Romans, when he told the Romans he was actually Roman, they actually believed him and let him out the damn jail. Okay, so, yeah. All right, so that's the problem right there. It's like, dude, are you telling me like what happened right here? Okay, so but later on he'll say, or even before that, he clearly stated, I'm from the tribe of Benjamin, and I'm also a Jew. You see, so the Bible, the narrator or whoever writing these books, they're not going to allow you to be confused who this person really is, because they understand that if they never truly identify this person, you're justified to believe Paul is just a Roman. So my point is, you're not going to find somewhere where somebody's called something and is not later or previously mentioned what they really are. You're not going to see that. Like, for example, Jesus called he's called the son of Joseph. He's called the King of Jews. He's called the son of David. He's called the prophet Elias. He's called John the Baptist. And all those are wrong. The prophecy says that he shall be called the Son of God. So whoever called him anything other than Son of God were wrong. The prophecy said he should be called the Son of God. Not the son of David, not the King of Jews, none of that shit. Not the carpenter's son. Joseph, it said he shall be called the Son of God. So whoever didn't say that got the prophecy wrong. And that was the first point me and the dude did in the debate. He brought that up. He said, how's he the Son of God when people calling him the son of Jesus? I mean, the Son of God. I'm sorry, the son of Joseph. He said, how is he the Son of God? And he read 2 verses where somebody called him the son of Joseph. I said, my boy, the angel, how would they know he's the Son of God when the angel only spoke to directly Joseph and Mary? How the hell would somebody else know he's the Son of God? I said, so it's quite natural to believe Joseph is married to Mary. Married people have babies if they're not barren. She's pregnant, so society is going to believe that's Joseph's kid. If it's not, she's an adulterer, both of them. So they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's your son, Joseph's son. But when they asked Peter later on, after he did all these miracles and shit, healed the blind, healed the sick, he said, Peter, who do they say I am? And so now look, after all these miracles and his great works, they still said the prophet, the son of Joseph, the son of David. They said everything that was wrong. And then Jesus said, all right, well, who do you say I am? Let's see if you get it right. And he said, you are the Son of God. He said, oh, blessed are you. And he blessed him for that. Because Jesus understood that The only people who's going to know he's the son of God is the people who actually believe in his miracles. You dig? So anyway, we got Jewish here. Let's go to tools. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Go here. Sorry. Let me see. So we got Jew. Okay. Look. It says to the Jewish. So there's already a phrase, right? I'm not gonna click it. So there's no parsing. I mean, there's a part. This is the parsing. All right. So this ain't gonna tell us much. We gotta click on it. Okay. So let's show Strong's info. My boy, this says Judaic, resembling a Judean, Jewish. Okay. So resembling. Okay, cool. Oh, see? All right. Okay, so Jewish only outside. What you call? Here, not too much here. Just go to now. I'm not gonna honor these because now they can, but that's the apocrypha. So I want to say King James. So actually, it's only mentioned one time. That's why it says Strong's number G254 matches the Greek. This right here, right? And it says it's only mentioned one time in the Bible, which is Jewish fables. And again, the only people actually telling Jewish fables were Jewish people. So you tell Roman people were talking about Jewish fables? You got to prove that. All right. So let's try to get some more clarity here. Okay, so we got the Strong's Greek. It says, this version says not paying attention to Jewish myths, right? So it acknowledges Jewish to be Jewish people. The definition Jewish, Jewish there. So wait, what did I say? All right, Jewish part of speech. All right, so let me go out of that. Wait, let me go, where was I? Here? So I actually want to go, what is the actual word? Here we go. Let me see what this is. See, there's no other meaning outside the Bible. So these words in Greek are the first time used in the Bible. So that's why you can't get like another definition. See, every last explanation is gonna be from Bible. But yeah, so it's that debunks that. Okay, so now let's go with English now. Okay. What does that say right there? It says relating to, associated with, or denoting. You know what denote means, right? Denoting Jewish people or Judaism. Okay, so now let's go with this ish suffix shit you talking about. To some extent, are you busy? Okay, now look. What is ish slang for? Let's see what this is. Yo, this guy went with Jewish. He went to ish slang. It says used to modify or moderate something previously stated, or as a vague reply to a question, somewhat, in a way, not exactly. Yo, that's the slang. That's the slang meaning. What's that, Yugi? Shake it, 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 shake past that. It's way past that. It's we off. No, actually, damn, I'm off Friday. But I gotta wake up early as shit. Okay, it's like I'm not really off. Yeah. So I mean, I like to get married. I mean, there's no. Let's see. Let's go here. Dictionary.com. Okay, adverb. As an adverb, it is used to modify or moderate something previously stated, or as look. So it's used to modify or moderate something previously stated. or as a vague reply to a question, somewhat, in a way, not exactly. Near or approximately 11-ish, yay-ish. Like, look at the definitions here. Decentish. Show me a noun, right? A person's origin. Stupid shit. A suffix used to form adjectives from nouns with the sense of belonging to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got British here. Okay. So a suffix used to form adjectives from nouns with the sense of belonging to. Belonging to. British, Danish, English, Spanish. After the manner of having the characteristics of, like, baby-ish, girlish, moolish, addicted to, inclined to, or attending to, bookish, freakish, near. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just a goofy argument, right? We got English people. It's an anti-Semitic argument to prove not prove, but to go ahead and yeah, it's anti-Semitic. It's a disrespect Jewish people. But be consistent. Say the Danish aren't Danish. Say the English aren't English. Say that people from Paris aren't. They ain't from Paris. They from a country like Paris, but it's not Paris. Well, I guess Paris won't count. It's Paris. But what do they call the people of Paris? What do they call it, the watcher?
Parisian.
Okay, I never know that. I never know that. Oops, sorry, Paris people. So Paris is Paris. Okay, got it. I got it. So but Danish, English, Spanish, Jewish, all of that is to show you who they actually are. Nothing about that is to be like, but you're not the true one. And that's some shit he made up. That's all it's about. He made the shit up. All right, he made it up. So oh man, I didn't even get a chance to do that. And I didn't. Did I timestamp Apostles other shit he did? Yeah. Oh man. Oh yeah, I did. I got it. All right. So I'm not done with Apostles in the business. I'm not done. Yeah, so the English language, right? The English language, is that a language acting like English? Like, what is that?
That's
The
funny.
English language, is that a language acting like the English language? Spanish, is that something acting like the Spanish? I mean, it's a weird, goofy argument that most people, some type of sense, wouldn't make. Like, yo, but you gotta admit, like, that's passed around Black society. Normally Hebrews, like shit like that, pass that around. Nation of Islam, groups that clearly got a bias towards Jewish people. And I wouldn't be surprised if that stemmed from Nazis. I would not be surprised. Matter of fact, Jewish. You know what? Jewish means what's his actual words? Jewish means, what did he say? I want to type it in exactly. Jewish means not really a Jew, but close. Or something like that, right? Yeah. I want to see where that shit came from. I guarantee you the whole Jewish don't really mean, I guarantee that comes from white supremacists, like some Nazi sympathizers. Okay, so
Yeah, I agree.
I'm saying, a lot of our racism is not our own. That's the only thing that we could that we could give ourselves. We could say we're not. Nobody could prove we're a natural racist, right? It's borrowed.
That's sad.
It's borrowed racism.
Well, the white man is the devil. Farrakhan, or who is it? Who is it? Fard? Who's that? I'm buying.
Oh yeah, Elijah Muhammad. Yeah. My mind, like I was talking to Rob Bourne on the phone. That was saying white. I don't think they would be disagreeing with that term at that time, especially if they're like into religion, and you show what the devil did and show what they'd be like, yeah, that shit damn near identical. You dig?
Mm.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that was like a reach when that was said. Yeah, I can't even find this shit, man. Like you just found out you okay. Jewish means. How about this? You are not really a Jew. All right, it might be in here. It might be in there. Okay, it might be here. All right, we're getting close. Okay, it might be here. It says facts. It could be either one of you. Shit, which one do I click? Jewish. Okay, Jewish. Okay, so I think that will be it. All right. It could be here. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it. All right. So let's try to find this shit. Let's try to find it. Okay. Man, the ADL got this shit mapped down. Why you eating that? Give me that. Yeah, and when he's sleepy, bro, he start behaving weird, like me on that damn live. Why am I sharing my screen? What the hell?
Nope. Yeah, mine gets sleepy and she gets the giggles.
Okay. All right,
everything's fucking funny.
So this is from the ADF. Extremist sects within the Black Hebrews like movement. Okay, so it says key points. So I want them to say Jewish. This here. Okay, so 12 guys. Black Hebrews are not Jews, and Black Jews are not the same as Black Hebrews, like Black Jews. And okay, so now they were responsible enough to separate Black Jews from the Hebrew Israelites. It says Black Hebrew. It says right here. It says Black Hebrew Israelites are not Jews, and Black Jews are not the same as Black Hebrew Israelites. Black Jews and it says, look at this. It says Black Jews and Jews of color are genuine members of the Jewish faith. There you go. And this is ADL. All right. So let's go down.
So they don't acknowledge your Hebrew?
I think the Hebrew thing is irrelevant.
Outside of extremists, I mean.
Now, I think the Hebrew thing, I think even Black Hebrew Israelites dropped the Hebrew thing and they just say the Black Israelites. They see don't make sense because Muslims,
language,
Hebrew, Esau will be Hebrew. Like the people who they hate the most will be Hebrew too. So you'll be the Like, because they say Esau is white, which is wrong, but let's go with that. Well, the white man would be a Hebrew. He'll be a Hebrew white man. He black Hebrews, white Hebrews, and Islamic Hebrews, according to their logic.
I see.
Okay, I want to see that Jewish rhetoric. All right, it's not gonna be there. All right, let's try this. Let's see. So stupid. Shit. Wait. I just typed in. Did I type it incorrectly? Okay, now. Yeah, I'm sorry. Shit. Oh dang! All that. Yeah, this ain't gonna be something. I could tell. Yeah, this ain't it. This ain't that. Oh my god! Can I just get an origin of this shit? Okay, so a Jew, Hebrew, Yehudi, any person whose religion is Judaism. This is Britannica. In the broader sense of the term, a Jew is any person belonging to the worldwide group that constitutes, through descent or conversion, a continuation of the ancient Jewish people. Okay, so they says ancient Jewish peoples. Are they fake? Are they fake ancient Jewish people? Ancient Jewish people? Nah. Let's see. See the word Israelites there. I see Hebrew. So let me control find Jewish. More. And then I'm gonna play the last thing Apostle said. All right, so that's not it. I doubt it'd be this one. Yeah, so like that whole, I would love to know where that shit stemmed from. Oh, god damn. Nah, okay, it won't be here. It won't be here. Yeah. He bring me his bottle. That is so funny. He got 2 bottles, and he brought me I tell you, Sleepy. He brought me the water bottle. Okay, wait. Let me check your bag. I'll see you in bed. Your bag is still good. All right, come on. Go to bed with your bottle. You brought your bottle. You want milk? Yeah, he goes and get his bottle and brings it. That is hilarious, man. Wait. I knew I had another beer. God damn, man. I hate to drink too late. All right, it ain't too late. I don't want to drink anything like past 11, really. I knew I had another beer in there. Wait. You gotta wait for the milk to be poured.
Oh shit! I was on mute the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't find where that stems from, that Jewish thing. But let me give him this bottle and lay him down. Hold on 1 second. All right, so okay, see, I was trying to let him sleep. I was trying to let him lay on the bed, but if he comes in here, I gotta put him in the crib. Here he come. There he come. All right. I try to let you go to sleep naturally. All
I'm
right.
incarcerated.
Back on the crib now. You know what? All right. Hold on. I'm gonna just put the laptop over there. All right. Coming.
Peace, Watcher. Peace, LJ.
Coming.
All love, Amber. How you been?
Been I.
Coming. Hello. Coming. Come.
Boys good?
Come.
Yeah, they good.
Come.
Worse than as fuck, but good.
Like hearing that. Oh, shit. You got any plans this weekend?
Sleep, shit. Sleep and clean up. Kid free. That's all I be wanting to do is enjoy a peaceful, clean ass house.
Oh, shit. Laundry and dishes. Other than that, I should have a pretty cool weekend. I did bullshit on laundry though.
Yeah, I gotta finish up some laundry. It's mostly folding clothes. And then I want to clean out my front closet. I was supposed to do it before the new year, but that didn't happen. So I gotta
That's supposed
clean
to
out
be
my
the rule.
Huh?
In order to get, I said that's supposed to be the rule. In order to get new shit, you gotta donate something. Take a box of clothes and get rid
Well,
of
no, I
something.
really been donating stuff. It's like when I was trying to do the little plant things, I didn't kill all my plants that I had. So now I just have like my empty pots, and I'm storing them in the front closet. Like I'm tired of looking at them. So I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of them, or if I'm gonna try my hand again with some new plants and waste some more money, or what I'm gonna do.
But is it, you don't water them or they don't get enough light?
It's probably a mixture of everything. So I'll be like forgetting about them, and then I'll try to like overcompensate, like I can make up for lost time. So I think I'll be drowning really. So yeah, I probably just need to let my youngest just handle it, because he the one like, Ma, you gotta water the plants, and I'm like, I'm gonna water them, and then I don't. So then he like, Ma, just let me do it. I think I might let him do it. Make that be his project. Yeah, these your plants.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
We've been thinking about it. Give her a squirt bottle and let her go to town, but it's all cool in the beginning. So you forget about them now. Got the dead plants. Been through those cycles. I guess you got to make it a routine.
Yeah, and then another thing too is I had different kinds, and I didn't pay attention really. Like I should have really kept the cards around until I got into a routine as to what each one needed, how frequently. I'm like, oh, take them out the package and pull that shit out, repot them and threw that shit away. And like I knew what I was doing, like I was a professional or something. I'm just making up shit. Oh, they live here now. They're gonna learn how to, survive. Shit.
It's how we do it over here.
How we do it over here, motherfucker.
You might not get water for 3 days. You gotta survive.
Listen, only the strong survive. I mean, I killed the fucking cactuses too, like the cacti.
Oh,
yeah,
damn,
I killed the cacti. I killed the succulents. Like literally.
Oh, these niggas spend their whole life getting no water. Get with
everybody took a dirt nap.
Damn.
Everybody
genetically designed not to get no water, and we still fuck that up.
But again, so I would just water them all at the same time whenever I remembered. So then I overwater them motherfuckers. Them motherfuckers like, man, we was straight over here. Shit.
For real, they get cactus enough.
Listen.
That's sad. A cactus get drowned. Damn, that's sad.
Listen. 3. Shit, not 8. 3 of them bitches.
Shit, in Arizona, that's probably a felony. I don't know if it's worse, wasting the water or killing the plant in Arizona.
I think I'm gonna just do fake ones. So I think that's probably find someone fake ones that look real and just maybe do that because I like the look of them, but I don't want none of the responsibility. None of it. Shit. You know, I came on to set the record straight though, and then I can just go ahead and hop off.
Right.
Petty.
Well, you know, it's not even petty. It's just I just want the record to reflect actual events.
who I am and what I stand for. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean,
I could let this shit slide, but that's not being who I am.
no, it's not. No. So going back, because it really was something that was way blown up and it really could have been a very simple thing, but whatever. Replaying the interaction with Stu. LJ was on the panel. He replays a segment to LJ and he like, did I say anything wrong? Did I say anything wrong? Or, you know, and LJ like, no, you know, what you said was straight. So me in the chat, paying attention to the language, I said, technically, that wasn't Joseph lineage. Technically. See, here go people. Here go people in the chat, don't know what they talking about. Just like Stu, Joseph had kids and this, that, and the third. And that wasn't my point. My point wasn't that Joseph didn't have kids and none of that. I was just saying, nigga, you misspoke. But instead of saying like, well, what do you mean? Or wait, what? Joseph lineage? It ain't Joseph. I ain't saying nothing about your. Oh, well, that's what you actually said in the clip. You probably just misspoke. Like it could have been an easy thing, but it turns into me getting chastised via the chat. So of course I'm gonna hit the panel. No, what I was saying was, AB said, Joseph do got kids. Okay, well then, if this Joseph lineage, then show me Joseph other kids in the lineage. They're not in this. Okay, well then this ain't Joseph fucking lineage. Like, what is we talking about? Which again, it wasn't my original point to fucking begin with. But I don't like being baited into a debate when I'm not really trying to debate. I'm just trying to say, well, technically you did misspeak, but it's okay. I understood what you were saying, but it got to turn into a whole thing. That's all. It was I was just pointing out that you misspoke and LJ didn't catch it either. And then I said, well, just play it back so you can understand what I'm saying. Just play it back. Nah, I ain't. Oh, okay. And then to say that, it was because I was drunk, nigga. I had maybe one glass of wine. Maybe one glass of wine. I just so happened to already had been sleepy. And where he got that from was I had already been sleepy, ate, and then I drank some wine. And I'm like, damn, I'm getting the itis, but maybe it's this wine too. Because the bitch was already tired. I can't drink when I'm already sleepy. But that turned into me being drunk. I was very far from it. So it was the gaslighting for me. And yeah, that was it.
Well, you should pull up Sunday evening when Double X bring out the argument that men should be legally force women to have abortions if they don't want to have the kid.
So why doesn't he advocate for vasectomies? Wouldn't that prevent women from needing abortions?
So he said his argument, part of his argument is, he'll mind me saying, is that women have more preventative measures than men. Men got condoms, vasectomy, that's about it. Women has all these other things.
They also have male birth control now. But what I'm saying is abortion isn't a preventative measure. Abortion is considered emergency contraception. It's a termination of an existing pregnancy. What I'm saying is, if we're talking about birth control or controlling unwanted pregnancies to begin with, what's wrong with a vasectomy? Right. Like, why would you advocate for abortion and men being able to say, I don't want this child, you should have an abortion, and having to impose themselves on the rights of women when they can take initiative to enforce their rights to a vasectomy. I don't understand that.
So, so he's gonna say, whether a man exercise that right or not, just like a woman can exercise that right or not, right?
Okay, so then what are we talking about?
Right. So he's saying that the production of both. So he said when they produce together, because neither one decided to take the actions of, you know, prophylaxis measures, they got a kid there. And now the woman can simply say, okay, like you, I didn't get my tubes tied. I didn't do anything you did. No male birth control. I didn't do female birth control. But you want the baby, I don't, and therefore it's getting aborted. Right?
Well, I'll say this. Men typically don't have to be married or get a approval for a vasectomy. Like, there's doctors that literally will not give a woman, that won't even tie her tubes if she hasn't already had a child, a successful live birth, has been married, and her husband has consented. Like, because they feel like men should have a say so on that, or she's gonna regret it later. Men, however, don't have to do all of that if they want to opt for a vasectomy. And it's reversible. So again, I don't understand that there's less barriers to getting a vasectomy than there are to tubal ligation and other, more semi-permanent means of contraception. I don't understand why men aren't doing it. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because niggas don't want their body invaded and to feel like they shit is different. Even though it don't stop nothing, they can still shoot. They just shooting blanks. They don't want to do that. Because it's so much easier to tell a woman to get an abortion. It's so much easier to tell a woman to take birth control. It's so much easier to put the blame on a woman, since she's the one that carries the child and is ultimately responsible for the child once it gets here. So they can, pass the buck and point fingers, and then have the audacity to say that if they want an abortion and they don't want the child, they should be able to impose that on a woman.
So what you just said, it gave me an idea. I'm like, yeah, so if the women is burden, all that type of stuff, then I would think that she would be like, no, Negro, you don't want a kid, you better, because I'm left with this kid, you better have these things done if you don't want a kid. Because like you said, the burden, she's left with these things. So I would, she left with 9 months. So I would say, just off that, I would think the woman be like, yo, I'm gonna hold you to everything.
I would think so too. But you got to remember, it's also women that would rather have a nigga in their life, even if they a deadbeat ass baby daddy.
He might argue that. He might argue that. He claims he got a full proof argument on this.
I mean, he may argue that, but that don't. If you know, see that would lend to my point. If you know that this bitch is out here trying to trap niggas so they can have a tie to them, and you don't currently have the power, instead of advocating for the power to make them get an abortion, why don't you advocate for yourself and get a vasectomy so a motherfucker can't just trick you into being a baby daddy and having no tie to him? Like, so that would lend to my argument. So if everybody did what they needed to do to protect their own interests, shit would be cool.
So how about this? He says, he's okay. He said, so what if he says this? Well, there's nothing wrong with just none of us protected, and we just keep having abortions. He's saying, like, what, what's so wrong with that? We just keep having abortions every time we unprotected pregnancy, abort, and let's unprotected again, abort. Yeah, over and over and over.
Yeah, again, abortion is not a form of birth control. So,
But the thing is, states that allow it, like I don't know if there's a limit how many times you can come to the clinic. I think you can come there as much as you want, especially paid ones.
well, personally, I won't be engaging in the debate. Personally, I won't be engaging in it. I'm sick of having this discussion. I know it don't even pertain or relate to me per se. Maybe someone who wants to debate that can do it, but I'm not even interested. I may troll from the chat, and that's as far as it's gonna go.
Yeah, well, we'll read the chat, have them respond. Yeah, because I told them that you're gonna have two. I actually said that. So you're gonna have two type of women. You're gonna have one that want to join the discussion. You're gonna have one who ain't going, talk about it. Like I said, it's gonna be touchy. So some ain't going to be involved at all, and some are.
I mean, I would have to hear his stance. I mean, if I feel like he makes some type of sense and it's a challenge, then yeah, but right now it just sounds like foolishness. And I think that I'm gonna hear foolishness and I ain't gonna want to engage. Like, yeah, this is just pure foolishness.
You ever heard him talk before? You ever heard a show with him?
I highly doubt it.
Yeah, you guys don't remember each other, but you guys had one conversation. Yeah, it was one time I was like, "Yo, click the link, hop on." He had time, he hopped on. I forgot what the subject was. I don't even know which video it was, but you guys engaged one time. And y'all disagreed, of course. I disagreed, of course. Well, look, let me just give y'all a preview.
I just laughed my ass off, yo, because I'm like, yo, he set all y'all niggas up, yo. I'm like, he set all y'all up. And now I'm like, man, you still defending this shit.
That's crazy.
You ain't got a leg to stand on. Your boy didn't show up. He gave some crazy ass excuse. And I said after the day, I said, yo, okay, they just gonna hate me, yo. Right. I said, they just gonna hate me because I can't shut up on this. Garfield, I don't believe that shit, yo. I just and I could be dead wrong. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. But I do not believe the nigga excuses. I might be an evil motherfucker. Like, yeah. You know what I mean? My religion must ain't work for me. Dr. Ben and all of them are the elders. And they all said the shit that goddamn Jabari is saying. So all Jabari gotta say is, y'all going against the elders. This is what was taught. Like, he got it hands down. On now, do I think that that Jabari is right? No, I don't think Jabari is right. I think Garfield probably has the better. I think the argument lends to Garfield more, but not in the conscious community.
Right.
In the conscious community, no, and I love it because now it pits Unc and them against Dr. Ben and them.
Right. So that might have been not liking that. You dig?
See,
wait.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I see it now.
The excuse. So what was the excuse as to why he didn't show? Because I was awaiting the excuse.
Yeah. So what's... there are two serious excuses, right? So serious excuse. That's why people kind of don't want to challenge him. So the first time I heard, I didn't hear from Horse.
Well, I heard someone passed, and
the second one a week later was his daughter got robbed.
Was she okay? Was she harmed?
I think it's just a simple robbery. You know, they just, you know, whatever they wanted, they just give it to me, and they ran off.
Okay.
It wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like they didn't kidnap her, nothing like that, or beat her up.
Then kicking the door, waving the fofo, none of that.
Now I couldn't. Now I don't know what type of robbery. We don't know if it's strong arm. Like, but I can imagine. I can imagine any type of robbery is like.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
I damn sure want nobody taking nothing from me. I'll give a damn gun or bat or fist or the threat. I don't want nobody. You know. So what happens is that some people are on the fence because now I'm a reference Sinetta now. Sinetta said it's shaky because he said Garfield called everybody but him. He said he didn't talk to him about this incident until like a half an hour before the debate starts. But he's been talking to everybody.
Shut up.
Sinetta said that. He said he was talking to everybody under the sun, and he never really told them directly. Like but he called everybody else except for the guy who charged everybody for the debate. So
okay,
that's Sinetta's angle right there.
Not only okay, so and how long had it been since it I'm thinking like, okay, I'm on my way to the debate. I get a call. I just been robbed and I got to stop. You know, I turned around and handled that. But if you had time to tell people about it, except for the person that it happened with, that kind of make me feel like it didn't happen like it happened in advance. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you mean like days earlier?
Yeah, days earlier, or even like maybe that I would say like I could see you saying like, okay, I gotta go check on. Let's say it happened 9 o'clock in the morning. Debate scheduled for 3. Okay, you go and check on your peoples. You good? You know, whatever. How you feeling? You straight? You know, you want me to take you somewhere, or you want to stay at my house? You know, if that's what you feel safe. But I mean, I still got something to do. I'll be back later. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see nobody being, unless it was like a real strong arm robbery, I don't see nobody being like super shook up, distraught, where they just like, I can't leave their side. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, she would have to come with me, you know what I mean? Because she wouldn't be alone in any other situation like that. But at the same time, there's different levels to shit. There's one thing being robbed and then being.
But what I'm saying is like, let's say somebody else
is
at the house. If the whole family was like coming to the debate, cool. But like, let's say I'm just going to debate and the family don't even get off into this.
Right.
Your mom at the house, or who? You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I understand that point of view, but what I'm trying to do is put it into a context where it would make more sense, because because how I'm looking at it is like, okay, there's levels to this. So I have family members who've been robbed, been in domestic situations, been fought in sex, SA, or even murder. So I mean, like, your reaction should fit the situation. So I mean, like, if something like that would have happened, then we're like, okay, my daughter's with me now. I'm not leaving anything. But if she got robbed or something was taken from her, you got to look at the situation, especially if it's short notice. You're about to not only rob Sonetta and his business partner and the person you're supposed to be debating and yourself, but you're robbing all these other people. So I mean, like, it goes to a different type, at least my thought process. So I mean, like, I would have to internalize it. Like, okay, big picture, she's fine, she's okay. All right, she's with me now. All right, now, like, Sonetta's situation is like, yeah, let me give him a heads up of what's going on, see if we can postpone it. We still got to make it happen. I don't understand being mentally distraught to the point where I have further obligations that I'm gonna.
Yeah, or even like change the format. Like if it was supposed to be in person, like, oh, well, I can't come up there, I'm gonna have to connect via Zoom, or like,
right,
you know, we might have to change the format.
That's honoring your previous arrangements or your obligations. You're under the understanding that you have obligations. So it's like, if she would have been shot, okay, that's different. But I don't know. Because I'm kind of like where what's his name, Chef was saying, I don't want to be an asshole. Maybe my faith in my religion ain't working for me, because it's like there's certain things that make sense and then certain things that just don't sound true. And he lost a lot of credibility in the community, in my opinion, by the way he moves and operates. So I just can't. I'm a very charitable guy, and I have no charity for this situation. None.
I say I look at it like this.
None.
If you were going to an employer, like,
right,
and you had a major presentation or something to do, like, where if you don't do this, your job on the line.
Right.
9 out of 10, it was it that severe where you would have, I'ma not show up today, knowing that at the end of this I ain't gonna have no job. Was it that severe? You see what I'm saying? Like, because I have family emergencies, and it might be like, oh, I got to check on my kid, this and the third, but I'm taking my laptop home, or I'm gonna take half a day. Okay, I'm gonna have to work half a day, and then I'm gonna have to show a good sign of faith. You know, like, hey, we might have to push it back a few hours. Like, I'm a little tied up right now, or I'm gonna have to do it via Zoom or whatever. But just not performing. Yeah, I don't know. I look at it like
that's your work
employment.
ethic. Come on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I look at it like, if y'all charging for it at this point, this is a job. This is, a business. Like, for somebody,
name. How long Sonny has been hyping this shit up? He been doing promotions.
It's been over 3 years. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh
it took 3 years for a motherfucker to flight. God.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. See, See, I can't be charitable, man. That's
remember, we were talking about this before the pandemic.
We were still wondering when that book was gonna come out. I remember we used to joke the fuck out of that.
And the book came out.
Did it?
It did.
And ain't nobody slaughtered, or I mean not slaughter, but pick it apart. Anybody read it? Let me start there. Did anybody read the motherfucker?
I said I was gonna buy a copy. And I still plan to support, but I ain't gonna lie, I just kind of forgot about the damn book.
Has anyone read the motherfucker?
I thought Unbiased bought one though.
I don't believe that.
Me? Well, I forgot what it's about, to be honest.
This book has been out or promoted and hyped up for almost 3 years.
Thurman said that Chef kind of explains if you keep playing the video.
Well, I kind of fast forward a little bit because I was, again, it's supposed to be a preview. It's not supposed to be as you can see, this is like 5 hours. I fell asleep. You dig? And this is, at this time, it's probably 12. I went live I was off live. Chief X made a video responding to the chef. Chef was on Sinetta. Chief X made a video responding to Sinetta's live featuring Chef and some people about it. And then I'm just in the chat. And then this is like, yo, then Chief X went off like around 12 a.m. So Chief Digits is like, yo, after party Unbiased, it's like 12. I'm like ready to go to bed. I'm like, you know what? Let me just, I swear, I thought it'd be me and Indigenous, 2 people listening, and we talk for half an hour. So Chef called in immediately. No, I'm sorry. Chef chatted, like, hey. So I'm like, all right, Chef, yeah, let me ask you questions. He was on Sinetta, so that's how it happened. So right now, we are 42 minutes in. So that means it's like 12:42 a.m. It only went off because I fell asleep and my battery died. So it went off. Because if you want your laptop to last a long time, you should not keep it plugged in. You should only plug it in to charge back up. But it's good to let it run down to 0 or close enough before you charge it. Like, that's what they just teach, right? And these places that computers, you gotta let it go all the way down. Like even a cell phone, you don't want to keep it charged. But then you ruin. That's why your battery don't stay charged. It has to go down and come back up. If it don't go down, then it's not gonna hold the charge. It's like some behavior bullshit that batteries do. Okay, but anyway, let me press a little bit of it. I fast forwarded, so whatever you said before is way past that. So. All right, so I tried to wait, let me check the audio because my laptop like a fool. Wait, how was the watcher talking? I don't even see him in the queue. That's some spooky shit.
No, I think he fell off.
I was about to say, like, I just happened to look. All right, so let me go back.
Damn. But now to get Jabari, y'all gonna go against Dr. Ben and them.
All right, so I was trying to let him just go to sleep naturally. Now I gotta put his ass in his crib. Sorry. Right.
You dig what I'm saying?
Oh, that's
I
crazy,
love it.
yo.
I like y'all contradicting yourselves. I like y'all motherfucking bumping heads like the Three Stooges. Do that shit all day. I love it. You dig what I'm saying? I love it. And look, the day Unc actually said that Egypt and the Sudan was Mediterranean.
Wait, stop.
On the pseudo killers.
Stop.
On the pseudo killers. And I just was in the chat. I laughed. I said, see, you just gotta step away from arguments. Stop arguing with niggas and just let that shit fester. Just set the seeds. Don't keep arguing with these niggas. You dig what I'm saying? Just set the seeds and just let that shit blossom.
Yep.
Just let that shit blossom. Because, like I said, I always say, yo, what me and Corey and Sosa and them was saying is going to age better. It's going to age better. That shit is going, as people read more and more information outside of the conscious community, the shit we was saying going to age perfectly, yo. It's going to age perfectly. Like
you said, outside the community, you can't stay there. You're going to be indoctrinated.
Because we're looking at it holistically. We ain't looking at it as being isolated. Africa was by itself, the shit that they doing. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
Like no. Like that part of Africa was a part of the rest of the world. Like it was influenced, like it was, everything was coming and going in that part of the world. It shit wasn't isolated like that. Yeah, they could get this shit from Mesopotamia. Yeah, Mesopotamia could get this. These niggas were like, no.
I used to love that shit. That's why I used to find that shit. You know, Egypt, they did that first. They need to get mad as hell. I used to love that shit.
So look, so so on my live, right, especially when, that's why I wanted to like really, even though I wasn't that familiar with the argument between Jabari and Garfield, I really wanted to hear both sides because it's about textual criticism, right? And I'm gonna share my screen real fast. This I'll be sharing my audience. All right. So anyway, let me fast forward. I know what y'all want to hear. Right. Okay, here we go. There we go. Right here.
Don't know where.
Nah, nigga, I'm right here listening. Nope. I'm just glad I know who you is for real now, yo.
Where's Corey?
I'm good. I'm glad with that. I'm real comfortable now.
I'm not gonna lie on
yo,
you, bro.
How I'm gonna tell a man where to go, where not to go, yo? You tripping. And then I see niggas amen in that stupid ass shit. What I said, I'm gonna tell you what happened, nigga. Y'all went over there. I don't care where y'all go. Y'all didn't say nothing wrong or nothing. Y'all didn't bash the suit. That wasn't even that. Y'all went over there to talk about a conversation, the disagreement about Egypt. That wasn't a big deal, yo.
No. Hey, I'm talking about private conversation.
Yo, it didn't turn bad to it turned bad, yo.
I'm talking about private conversation.
No, we ain't had no private conversation with
Oh my God.
No, now you lying, yo. Why you gotta lie, yo? This me and you.
Yo, I swear.
There's different stages to the conversation,
now we calling each other liars.
Yo, it's different.
I ain't even gonna do this. Now we calling each other liars, yo.
No, yo, it's different levels to the conversation, yo. It was a time when Chief Ace came on the show, yo.
Yo, now we calling
no, yo. The reason we didn't fuck with Chief Ace because the way he disrespected the sister, It wasn't me, yo. Come on, bro.
So what the fuck am I getting,
That
bro?
was
How
the
the fuck am
issue.
I a liar, yo?
No, wait a minute.
Why
We
is
talk
you
about
coming
different
on here
stages.
acting
Listen.
like I'm lying, yo?
No, we talking about different stages, yo. Don't play crazy because you right here in the middle of the ring now. You right here, bro. I'm saying, you know what the conversation was. It was about the
It
way
was
the nigga
many.
I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk because I got this whole conversation.
All right, let
Go.
All right, so now you see how Chief X got introduced, all right, into the conversation.
Let me talk.
You've been talking the whole 25, 30 minutes.
It was meant.
Kiki and shit. I heard the whole thing. I heard the Kiki ha. You doing the YouTube shit for no reason.
It was
I don't
meant.
tell grown men where they can go, but I'm gonna tell you something real slick. I'm gonna tell you something that's real slick, yo. After a nigga crossed the line, and the nigga crossed the line, right? And I'm gonna tell every nigga listening, when the nigga crossed the line with an individual, you gotta respect the nigga's space. So I'm simply saying is that I got a space that I've developed on YouTube, and based off of this nigga disrespect, yo, I don't want him on the show with me. That's all I say. I didn't say what you could do, what you can't do. I ain't never tell you where you can go. I'm saying, yo, just don't bring them on our space we created. Your whole crazy ass, we should be able to bring them. Okay, nigga, that must be you do. Go the fuck over there. I can say that. Sosa can say that. If a nigga get too disrespectful for Sosa, Sosa can say, don't bring the nigga on the show. I'm not gonna take it personal. Out of respect for Sosa, I'm gonna do it. Especially when I can see the blatant disrespect. I'm gonna do that. But I can't tell you whose show you can go. Don't go on by a show. I ain't doing that. I've never done that. I just see you for what it is. Once Sean said he was gonna punch, hold on, yo. Once Sean said he was gonna punch y'all niggas in the mouth, I ain't fuck with Sean. I didn't go over there. I ain't do that. Out of respect for y'all niggas. But I don't get the same respect. See, ain't nobody talking about that. I didn't sell. That I never even asked you to sell. The nigga tried to make me was around the whole discussions, and I know it was decent. And I knew it was like, so when I say decent, I mean that they was trying to push for something. Now, if we get into the complex conversation of had it been improved by the experts, no. But it was a general work. I ain't never said it was an expert work. And I'm a straight up nigga. Shit, nigga, I'm selling books. Nigga, what you want me to do? Shit, the fuck I supposed to not sell books? I sold a book. Shit, I ain't tell you I read it. Now that be disingenuous.
You're black,
and called me a grimy nigga. So Pure Black's calling me a grimy nigga for trying to help a nigga make some money to feed it.
Chief X, always read the chat, bro. That's what sometimes I gotta like remind myself to read the chat, but the chat be trolling. The chat would distract you. Chief X is him and Sinetta is always reading the chat. Yeah.
Feed his family.
And anyway, hold on. Hey, Chief X. So what about somebody got their YouTube on?
That was me. That was my fault.
So all right, you said you didn't say that in the video. Is there any Facebook posts or something or back checks or anything where you got into it with Yolanda or somebody about the authenticity of her cancer?
Right. So let me be clear. See, I have no reason to lie. I can be real about anything I said. I stand on everything I've ever said on social media or YouTube. I brought Yolanda into the academic community. She simply used to only know people in the RBG movement who we used to go hang out at RBG Family Weekend in Texas. She didn't really mess with the intellectual scholarship crap.
Really quickly, what that got to do with the price of 10 China? Chef just asked a direct question. What fuck any of this got to do with anything?
He's trying to get background how that they mess with each other behind.
But Chef asked very concisely, have you ever undermined the authenticity of her cancer? Publicly or privately? That was the question. Not how y'all met, how close are y'all, like, is it me?
Yeah, so I guess he's trying to get background, then he's gonna answer the question. That's how I took it.
Sounds like he trying to muddy the waters.
We'll see.
But okay.
Introduced Jolanda to in Ross Squad because I was their biggest supporter.
He dog
them,
walking our sister
I was their
Juju.
biggest supporter. So I said, Jolanda.
Oh no, I'm just confirming. He is dog walking our sister Juju. Go ahead.
You should start in. And so she started to tune in to live streams. And then she started becoming moderators and got to know Amin Ross Squad and everybody because of me. I'm just being real. She'll tell you this. Okay? So she was cool with me until others start slandering me. And she got in Sonetta Studio. But Reggie had Tamika and all them blocked me on Sonetta University, on conscious House of Consciousness, and the only channel I wasn't blocked on was Sonetta. You have to
Yeah.
really
So, no, if he asks you a question, you ask him a question. Both of y'all got to give each other a chance to respond. But what I was just pointing out in New Jersey that Chef just knew himself is that you can be a barber. Without snitching, without dry snitching, I know barbers with no license, and they've been cutting for fucking 20-something years.
Right.
Because it costs money, Chef, to get those guys out there to go find who's ain't got a license. Like the state don't have enough money for that.
Here's what you got to understand. The refund, because
wait. So let me explain that business wise, because the same shit happened with boxing, right? So right now, Tank Davis, right, Baltimore native, is going to fight Ryan Garcia. This is how shit works. No, you don't get a refund. I explain why. Because let's say Ryan Garcia get hurt, right? He get hurt. If you pay for that Tank Davis fight, guess what's going to happen? He's going to find a replacement of his choice, probably a bum, most likely cherry pick bum, and you're going to sit your ass in that seat and watch Tank Davis fight. So Sonetta was smart enough, or Jabbar was smart, one of them was to do the presentation anyway. So because he did his presentation, that's money well spent. Whether you like it or not, that's business. So what I was saying was, when they paid for the debate, now it had neither one showed up, okay, then maybe you need your money back. But I don't think when you pay for the event that it said if one don't show up, you get your money back. So we have clauses that say money back guarantee, those type of things. So people need to either ask that question, that need to be happening. Like, what happens if one person, that's the question you need to ask before you pay for it. But if you pay for it, you pay for it. And if one show up, and give a presentation, give his argument, and that's all I was going with. Because they said people asking for refund, and I just think that you can't watch the debate anyway and watch the bar argument and then ask for refund. That's crazy.
I personally disagree. It was marketed as a debate, not a lecture. So if the other person, if both debaters didn't show up and the actual debate didn't happen, then they did not get what they paid for. Now, would they get a total refund, a complete refund? Probably not. But if somebody wanted to litigate it, they probably could get the whole thing. But I do think something should have been returned because they paid for a debate and they got a lecture.
Well, from when he goes live, few people ask for a refund, and he told them to put their information in chat, and he, supposedly gave them their money back. All right, so that just tell you what we was talking about right there. So anyway, so at this point, so anyway, when Chief X called in, I didn't play that. Unc hopped off right away. He said, "I don't want to talk to Chief X." He hopped off. So Chief X. So Chef was recapping a situation when Unc called in. Unc started recapping the situation with Chief X. Chief X called in. Unc got off right away. And then Chief X explained Jolanda's story. his recollection, what happened. In the background was sourcing up. So he came back on. All right. So I'm gonna pick it up from there. He came back on. Yeah, so
you on mute? Where you at, man? You on mute or something? Oh shit.
Yeah, so while I'll get himself together, Chef,
Man,
and
I'm
screen.
nigga, I stay together. You don't gotta look, man. I'm stay ready. First of all, the wild ass nigga told everybody I was on disability. Where you get that from, nigga? I'm on disability, nigga. Say you was joking and playing, nigga. Let me hear you say it. Okay, quiet as a fucking mouse.
Now, Chief, you got to respond to that.
That shit made me laugh. Wait, he said I'm on disability.
So now look, you heard me. I said, Chief, you got to respond to that. You heard that. Look, listen how was that night.
You say it. Okay, quiet as a
Chief,
fucking mouse.
Now, Chief, you got to respond to that.
Listen.
Answer the question.
I'm not. I spoke on Black Dot Bookstore. Okay.
Nigga,
I don't know. Listen. I've said. Listen. I'm about to explain. You asked me a question. Listen.
I asked you a simple question about
relax. I'm about to answer it.
Let them answer. Let them answer.
Relax.
We got you. We got you. Trust me.
Relax.
Right, so I'm more involved than what I normally would be when people would be arguing with each other.
I don't know what kind of income you get or how you get it. I don't know if you're on disability or not on disability. And I've said this. I'm not sure. I've said, and I can prove it, I think he on disability because you got a bad hip. That's what I said.
I got a bad hip. You little clown ass nigga, yo. Let me play this clip.
You
flying around that nigga.
You guys are funny, yo. You guys are funny,
this
yo.
shit ain't funny. Let me play this, man.
But I don't care
That
about your
was
hip
funny,
or
yo.
disability. I don't care about your hip or disability, nigga. Get on the Black Dot Bookstore. Do you own that or do you got a piece of it?
Nigga, fuck you. Let me play this.
Don't deflect to some bullshit. Don't deflect to some petty shit.
Let me play this, man.
Moderate, goddamn. Let Unc rock, Chief.
Hey, Chief.
How you want to rock?
Moderate the show.
Let him go. Let him go, Chief.
Because I'm gonna give a special interview on Sarnetta University with the owner of Black Dot Bookstore and Culture Center. We'll do that sometime this week, nigga. Stay tuned in for that. We're gonna give the whole breakdown on how it went down, nigga. And I want my money, nigga. All right. This gonna prove to you, nigga. I can't believe you fell for the trap. How could you do that, nigga? I stay beating your motherfucking ass. Let's see if you saying flagrant shit out your mouth.
You ain't never will beat me on nothing.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You niggas donate to Juju for this cancer she claims she's had.
Now hold on for a minute. You niggas donating to Juju.
Play the whole content.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Hey, all that, Chief. Let him go, and you can question him afterwards.
So the fact that you made that statement she claims she got is enough. Now, in Chief X style, because you drunk, nigga, and you stay drunk, watch how you follow it with.
I'm sipping my damn self, by the way.
But you make the point. Let me play the whole clip full through. All right? Because
I'm still sipping, 3 a.m.
Be quiet.
All right, so you see what time it is now. I went live at like 12, so now we're at 3 a.m.
You niggas donate to Juju for this cancer she claims she's had, and maybe she do got cancer. But a donation ain't gonna solve no goddamn cancer. I brought you into this intellectual scholarship community from the RBG community. And she turned on me. Fuck that bitch.
Okay, so for me, when any human being is sick, for real, from cancer, and a person on a YouTube platform with influence claim she might have it, she might not, that's too much. And then call a bitch. This when this lady is sick in hospital beds. And I'm gonna play that video too. I don't understand that kind of shit out of niggas. Maybe y'all think that shit funny. My mother died from cancer, yo. And if a nigga came on the show talking about my mother claims his mother got cancer, she might, she don't. To me, where I'm from, nigga, yo, you get stomped down for that. What you mean, nigga, she claiming, nigga? Nigga, keep your mouth out that shit. That's the shit I'm saying, yo. He played this drunk ass game, yo. That's some wild shit to me, yo. That's why I don't fuck with this nigga. This shit ain't ha kiki for me. It's not
Okay.
that, yo.
So you played the clip, right?
It's not, nigga, give me my money, nigga.
So basically, you just busted yourself out.
Nigga, I ain't bust shit out. You said it, nigga.
Hold on.
Hey, let him respond, please.
Let me
He was
respond to that.
quiet when you
Hold
went. He was quiet when you went. So now let him respond.
Now, what I just said in that video you played was what I just said on pseudo killers. I said I brought her into the community. I just said this verbatim on just now before you got on. I said I brought her in. Hold on.
Drunk.
I said I brought her into this community from the RPG community, just like I said. And I said she was disrespectful to me. So I said, fuck that bitch. I didn't change. I didn't flip. So what the point is, you lied on me and said Chief X said she didn't have cancer and was faking that she had cancer. That is not what I said. You lied and you just proved. Hold on.
You just said the lady ain't had.
You just busted yourself. You just busted yourself out and a lie. Because that is not what I said. So you took everything I said out of context.
Let the panelists let the panelists respond to what was just. Okay,
Can I?
Let the chat and the panelists respond to what we think just happened, right? Because made a claim. Chief
took what I said out of context.
Okay, now let the panel and the chat respond. So, Sosa, what's up? What does it sound like to you?
I mean, it sounded like you said to me, if you say she claims she got, you know what I'm saying, that it is what it is. I mean, you know what I'm saying? She claims she got it. You feel me? That don't mean that you saying she got, you ain't confirmed that she got cancer now. You say she claims she does.
I said you guys are giving her donations because she claimed she had cancer.
Yeah, you said,
yeah.
Donations
okay.
to help.
That's not saying.
Chief, hold on, Chief. I'm just getting feedback from everybody who heard it, right? That's on the panel. I can speak. Indigenous, you still there, Indigenous?
You see, I'm being very fair with everybody, all right?
Yeah, I'm here.
There. Okay, so from what you heard, give me your honest assessment. Like, dude, nobody's gonna give you money. If you side with Chief, you side with Unc, nobody's gonna give you money. So just give your honest assessment.
Well, I mean, it just seems like a lack of communication, because.
I'm sorry. I think my man. I'm sorry, but I think his content is low normal standards. I'm sorry.
Chief
You said, wait. You said what?
What he says and what.
What'd he say? He sound low.
I'm gonna maintain that I don't believe my man is.
You sound super low. Is it me?
I don't know why.
I can't hear him. He got quieter.
Really? Hold on. All right. What about?
All I know. Go ahead.
Wait, I don't know what's going on. What about now? You can hear me?
Better, but still kind of low.
Yeah, it does that. I think I got a virus, yo. I know I got a virus. All right, so
You gotta strap up.
Is it louder now? Is it louder now?
Not so much, but try again. What was your point?
Nah, I'm sorry, man. I'm just gonna be honest. I ain't gonna cap. Like a lot of people cap and want to, but they choose when they don't want to cap, and when they do want to cap, I don't believe the dude level of comprehension is normal. Sorry, he's proven to me, and I don't say this about everybody indigenous. I just don't believe he's there. He has proven over and over in conversation. I had to do this is a sidebar. I had him read the story of Adam, right? How God created Adam and what God told Adam what to do. I said, now, just read that back. I said, recall that back. I said, who was God talking to? Now, he formed a man, put him in a garden, and gave him instructions about the trees, right? Tree of good and evil. I said, indigenous. Now look, this is what those teachers do, right? This is part of 4 levels. They so if I go back to that 4 level chart, this is for teachers, by the way. That's for teachers, how to bring out the information from the kids to see where they're at. So you got to, so one of the first level things the teacher got to say, the kids got to recall the story. So he just read God formed the man, put him in a garden, and told him which tree to eat from and not eat from. So I said, indigenous, at this point, who was God talking to? This dude said Adam and Eve. I damn near cussed this dude out, kicked him off. I said, dude, you just, and by the way, it doesn't say Adam or Eve, it says the man. So I'm like, dude, the man, it's talking about the man, for one. Don't say Adam or Eve till later. And then Eve ain't, this is like verse 16. Eve ain't going to verse 23. I'm telling you, for me, and I can, if I'm petty, I can go to video after video after video, and I'm starting to timestamp his bullshit. Him and Apostle. I'm gonna do a funny thing on it, but he's been proven to me that he just. I'm not confident he gets it. Simple, like right now, he heard Chief. He heard honest assessment, bro. Get off the panel or don't talk. Say skip me. But don't talk if it ain't gonna be honest. I just said nobody's gonna pay you if you side with somebody. Just give me an honest assessment. I got it. I'm controlling this thing now, right? Unc's not in control, neither is Chief. So I'm telling you, this is your time to just be honest. So with that being said, listen to his take on the video.
I'm already annoyed with his take. I ain't gonna lie.
Hold up.
Just
but before you do that,
Assessment, like,
before you
dude,
do
nobody's.
that, you got to be honest. And everybody who says something is bullshitting. Sosa didn't say shit.
Yeah, but at least he was more reluctant, and then he said, "What it is, what it is." So I
Nah,
understand.
these niggas is dick riding Unc and Chief because they want to be on both sides and shit. And that's been the whole problem. That's why Chef got put on the coat because he said, I'm not playing these games. I'm going to rock with who I want to rock with. And I'm not rocking. I'm not on that bullshit.
Yeah,
but a lot of times on the panel, I'm going to be a blunt because I'm the nigga who gets, I do it a lot. Niggas don't like it, but it is what it is because I'm going to play the fair one because I don't need none of these niggas on this panel. I don't need none of these niggas in the chat. I don't need none of these niggas in the community. So I'm going to just keep it a blunt. And I felt like sometimes niggas want to be on the panel and they want to be included. They want to get the shoes or they want to get to connect with the Moringa or whatever. They want to be with Sarnetta. Whatever niggas feel like they getting, get their 5 minutes of fame on Unbiased Network. Whatever the fuck niggas feel like they getting, that they gonna sit there and dick ride. That's why I remember one time I said, nigga, I fuck with you and Chief, but since niggas think everybody dick ride, y'all niggas on some hoe shit. It's like you got to insult a nigga before you give him a compliment. Just so niggas don't think that you dick riding.
Right.
Me and you had conversations like about niggas being yes man. They got to the point where like, nigga, there's really nothing you can do for me besides be a real ass nigga. Other than that, nigga, I'm not dick riding none of these niggas. Y'all ain't giving me shit. But I feel like Sosa should have called it. He should have been a buck. Cause Sosa a real nigga, but at the same time, he's respectful. I think it's more out of respect because I'm the same way with Chief. I want to go off on him, but I'm gonna call him OG just out of his age. But he hasn't really came at me to the point, but even if he did come at me, I'm not going to disrespect. I'm just built different. He ain't worth, or nobody that I don't see is worth me really jumping out of the bag unless I'm intoxicated type shit. But they should have just been up front and be like, Chief, this sound like you did some whole ass shit to Jolanda. Whether you think she got it, cancer or not, you got to shut your fucking mouth, especially she in the community and you're supposed to be friends with her. And then you're going to shit on her just because she hurt your feelings. You a man and she hurt your feelings.
The nigga implied that she was scamming. Using cancer, right? Not even that she just don't got it. He said even if she do,
right,
sending her money ain't gonna do shit for cancer. So pretty much, she's using that as an excuse to get money and cash apps. Like
so this is why I want
the fuck.
Talk. So for those very reasons, in the Watcher, I want the panel to talk. This is why I said I put everybody on blast. They didn't think that was gonna happen. I said, I heard the
right.
video. Now, what's up? You see how I can't look at my energy. I'm like, yo, so what's up, Sosa? What's up, indigenous?
But did you say anything though?
Huh?
Did you say anything?
We'll see.
Although it's kind of tough, you are the moderator and it is your platform, so you really can't take that authoritative tone without coming across literally biased on your own biased network. But you got to recognize, I don't know Juju like that, but I've had a few conversations with her. And even if I didn't know her, I'm not gonna be cool with another dude just running her down like that. I didn't even hear all of this, but what I heard before when he was talking, like it
I've
sounds like
never
he
known
dog
of
walking her.
this. Yeah, this whole thing, I don't know. I must have been like that. I took it
Well,
all.
see, the thing about it for me is, without even getting into like we just talking about the facts at this
Fair.
point. Like Jolanda and whether or not she does or doesn't have it or whatever the case, like that's not even what's debated right now. What's being debated is whether or not you said that she may or may not. Like that's the debate.
The slander.
Did you say that? Did you say out your mouth that she may or may not have it? Did you try to imply that she didn't have it and that she was using it to get money? Like that's the question on the table. And he clearly said that shit.
This is why I'm gonna okay. So if Sosa gave his answer, it didn't surprise me because that's his character, right?
But what's his answer though? Let's be blunt. I don't want you to offer.
But let me just say this though.
Okay, all right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sosa is not a forward guy. Indigenous is.
Okay.
So when Sosa gave the reason why I get on Sosa, because to me, his answer mirrored his character.
I see. But I'm questioning like what was his answer? Because that's my whole point. I'm perplexed because I look at Sosa, he's very deep, he's intellectual.
Well, I deduced that Sosa was saying, yeah, you said that shit.
Right.
Like
he
but
it is what it is. Yeah.
But he's like, but it is what like, yeah, you said it. Like he pulled out the receipts because I don't know what stance that they took previously. Almost like yeah, nigga, you said that shit, but I ain't gonna take too hard of a stance because I ain't been took no stance. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
how old? Well, how old is this Yolanda stuff?
I have no idea. I never heard it.
Me neither. That's why I'm like, it sounds all fresh and new. So maybe I got a little too much animosity. I am sipping a little bit, but it's just like
that's why I was shocked. When Unc had the video, I didn't believe it would be word for word. I thought Unc was going to chase and do some Apostles of Quan type shit. So when he played it, I'm like, oh shit, that definitely sounds interesting.
Yeah, that's flagrant. Cause I never heard Chief speak like that. If I would, I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe to his shit. I look at him for who he is. There's some shit he say that I say, man, that's some whole ass shit you did. And then there's some other shit I'm like, yeah, you was right on that. And that's how I look at him. I can't clean up the guy and make him a saint, and I'm not going to demonize him. He's a fucking human. He do shit that I agree with. He do some shit I don't agree with. But that Yolanda shit, especially unsubstantiated and just speaking out of emotions, because he even I don't say justified, but he explained why he did it. She hurt his feelings. She don't fuck with him the way she used to fuck with him, and he felt entitled to her loyalty or friendship because he brought her into the community from just being rah RGB into intellectualism. This is just what I'm trying to be. I guess I'm being charitable, but from our steel man and what he's saying, he can correct me, or anybody can correct me if I misinterpret or if I'm misspeaking on him. But that's how it came out.
It's some childish. I said it, but I said it because, and like it justifies it, or I don't know. It's just,
and that's my whole point. He said it, and nobody hammered in on that. It's like, okay, you're slandering this woman because she hurt your feelings, because she don't fuck with you no more. That should have been the topic. I feel like everybody got thrown in the rabbit hole. Even when Unc was trying to nail him down, like, wait, let me speak, let me answer how I want to answer.
Kenan said it's about a year old.
Oh, this shit don't even matter then.
The chat.
I mean, I'll say this. I'll say it still do matter.
Right,
I mean,
right.
I'll say to this extent, if I gather correctly, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. Chief did this video. Unc said, I'm not fucking with that nigga no more. He not allowed on the platform. Other people, namely Chef, I don't know if it was anyone else, but felt like, oh, why the nigga can't come on the platform? And Unc like, he taking a stand. Shit, my tribe is over here. She part of my tribe. We don't fuck with that nigga because of.
I'm gonna call cap on that because Unc had I can show you videos I got where they was going at it way before genetic issues. So Unc, I'm telling you, they be looking for something.
Well, I'm not
This
saying
was a good
that.
something though. This was a good reason, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, I'm not saying that didn't already not fuck with Chief, but what I'm saying is like, it sounds to me like was saying like, yeah, the other shit before that was play shit. Like we got like a little back and forth beef, but it wasn't nothing like that. Like I still engage with him to some extent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
For the click and the view or whatever the fuck. But once he crossed that line, that was too far for me, and I don't want that nigga on my platform. That's what I get from what he was saying.
Okay, and that's kind of how I got it, but honestly, I didn't see that. I don't know. That's why I'm like, the reason why I say it don't matter. I don't want to hand away the violation away, because that's a major violation. You speak on me and mine like that, it ain't nothing but a plane ticket. I'm not I can't even speak like that. That's disrespectful, and I have to talk to you about it. But Julanda has been in the community, and she spoke to all of the people involved, in my opinion. So they have a relationship with her. So for them to be speaking public like this, Chief seems kind of flagrant, because he's just upset because she don't rock with him like that. Ankh is like backing her, because he's like, you know what, then this is me taking for what it is, but I feel like I've heard them all have conversations. So if you had this feelings about the man a year ago, then I don't understand how you'd hop on because like what Bias said, it's like a love-hate relationship. I've seen them have arguments about tennis shoes that he didn't wore and took from some female, and this nigga mad because he done sent some shit and had it in the shop, but he didn't really get it paid for, and he's supposed to get him they've been battling back and forth type shit, but then they still will be cordial and talk to each other. So I never took any of their beefs serious, disrespecting the sister like that, and then Ankh holding Julanda close to his chest, like this is someone I rock with. That's amiable to me. I respect that. But if he's still being cool with Chief after that, then it's kind of like, okay, it wasn't that serious. But if he's been saying and solid saying he ain't been fucking with him for a year, and his satellite homies, Chef and Sosa, they still fuck with him, I can see how that would be annoying, especially if they don't take the slight that Chief did to Julanda the same way he did. So to him, it's like, that shit scarred me, and as a man, we're gonna stand on it, because I seen Wu Jawu stand up when Sanetta went uncut at one of the females in their camp. So I mean, like, to me, it doesn't surprise me that those brothers, some real dudes, they gonna stand up when they see something uncut. But
all right, so let's because Thurman's saying I'm milking, so let me play a little more.
Yeah.
I ain't playing the whole thing, Thurman. I'm just playing, key points, right?
Gonna give you money. If you side with Chief, you side with Unc, nobody's gonna give you money. So just give your honest assessment.
Well, I mean, it just seems like a lack of communication, because Chief comes with, what he says and what Unc says, and then, you said this and you said that, and then, we got timestamps and things like.
I'm sorry, yo, but that's not an example of somebody who can comprehend what's going on. I'm sorry, this dude got issues.
That, so if we need,
Well,
we don't have that.
He just timestamped. He just played the video. So what do you think about the video? Does that support Chief X or Unc, bro? Just real quick, who it supports?
Well, if Unc brought the videos, it supports Unc's case.
No. From what you heard, forget about who brought it, bro. From what you heard.
I'm sorry.
First, you gotta understand what Ankh said. Ankh said that I said she's faking cancer. Did I say that?
Right? No. Chief. I'm asking indigenous. Forget about what Unc said and what you say. I'm saying
that's the whole thing, though.
No.
I'm saying that I said she faked cancer. That's a lie.
Chief, listen. I'm asking indigenous from what he heard, what you said. What did he get from that? Because
right, I know, but I'm clarifying what Ankh said. So he has to understand.
Yeah, what we got what Unc said, right? Chief, you already established that. And we asked Unc to come back on. He came back on. He played the video. So that's already established. That's already documented. So now the video is played. I'm just asking the panelists in chat, is Unc right or wrong for his conclusion? That's all. So I'm asking indigenous black man.
But listen, I'm biased. Unc strictly said, I said she faked cancer.
Right.
Where's the word fake in anywhere in that statement?
And that's why I'm just asking indigenous opinion on what he thinks will happen with your statement. That's all. So I'm excluding Unc right now. So Unc he's out. I'm asking indigenous black man what he thinks you said. Indigenous, go.
I didn't. I have to defer because I was out here making me a ham and cheese sandwich.
All right. Well, can you eat
while
your
the
pork?
video play.
Hey, no, but for real though, before he said that, I was finna cut in and say it sounded like IBM trying to pretend like he heard it and he didn't hear shit. Like he was trying to be a part of the conversation and answer the question, even though he don't even really know what the fuck had happened. He came in and you put him on the spot, like, what do you think? And he like, well, it sounds like he was trying to bullshit his way through.
Teacher asked him what was chapter 5 about. Okay, the summary of the story had the plot and the climax
he said that.
Yeah, it's I can't even.
I recall framing the question, dude. You're not getting paid, right?
You did.
So all he had to say was, and to be honest, I wouldn't even following it. Okay.
That's a lot of men don't have too much ego for that shit.
Right. So to sit there, but what's worse is before the falls is the ego. So he decided to answer it anyway.
Yeah.
And he looked like a fool before the world again. Okay.
Yeah, because it's either or though, because he could have looked like he was politicking. Because that's what I heard. Everyone else is like they're politicking. You don't want to offend either side, but you don't want to.
Right, well, there's more panelists. We got Chef, right?
All right, yeah, let's go. Keep going.
Wait, I'm sorry.
All right, that's it. Okay. That's it. I don't want to hear nothing.
You have zero. I'm gonna just say it right now. You have less patience for that guy than other guests, and maybe it's warranted, but it's evident.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
When I say it, he think I'm putting 20 on 10. I keep telling him, nigga, it's obvious that your patience be low as fuck for IBM.
Well, because he's established a pattern of behavior. Okay, and is this who he is? Like we just said, people. You just said, Chief, people are just who they are. And business is just who he is. And to me, I look at him as just entertainment now and just the comedian of the show, in which he's been doing, right? He's been a little joke. That's okay. Sometimes it be funny. But I'll be trying to take him serious on serious subjects. And I'll be forgetting that he's the jester. Like he's the clown. He's the joker of the playing cards. I keep forgetting.
Oh,
so let me go ahead.
You be stealing all his shit though.
I'm asking this is black man what he thinks you said.
I have to defer because I was out here making me a ham and cheese sandwich.
All right, all right, so now he just said he got to defer, right? But he's still gonna talk. Listen, this is goofy guy. Well, can you eat your pork?
The video played, I'm sorry.
All right, that's it. I said, okay. That's it. Chef, we want honest opinions. We're on live, right? This is going to be a reference point for y'all reputation. So say what you say. You dig? Chef, what do you think just happened? Like what Chief X said.
All right.
What do you get from that?
If you listen to what he said for her cancer claim.
Right.
Maybe she do. Maybe she don't.
Right.
That means that what she said is in question.
And that's how I took it. And that's exactly how I took it.
So, but I didn't say she faked cancer. Nigga, that's what Ankh said.
Come on, nigga.
So what Ankh did was
so you'll be right there, Chief. So look.
No, because if it's question, if it's in question, then she might be faking.
Right? No. We're not gonna add. Remember. Hey, Chief, I got it. We're doing the 4 levels of comprehension here. Nothing more than less, right? So we heard the audio, and we heard, and Chief said what he said Unc said. I don't know if Unc confirmed that or not, but we know what Chief said Unc said. So I'm just asking, forget about, I said exclude Unc. I'm saying what you get from the video. That's all.
He just said it.
No, I did not.
Right. So I agree with Chef. I don't agree that you said she's faking. You didn't say that. So if that's the claim, you didn't say that. But I do believe you questioned whether it was authentic or not.
nigga, that's enough. We got a whole GoFundMe out there. We can all read it.
That's enough to say 100% she's faking.
Hold up, I gotta mea culpa. I do apologize because Sosa did come out the bag and throw it out there on the table. I'm like, nah, nigga, you said maybe she did, maybe did. And I was just waiting for somebody. So yeah, my nigga, he's doing it with class. And he's trying not to, because Chief, once you hit that wrong chord, then he's 0 to 10, 10 to 100. You know what I mean?
And that's what I was gonna say. Honestly, I don't even think it'd be dick riding. I think certain people, like, I don't feel like Sosa has a desire to be content or beef with nobody. Like, he want to get on here talking shit, you know, engage and then be done with it. I don't think he want to be in no battle. And it's certain people like Chief that when you don't agree, now you content. Now the nigga got to make 12 videos exposing you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like,
shit. I didn't even think of that level. Yeah, okay.
I think it's really more so that why they didn't really go hard. Like, you don't ask me no rhetorical question. Nigga, you know what you meant. Like, I ain't finna dignify this shit because I really don't want to do my big one and go, you know, head to head with you. But I'm not finna sit here and let you pretend like you didn't say what we clearly heard, what you said. And we're not finna play the semantic game. Well, I didn't say fake. Well, let's look up synonyms for fake. Like, let's
I may have implied it, but I didn't say it.
Yeah, so that's why I'm establishing like what's going on here. Like, Unc made a claim, Chief X said something. We got the video, what he said. So now the video, so I'm asking people of their understanding the video, like what did they get from it? But then that video is gonna also be used to either support Unc's claim or go against it. Because he just said 100%. He said she's fake. Right. So that's the other argument. The video is going to do two things.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who says 100% she's fake? Wait.
And you heard him just now. He said that's enough. He said whatever Chief X just said, that's enough to translate as he says she's faking 100%. So I don't agree with that. Okay. So
yeah, I wouldn't. But you realize you just took that. I wouldn't necessarily say she's faking 100%. He's saying you fucking around on some shit that's really serious. And you ought not be doing that. If you want to make that claim, then come right out there, but don't play around with it. I thought Unc was taking that.
Yeah, the only thing, again, this is a year old, I heard. So being stated. So remember, a year old, people have been saying stuff about each other, and it's out there. It's documented, it's recorded, it's on Facebook posts. So now we get to finally address it. And in court, we got to address it exactly how it's claimed. For example, do you know if you're charged with first-degree murder and you actually killed that guy, but do you know they got to prove first-degree murder? That means premeditated. If they can't prove that, you're getting off. Like, so you got to charge the guy with the right charge.
Correct.
I agree, but I also feel like this. Like, so you can listen to what he said, right? Like, no, he didn't say faking. And that doesn't 100% mean he faking. I mean that that's what he meant. But then you can also go back and play not only the language he used, the body language, like mannerisms, like it's other things that tell the story. Like that was what the message was. Like, there's no doubt in my mind, he was implying she faking. He just knew it would be in poor taste to say that. You see what I'm saying?
Because my only thing is the body language, this and that. When I do that, people say I'm not an expert. So when I look at body language, when I look at these gestures and context, they say, but yeah, you're not a professional.
Who says that? Who is these day people?
Now, if people that in the chat panel, they say, I can't do that. I'm not a professional. So therefore, Unc can't do that either. He's not a professional. So we got to just go with what he actually said.
Well, no. This is, first of all, this isn't like, he's not called on to be a professional. He's not giving no expert testimony. He can deduce like anyone else from what he see. It's his opinion. Nigga, you said that she was faking. I'm inclined to agree. That's exactly what he meant. Now, he wasn't gonna say that because it's in poor taste.
So
But
isn't that wrong then? So if he said you said this and you play the audio back and he didn't say it, at that point he's wrong.
well,
Okay,
yeah,
let
at
me
that
ask you
point,
this, unbiased. Let me ask you this then. So if somebody says you did like somebody said you did A, but you didn't specifically do A, you kind of did it, but you did B. Can they necessarily, and then you say you didn't do it, can they call you a liar?
But I don't
Introduce
think
a whole new term. But what I'm bringing out is they're introducing a whole new term that kind of correlates to what we're saying, but that whole new term has a way negative connotation. It's more egregious. However, to sum up what you did, boy, you said you did A, but you really did B, so you really did lie. He didn't call you a liar. He just highlighted that you did A when you said you did B, but then to counter all of the points, you threw out you called me a liar? So it deflects from the whole point. To now we're going into accusations, and now we're going into degree of honesty. But we all know what up is up and down is down.
see, but that's a little tricky
now,
though.
but
Is it really tricky though? Just like this Bible shit. Is it really tricky when we start making black and white gray? When we know what shit really is? This is the problem that I start having with some of the people in the community and with the brother that we have right now, because he weasels out of shit, just like Polite can weasel out of shit. But I think this is what Ankh has an issue with, because we all know she's doing the shit, but when he weasels on both sides of the fence.
Correctly? Why not say,
Okay.
brother, you doubted her cancer? Why not just say
Okay,
that?
yeah, we can put the responsibility on Ankh. Ankh should have made a very specific, exact, accurate claim in the heat of the emotions. He should have.
well, I'm gonna say this. I can say what he said and say, now you didn't come out and say that she's faking, but nigga, that's what you implied. That's what you meant. And I feel like you said she faking, and I don't fuck with you. Like,
I never say she fake.
and
We all
again,
can hear and think, I never say she fake.
I didn't say that you said that. I said
Well,
that's
you need
what
to stop
you
lying
meant.
on me, Amber. Well, you need to stop lying. Let me finish. You stop lying on me, Amber. This woman is this woman is insane. She just keeps talking emotions and stuff. I need to speak to someone else.
Yes, I'm speaking emotionally because it's an emotional situation to me. Now, if you lack emotion, then that's a personal
we need to stay
problem.
with logic. Why is this woman on here?
You sound just like him.
But serious, I hear everything.
But the whole thing
saying.
is, but how logical is it to say maybe she has cancer, maybe she doesn't? Okay, well, who gets to determine that? Who's going to prove that? Should she come out and show her medical records to prove? Like, get the fuck out of here. Why is it even a topic of discussion for you if you don't fuck with her and say she turned on you? What is your purpose of even making it content right now?
Bingo. Now you got to stick to the whole point. She hurt you, and you're just slinging mud. You're slinging mud. We can talk about how egregious the mud is, whether you say that she's sleeping around, or you can say she's lying about cancer, you can say she's beating her kids, or whatever. The whole point is you're trying to devalue this woman's reputation and name based off of some emotional feelings that you're having. And everyone's going down rabbit holes all around this shit instead of acknowledging a man is hurt off of a woman and they too need to figure it out. I don't understand why it goes public, but since he disrespected her publicly, she kicks it with a crew. And the leader of that crew, which is Ankh, is standing up for her, which is what he's supposed to do. The guys who are satellites, I'm sorry.
I mean, and it's just I think it's like he said, his mother passed from cancer. It's the principle, period. Like he said, y'all may think shit like that is funny, and like that don't belong in this space. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And I can't.
And he said he don't want it on his channel though.
Exactly. And that's what I was gonna say earlier when it's like, yeah, he's engaged with him, but he's pretty much saying I've engaged with him elsewhere, but for my platform, my brand, what I'm doing on my channel, we're not supporting that shit. Like, so no, he can't come on my channel. I might could see him on somebody else's channel, but that nigga ain't coming on my channel.
Okay, so why I keep calling them satellites? Those are homies. So was it people bringing him on their channel within the year?
I think it's happened on his channel.
Okay, so the fact that some of the pseudo killers are chilling or going elsewhere, but Ankh said on your stream or your live that ain't what bothering.
What is what?
What?
Maybe I missed.
What I gathered was he was saying, y'all trying to make it like I didn't want y'all fucking with Chief and I had a problem with that. That was never my problem. Y'all been in the nigga chat, been fucking with him, and I been ain't caring. But quit coming to me, asking me why he can't come on the platform when I've already stated that nigga can't come on my platform.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I gathered. That's what I gathered.
It was probably some confusion with that.
with that. So whatever they communicated in the back chat on the cell phone, whatever call, obviously Chef took that as we can't go to his and he can't come over here, and from perspective, he just saying he can't come over here, but y'all could do what y'all want to do.
But they've been doing what they want to do, so I'm not sure if that's the
but now when they doing what they want to do, Chef is saying that somebody's in Unc's ear, Garfield, and pitching a bad light on the pseudo killers now.
And it has Unc done anything to express his dissatisfaction to the pseudo killer?
I know that's when you got to put concrete one of the guys back on, or even Unc. I don't know anything about that back stuff. I was surprised when I seen the live, it was falling out. I was surprised. So I wasn't privy to.
So they've really fallen out.
Did you hear Chef and Unc talk just now?
I heard some. I didn't. You didn't play the full thing.
But what you heard, do you think they on good standards?
I've heard way worse.
I'm gonna say this. I think it's like probably a truth. I ain't gonna really say like falling out, like they finna be like beefing all over the place. But from what I gathered, it sound like whatever issue they had regarding the Chief situation, I feel like it was exacerbated by them being unbiased and talking openly about it, like in his absence, kind of like a panel tour. You know what I'm saying? Like now you going around saying that I'm mad that y'all cool with whoever, like I'm trying to tell you where to go, when that's a narrative. That ain't my issue. And you know what my issue is. And Chef sound like he's saying like, well, nah, nigga, you did. Like, no, nah, I ain't. Which to me, that could be a misunderstanding. So it could be a misunderstanding that I'm saying I don't want the nigga on my platform. But you may be thinking, oh, he mad because I'm fucking with him. No, I'm not mad that you fucking with him. I'm mad because you keep asking me like I'm finna fuck with him. Go fuck with him over there. But quit coming to me.
But also confusion also could be on Chef's part. Maybe Chef thought the pseudo killers was their platform, not just Unc's.
But Unc said too, he said, like, if somebody disrespects Sosa and Sosa say I ain't rock, he feel like if somebody shit on family, if one family member got a problem with it, all family members should have a problem with it. Not that you shouldn't fuck with them in your personal time, but you shouldn't bring them to the family house.
Now,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. But listen, now how's that determined in the household? If there's an issue, like let's say there's a family lawyer, right, that represents represents the family, and one member thought he didn't do a good job representing him. He can't say, all right, nobody fuck with him. Cause they like, oh, that didn't happen with us. And don't forget, it's the family lawyer. It's not your lawyer, son or uncle or dad. So the pseudo killers channel, from what I thought, was all of theirs. So that means there needs to be a vote. So if it's all of theirs, I'm just assuming, if it's all of theirs, then one person can't say this is it. And that could have been how Chef and Corey took it. Like when do you, according to our agreement, when do you start determining the final say so? I'm just right in there.
I'll say this. I ain't gonna use the family lawyer thing because to me that's a little convoluted. One, it wouldn't represent the whole family, not in the case that ties the whole family. But I would say this, like, let's say y'all all live in a house, and motherfucker pull up, slap the fuck out of you, just assault you, violate your ass. You going back to the house like, I don't want that motherfucker over here. I don't feel safe when that nigga around. Like, he can't come back over here because he's straight violated. And motherfuckers like, oh, when such and such gonna be able to come back over? Man, he cool. Like, nah, fuck, that nigga didn't violate you. He violated me, or he violated this one. And you can go fuck with him at his space. If you feel like you comfortable with the nigga and he ain't gonna violate you, go over his house and fuck with him. But that nigga not finna make me uncomfortable in my space or violate me in my space. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's a hard thing to do. If a motherfucker fuck over one of mine, it ain't no, we all gotta take a vote on it. No, you violate one of mine. You gotta fuck over there.
So now let's say if that guy who smacked the person that they felt was right, wasn't it was uncalled for. But let's say if that person is a business partner of the brother of the guy who got smacked, and they're negotiating a deal that they felt like very important to business, and he's like, listen, bro, I'm on the road. We gotta get this done, and I can only come there. Now what happens? He's like, nah, we ain't gonna do a deal, or okay, got it, or just come, or just leave him alone.
I feel like absolutely now we ain't gonna do the deal, because now at this point, this nigga is making. So I'll just tell you like this: your side business that you got, well, whatever you got going on, one, it don't benefit everybody. This your personal side business. So now you saying that your personal side business is more important than what we got with the entire family business benefits. This the family business, and you got a little side yang, and you think that nigga, since he can't make it to where you can go to his shit and rotate, he gonna come over here and say, oh, well, no, that don't work for me. Now he calling shots for our whole business because some shit is inconvenient to him. Hell no. Nah. You figure that out. That ain't got nothing to do with this over here. It don't benefit all of us. That benefits you. So you need to figure out how you gonna make that shake.
Yeah, but at that point, who has say so if he comes over or not? Because what if the brothers just got a cordial relationship? Like they're not really that, every sibling is not tight. Not everybody really close like that. I got families where, I had friends where the brothers and sisters, they always at war, and they would like side with me before they side with each other. I had friends like that.
And I understand that that's true. So that means that really this ain't your house. That's your house over there. Because you rather fuck with, so just go over there and be at that nigga house. Like, you don't really fuck with the people that's over here then. And that's cool. Just go on over there. Like, what you want to be. So now you want to benefit off this and use this situation when really you want to be over there. So just go over there. Like, if I'm in a household with somebody that I don't really fuck with like that, we just kind of cordial with each other. And if you violate somebody in this house, even though I'm staying here, I'm gonna side with the motherfucker outside the house, and it sound like that need to be your house. You need to just go ahead and stay over there with that nigga, because that's who you really fuck with.
So Keenan Wright said, didn't they try to ban Unc from the Pseudo Killers channel? And I think it backfired. So yeah, I do remember they had a video like that where they were supposed to be kicking Unc out the Pseudo Killers.
What?
They made a
Source
video.
up on that shit. When was this?
I watched that. So it's a fact. They had a video. It was actually called.
Who's
that.
they? Who's they?
Concrete, Corey. It was actually called something that was clear. Like Unc got to go. Something clear like that. It was very clear. The title.
Okay, who is they? Concrete Corey.
Wait, hold on. Can we who established Pseudo Killers? Who?
That was Unc turn.
Okay, I'm saying the channel, the brand.
I don't know
who established it.
But I know as far as the business wise, I know how LCs work and members. So I do know Chef had a lot of responsibility with the art. Chef was holding the channel down a lot. So when you put in the business ownership, you could do money or you could put in time. So Chef did both. So all that fancy artwork, all that shit, that's all Chef. And Chef, you see Chef was on the channel a lot by himself. So he's an owner. I don't know what percentage, but he's definitely an owner. It looked like 50-50 or 60-40 because he was definitely an owner.
Who's definitely an owner?
Yeah, because I remember tuning in like, damn, Chef, this Chef channel? Because I'm thinking like maybe Unc gave it to him and Unc's gonna do his, and that's how that thing was looking like.
That's not how business works.
So I do know Unc came up with the term, the name, but the channel I couldn't tell you. Again, that's something that Unc, those guys got to speak on themselves.
Yeah.
I know Concrete ain't gonna. I know Unc ain't gonna be shy. I know Concrete ain't gonna be shy. So, and Concrete just on the other day. So eventually we'll ask him.
And I see somebody in the chat like They ain't Chef and Corey wasn't benefiting shit from the pseudo killers. They both have real jobs, and we're not talking about like financially.
I'll definitely get him exposure. Like Chef wouldn't be on Sarnetta without That's a fact.
When was Chef on Sarnetta?
Just recently, and even before, and all the times he was there before. Like a Chef, nobody, even myself, none of us would be on Sarnetta if it wasn't for Unc.
Right.
And what's Sarnetta again?
Huh? Sarnetta.
What's Sarnetta again?
I ain't hear you.
Nothing. I was just asking, what is Sarnetta again?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Exposure. I mean,
it was a joke. It's a joke. I mean, it's like saying they've been on a Breakfast Club. Okay, you've been on a Breakfast Club, so now what? I mean, it was a joke, but I mean, I get it. It's exposure compared to like, nigga, who the fuck is the watcher? You ain't got no niggas ain't watching your shit. I get it. That's true. But it's just like, what are they leveraging with this exposure? Don't let me not get that. Most people who get that exposure, they jumpstart their scamming career.
So just based off of what I've heard, because I don't know the facts, like all the way, I ain't spoke with nobody directly, but based off of everything I've heard tonight, I will say that I personally feel like there may be a slight miscommunication between Ankh and Chef. I haven't heard from Corey at all in this exchange, so IDK. But I will say that I personally feel like Chef and Corey, they probably do have a fresher perspective. I feel like Ankh is more old school conscious community. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they're more of a newer wave. So if we're talking about growth for the channel and, a new direction or something, like a rebrand, yeah, I feel like I can see why Chef and Corey probably still want to engage with maybe like a Chief X or something like that, especially since, you need somebody to have drama and debate with, and because if you have the same characters on, it becomes a little redundant after so long. But I can also understand Ankh's position as to wanting to maintain a certain integrity with his brand. So I mean, I'm not feeling like nobody like super wrong, huh?
It's supposed to be their brand. Everybody's brand said that's a pseudo killer.
Yeah, but don't pseudo killers come and go? Wasn't you a pseudo killer at a point?
Yeah.
Temptations forever.
This pseudo killers come and go.
Damn, that sounded so ruthless.
I mean, I'm just
Temptations forever. That's
what I'm saying. Yeah, so they doing a hostile takeover. Is what you trying to say? They tried a hostile takeover.
Damn.
Yeah, so now I want to know the agreement. And now I'm interested to know the agreement, like because if the agreement was never is theirs, then they don't have a leg to stand on.
Bingo. You know politics. You know business.
Yeah, they don't have a leg to stand on.
Here's the thing. I'll say this. You say we're fact checkers. This is, our platform, this, that, and the third. It ain't just, but overall, this unbiased platform.
Facts.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day.
I changed the name. It don't say unbiased sports.
It don't matter. Spotify was to come through with a deal.
Yo, y'all gotta stop with
you
this.
You finna Joe Budden us, nigga.
Listen. That nigga gonna be like, gotcha, bitch.
You're like, yo, sit your Maul and Rory ass down.
Mad Papa kick the staff out.
All you do is spin records. Nigga, all you do is spin records. Shit.
Yeah. Well, I guess
It's the same thing, but like let's look at the Joe Budden podcast, right? Motherfucker seen Mal and Rory on that motherfucker for years.
Yeah.
Years. Yeah, he had a podcast. That motherfucker then popped today, really got on there and it became a trio. And then deals start coming in, and at first they thought they was, we all this, but even they wasn't even on no greedy shit because they like this. You started it, whether or not you was popping like that. He doing all this shit on the air. Well, I wasn't really popping before, this, that, and the third, and this, that, and the third. But behind the scenes and them deals and them contracts and that paperwork, nigga, this my shit. Fuck y'all. So bottom line, and even with the Facebook shit, that nigga, I put all this shit together. The fucking, I put, y'all came up with a name, or y'all had a concept, but y'all ain't know how to bring that shit together. And I'll say this, like, even if they made it pop, even if they invested everything, I want to know, where did the idea originate? Who facilitated the idea? Okay, pseudo killers. We're gonna do a channel, even if it was a we. But nigga, I'm the one coming with the ideas, and yeah, y'all help facilitate. Y'all make the dream possible. But ultimately, this shit was conceived in my mind. That's my intellectual property. I mean, they can get something, but personally, I feel like if they're gonna continue on and not be pseudo killers or whatever, like Tina said, I'm keeping the name. Shit, the name is mine, nigga. Take what you want, nigga. Take what you want, but this is my name. You niggas not finna walk around with it, putting me out of a group when I created the whole fucking name and shit. I came up with the concept. Like, you niggas wasn't on none of this. I started this shit. I don't know. I just
Yeah.
I'm biased. How about he changed the name? Yeah, but
you see how I threw that Spotify deal in there and he got quiet to the motherfucker.
He like, no. Then he thought about it. Like, let me stop that. Don't tell that lie. Don't tell that lie. I'm screen
I had
recording.
conversations with him years ago.
I'm screen recording. I will bring
shit.
that shit up in court. This nigga said that he would give us equal parts. It was a verbal contract. Verbal contract.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's funny. But I mean, going back to the pseudo killers thing, if that is the case, because Ankh still has his God killers and all those other type of channels as well. But I don't know. Is it really Chef? I mean, not Chef, but Chief X? Or it's just principal with Ankh? You know what I mean? Wasn't he saying something like that? I ain't mad, I ain't this, but I just see how you are. I see what you do. That's more of an implication, like, I don't like the way you move type shit. So you go ahead and stay over there. I ain't beefing with you, but you just don't move the way I move. We ain't the same type. At least that's how the comment came across. When I heard it used, that's normally how people express it. We ain't cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, I can't do nothing but respect that. Like, I'm sitting up here like I'm waiting on where Ankh was fucked up at, because I don't hear it.
You're right. That's you know what I mean? I've had homies, you just realize, like, my nigga, it ain't in you. I ain't even mad at you. You snitched, you did what you did, nigga, it ain't you. I knew you wasn't built for this. Back in the sandbox, I think I knew you was not always 100. So I ain't even mad at you. It is what it is. It's like more of a disappointment. Like, I had a feeling an inclination, and damn, it came to be true. But it is what it is. Like, or you chose this nigga over me after all the shit we've been through. You chose your little fake friendship with this nigga over your shit with me. All right, it is what it is. You can have it. It's yours. But the nigga Corey said, he said, "You want to be out here with these regular motherfuckers when you can be with me? It's yours. You can have it." That nigga said it way more malicious, but it was hilarious. I love telling broke bitches that shit all the time.
So I mean, maybe it didn't happen yet, or we fast forwarded through it. But did they ever get that straight? Or because it sounds like, and probably because the video was jumping around, you fast forwarded some. It sounds like they initially had a disagreement, and then they kind of moved on to what Chief X actually said. Like, so did they ever come to some type of resolution?
Who's that?
Chef and Aunt. Did they ever come to some type of resolution, or?
I think it just moved. I think it just died down, and it just moved. I think Chief X just called. I think that's what happened. Like it just. I don't think. I don't know. I don't recall them agreeing on anything.
Man, they family. I don't think any of these beefs are really that serious, especially if it ain't egregious with regards to messing with each other's family and money. This is just like politics and shit. So when families beefing, you don't never want to get in the middle of it because once they make up, your ass is on the outside. So I don't think that, to me, it's nothing that you clearly can't come back from. They just got a third party person that they don't see eye to eye on, and Unc would prefer them to move in a certain way or a certain manner, yet they're moving in a different mode, like a different generation. NBA, they didn't like motherfuckers talking and playing with other players and helping them up. Now generation, these niggas practicing training together in the summer and shit. It's just a whole different type of shit. Like this nigga said some fuck shit about you, so I want y'all niggas to treat this nigga the way I treat him, or have the same feeling about the way I do, but they don't view it that way. Or again, this is me trying to be charitable and keep it within the context of what I understood. Because Uncle made a very direct statement saying, I don't fuck with him because of A. They say they fuck with him, which means A isn't as egregious to them as Unc took it. And on its face value, that is what it is. And if I got a crew and my crew don't move the way I move, then I got to question my soldiers, my generals, my lieutenants, because we should all be on the same accord. There is no waffling. If this, just like when
that accord, then
I agree. Now I agree. Leadership has to be done appropriately. You can't call yourself a leader if you don't have protocols and standard operation procedures. So I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too, Watcher. Like, while I understand the whole, like, oh well, we just don't agree on this. Like, there's certain shit that if we don't see eye to eye on certain shit, we ain't really fucking rocking like that. Period. Just cause it's certain stuff I'm just not gonna play about. Some things, we can agree to disagree. Other shit, no, either you see it this way, I don't really fuck with you like that. Cause
facts, you touching kids.
Because what is we doing?
Ain't no understanding that, nigga. Ain't no understanding you touching on kids. I don't view it. No, you gotta listen. No, I ain't gotta listen. You gotta look at it this way, nigga. I ain't gotta look at it no way. I don't fuck with you, and niggas that fuck with me don't fuck with you. And if y'all do fuck with that shit, pedo shit, then y'all can cross the line over there. I get what you're saying. There's certain lines that you don't cross. Disrespecting women upon that type of shit, that's a personal note to Unc, especially if he had family. My 17-year-old brother didn't make it to be 18 because he was dealing with chemo type shit. So I wholeheartedly feel that. I don't let that situation hit my emotions and let it bleed into other situations and other people. I had grown to that, but again, that's not my mother. You know what I mean? So I can't try to make Unc have my understanding and my feelings towards a certain situation, nor should he try to project his personal feelings on his homies or his satellite members or his crew, whatever they are or were. It's just, to me, it's just a misunderstanding. But if Unc is a principled person, then maybe that's a line that if y'all niggas don't see it my way, then I just can't rock it. But sometimes they like trolling Unc. They like getting under his skin all the way from the even I heard some of the stuff like I love finding shit, nigga. That's why I found that shit. I love showing it to these niggas. Like they enjoy doing that shit. I first met Unbiased and Double X when they were doing that shit to Unc and them. Like the younger generation kind of enjoyed trolling before the older generation recognized what trolling was. Like Casanova was sitting outside with guns about to shoot 6ix9ine, not recognizing that this nigga's having fun on the fucking social media shit. So they
But
don't
even
look at
with
what
that, I do think there's limits though. Like, so
I agree.
What I would want to ask maybe Chef and Sosa and I mean, or let me say this, anybody who doesn't feel like what he did was so egregious. I would want to know, do y'all believe she have cancer? And if you do, is cancer not taking people out? Like Aunt said, while she's in the hospital bed and like to me, it's just certain shit. Like this is beyond some little funny YouTube drama beef. Like cancer takes people out every day. That's
true,
not
but again,
no.
so does bad diet. But my question would be like, do y'all really know Juju? Have you had a conversation with Juju? Have y'all built with her? Because I've seen videos. I don't even watch their stuff all the time, but I remember
I'm
a time when
they
she would
built with
face.
her more than I have.
That's my point. That's my point. I've seen her face when I would sporadically or rarely look at their channels and stuff. So that lets me know that she's a staple. And then I end up having conversations with her and grown somewhat able to know her. You know, so I mean, like, I don't like the same thing. Like somebody would say, I don't know you, but if someone was talk slick about you, I can't rock with it. You and Unbiased had a disagreement, and I spent every time up on here, like, man, get up on here, y'all fix that shit. Because it was nothing really bad. I just felt like y'all just spoke past each other. I'm more of a mediator. I want to fix the type of shit. But when it's something egregious, playing with like that, if something was to happen to you, got cancer, somebody saying slick remarks, I'd probably be shooting daggers at them every time I get up on here saying slick shit. But that's just me. That's how I'm built. I wouldn't expect anybody else. Unbiased is in a different situation. He's more of he's a peacemaker in his own right. You know, when I'm having disagreements with certain people, I don't like it, then he can play that moderator, or he can move in different channels where some people in the community can't. Like he can go to Sonetta's, or he can go over here with XYZ. You understand? So his pliability, his malleability, or his ability to, I don't want to say shapeshift, like you can move in different areas. You know what I'm saying? You can move in different rooms, whether they're vultures or puppy dogs or wolves. You're able to move in them rooms and you're able to get information. You may not dominate every room you get in, everyone's bow down, but you're accepted in certain rooms. So I wouldn't really want to change your perception and how you see things, because there's a value in that. But at the same time, you got to be who you are. And if somebody does some shit that you against, you got to stand on that shit. And if that shit really don't bother you, then you got to stand like, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe it. Or she could, you know what I mean? You got to stand on your shit and recognize that it may not be popular at the time. That's when motherfuckers will respect that. But you don't always got to be right. You don't always got to waffle. You don't always got to say, okay, I don't want to piss this guy off because he has this many followers. And this guy gave me my start. So I really, you know what I mean? When you start politicking like that, you're going to lose your moral compass.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm trying to. I just feel like we all human. We all have people that we love. We all have lost people that we love. I don't have to know or have no close relationship with somebody for certain shit to just not rock with me. I'm not a fan of people dragging kids and talking shit, or talking about people's like conditions, because to me some shit is just off limits. Like some shit don't belong in this space. I don't give a fuck what your issue is. Just for me as a human, a mother, like it's just certain shit I'm not gonna do. And people that feel like it's okay to do shit like that, I can't fuck with them. And I don't really fuck with people that fuck with them. Not like, no, I'm sorry. It's never that serious. Like to me, it's never that serious because your feelings hurt. Cause you felt like I brought her in, I introduced her to people like you her fucking pimp or something. Like I made her who she like, nigga, you sound crazy as fuck. Like you sound weird.
That's why I said there has to be more to it. Like she could have shunned him, or well, I don't know, because he speaks on so many different topics. And you got to recognize when you speak on so many different topics, you're going to offend certain people. You can't you just can't be everybody's friend or be all things to all people. So I mean, like, I can see how he can speak on certain topics and people get ass mad or so emotionally involved in it, instead of recognizing, like, okay, this is one man who has an opinion and he's voicing his opinion. Take it as a grain of salt and keep it moving. Or I don't agree with this opinion, but he has so many other qualities or other opinions that I do agree with. So I ain't gonna throw the whole nigga away. I just don't rock with him on this topic. You know, it's evolution. Because I used to be at the point, anything I didn't like, I just didn't fuck with. But that shit isn't fruitful. I was rock like we had this conversation numerous times. Like, niggas, everybody's fucking with Tupac. Tupac said, "Don't fuck with these niggas." We wasn't fucking with them niggas. And then you grow up and realize, nigga, that was some whole ass shit carrying another man's beef. And look at all the intellectual experiences you could have grown with if you were listening to all these different artists and their different experiences. So you can't limit yourself, but at the same time, if it's principle based, I get it.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Like, it ain't about for me personally, it ain't about, oh, don't like who I don't like. It comes down to, if that ain't a principle, like, if certain shit principle, I don't give a fuck who it is. Principle is what I stand on. So I'm not fucking with that. Like, now you can do whatever the fuck you want to. You ain't got to fuck, but you got to know that it's gonna be some distance between us, because I don't rock like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
and I think that's where Unc was kind of getting at, but he wasn't shutting the door on it. It was like, I see how you move. I see how you move. I see what it is. I see, it was kind of like that type of shit. But him and Chef, I don't want to say they're friends, but from what I gather,
and that's the thing. They might even still be able to do shows
degree.
together. But what I get from Unc was like, it's gonna be surface. Like, we not finna be fucking like rocking like how we was rocking. Like, cause now I see we got what this was, or who I thought you were. Like, this ain't that. So now I got to handle you differently. Like, that's what I gather.
Yeah, that's a hurtful revelation when you see that in somebody.
Yeah.
But it's really your own projection, because you saw more, or you wanted more, or you thought they could achieve or elevate to more. So it's really your own disappointment. But damn.
Yeah, or like you reading into, like, if, we check off here, 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 here. I don't even got to finish checking the list. We check off like, nigga, we the same. Because you similar in so many areas. You know what I'm saying? But then you like, you get to some of them other areas, new experiences. You like, hold the fuck on, nigga. You a little different now. Hold on. Where this new nigga come from?
That's the hardest part, especially dealing with the younger generation, at least the kids that I mentor and train. They feel one slight, whether it's from their mom, their aunts, their friends, whatever, is enough to throw the whole person away. I'm like, nigga, you be ready to kill everybody on the planet if that's your mentality. No one's gonna be perfect, and you're not even looking at all the slights you would have done to the person or to other people. But we do one thing wrong, or we find one thing that we don't agree with or don't like, and we be so ready to cancel the whole nigga or the whole female or the whole culture. We just got to get out of that thought process and start.
I be trying to give people like, but it's certain. I was like, ooh, I got to cancel the whole nigga. Like, ooh, just throw him out.
It's just easier. It's easier. I think the older you get, it's more defense mechanism, because you don't have the time to filter in, like, no new friends. I ain't got time to be.
I mean that, and I also feel like you've had enough experiences where you're like, I know where this is going. I've seen this before. It ain't even no need for me to pretend, like,
but you would despise a motherfucker to do that to you, Amber. But you
I wouldn't. No. Well,
so if someone was scarred in a relationship, or someone was hurt, and then you just happen to display one trait that they recognize, like, oh hell no, the last bitch I was with, she chew her food loud just the way you did. Nah, I can't deal with it. There's people who are actually
I don't. Here's the thing. If that's the conclusion you come to, cool. Now, you ain't gonna tell me what I intended or what I like. We ain't finna debate about that. I said what the fuck I said. If that's what I was on, that's what I was on. Now I stand on that shit. Like, but if I said I ain't, that's who I am. I don't gotta fucking lie. Who is you? You finna whip me? Like, so if you're gonna take that, then take it and move on. Like, we don't have to talk about it. We don't gotta discuss it. you know, it ain't no back and forth, but I'm not gonna argue with you over who I am. Like, we're not doing that.
Yeah,
Draw
I
your
figured
conclusion
so.
and move on.
Yeah, but what if it's your child, or if it's your mother, or if it's your employer?
No, sincerely, my youngest, he was like, "Oh my, you like," and he be mad because he be wanting me to defend or debate or go back and forth. I'm like, "Oh, that's what you think? Oh, all right then." Like,
all right,
oh,
that's
all
a different
right.
power dynamic. What about your employer?
Um,
Like your immediate or your first person you report to or directly report to. What if you had that situation?
you'll have to ask a little later. So I ain't gonna say funny story. So I literally just changed into a new position, right? This week. Now, the previous position I had, I've only had it for a month and a half, but I haven't really had to deal with anybody really imposing what they think I did, or like my previous position before that. Companies are so careful now that they don't really be on trying to chastise nobody. They don't even really directly correct. Well, at least not the company I was with before. It was a larger company. And so their whole thing is about when they make correction, they make correction to everybody. Oh, hey, we want to start doing this. And it's about positive, feedback and correction. So this last job that I had, they're smaller, still, a little privately owned corporation. They're smaller. And so they're less skilled in, managing their employees. So they're a little more blunt, forceful, other coworkers kind of do too much. So it's been a few times where I had got jazzy, like, wait, hold on, because I feel like you don't know who you're talking to. Like, so when I went to transition to this job, my intention was, okay, I'm going to give them my resignation after my shift and let them know I won't be back. Now, I wasn't going to give them 2 weeks because holidays was coming up and they wasn't finna fire me without me getting my holiday pay. So I wasn't going, and I don't need it for a resume. I was only there a month and a half. It didn't matter. But the day I went in for my last day, when I say like by 10, I'm like, oh, motherfuckers are just real reckless today. I guess they had to work after the holiday or something, but motherfuckers talking real reckless. I clocked out, left my badge in the drawer at 10:30. I got there at 8:30. I worked 2 hours. I clocked out, left that badge in the drawer, ordered my Uber, and I did. Ain't say shit to nobody. Because I'm not finna explain, go back and forth, or pretend like I gotta be here, because I don't. One thing about it, I can find a job, a good goddamn job. And I already got one. So I'm not finna sit here and play with y'all today. So what I'm finna do is I'm finna head out. So I don't really, you'll have to ask me in a few months. And even this new job, like when I say they so careful and supportive and, like, I don't even think I'm gonna have that experience here either. Because it's a larger organization. The only place I see that is in like smaller organizations where motherfuckers just really kind of be reckless, Yeah, and I'm not really one for going back and forth and doing a whole lot of explaining or pandering, or I'm not gonna do that. I don't feel like I have to.
No bias.
Yeah, nah, I was over here. Nah, what I'm reading is like totally off subject.
What you reading?
Nah, I was looking at. I was just interested because back to like what I'd be debating. I I'm a research. I'm gonna keep looking. right? Because I don't think I have it all together. I know there's missing pieces, and I just try to put it together. It's like where I got the most important pieces. I don't care, I'm trying to do every last piece. But there's some questions that they ask sometimes where it's like, that's a good question. That's a good question to ask, but I don't mean that's the end all be all. Like, that don't delete everything you just read, but that is a good question. So I keep researching to like answer those questions too, where they can't just use anything just to hide and run. So I noticed that they talk about the King James Bible, and when the verses don't agree with their narrative, as you heard, they would say King James is part of a conspiracy because he's a Methodist Christian. So that's what they would do when you read when you read a verse that they cannot wait. What's the term Apostle used? He said if you do find it, let me adjudicate and explain it. All right. So when there are verses in there that they just can't adjudicate and explain properly, they're going to say King James is a part of the conspiracy theory, right? They're going to do that. Meanwhile, they're using the conspiracy theory Bible to prove all their arguments. So what I did was I just went to older Bibles that's in English. In England during the time of King James, they were just not authorized Bibles. And bro, this shit just provided me with a whole new direction. They're gonna be mad at me. Even I guarantee you, LJ is gonna be like, let me look at that. It's a whole new, well, some of it.
So. Yeah, did LJ fall asleep on the panel?
He man, it's like right now it's 7 a.m. where he's
at. He's done.
Yeah, so he might be waking up.
Cause I'm like, LJ been on the panel for hours, ain't said shit.
Because I might now argue that Matthews is Mary's lineage. Also.
Really? You said that Matthews what?
I might argue that Matthews are also Mary's lineage.
I'm have to listen to that, man, Paul.
Okay. In Matthews, like the reason why she
wait a minute, so Joseph kids was by Mary or no?
Well, the kid that's not mentioned. So, but this lineage was about Jesus, right? It's supposed to be about Jesus, right? So he would be. So what we read earlier, when we talk about subjects and direct objects. In this case, Jesus would be he would be the subject of a action, right? So the verb here, so direct, if you deal with subjects and verbs and objects, is subject, verb, object. Now the object is either the object could be the subject, or it can be, or the first noun can be, right? It all depends on the verb, if it's passive or active. We already read that. So I believe this is all about Jesus, but they wanted to show us that it's through his mother. So David begot this person got that person. Joseph begot nobody. But so it went from Jacob begetting Joseph to Mary begetting Jesus. That shit crazy. So let me just show you real fast the screen so you could kind of follow what I'm saying. It's too difficult to explain. I gotta put it together. But check this out. So what the dude did yesterday was he said, go to the, so they told me when they start losing badly, they want you to read ancient text. Now, meanwhile, no man, we never read ancient text when he's proving his point. But when it's favoring me, I gotta go to, for me to be correct, I gotta show it in the ancient text. which can be done. Anyway, so this is how it looks. Okay, so they want me to say, and this is not the oldest text, by the way, LJ pointed out. Now, I'm not too familiar with these old texts. I'm just familiar with what the Bible says, but this is like deflection. This is like a straw man. This is what the red herring, whatever you call it. This is just to throw you off.
Mhm.
Because this doesn't really agree with me, but the words do change. Check this out, and you'll see where I'm going now. So this translation would be like this. It'd be Jacob begot Joseph, right? Then to whom was born, to whom was betrothed. So it's not married or whatever it used before. It's to whom was betrothed. Yeah, because almost says husband. This is to whom was betrothed, Mary the Virgin. Mary the Virgin begot Jesus, who is called the Christ. So the entire lineage is about everybody begetting somebody. So we got Mary also begetting somebody. And the verb begot here is just let you know that's not made up. Let me show you this. So the original version would say this, the King James, the Old English, which LJ pointed out that there's a text called the Codex Receptus, and he was saying that just means the code received, and he was saying the only Bible really that used that's translated from that text is the King James version. He was saying every other Bible uses the what did he say? Yeah. But the King James uses a whole different text to translate itself. So it's by itself actually. So if you look here, it says Jacob begot Joseph, and here it says Mary was whom was born Jesus, right? So this verb right here, these are two verbs. They're together, and in Greek, together that means exactly this. Right here. Begot. This was born literally means the same. It's the same word. Watch this. I'm gonna take tools. I'm gonna go down, and we're gonna see the Greek here. So begot. Ganao, G1080, Greek 1080. That's Jacob begetting Joseph. I'm gonna go to Mary. Mary, boom, Ganao. So she's also begetting in here. So literally everybody begot somebody except for Joseph. Now this is in the passive tense, of course, the passive voice, which changes shit up. So the passive is just showing you that the so when you go, let me just put it this way. If you go Jacob begot Joseph, Jacob subject begot verb, Joseph indirect object, right? So this is in the active, right? So he's indirect object. So Jacob is the subject, verb, and direct object. But sometimes the subject could be the person receiving the action, and that is called same shit. He could be subject or he could be subject. It all depends what this verb is. That's what the watcher witnessed earlier. So if this verb is active, then the subject is the doer of the action. If this verb is passive, then the subject is the recipient of the action. So clearly down here, this will be passive because Jesus is the recipient of this action. He's the one being born. So this will be passive. That's why he made it. Well, that's why he said was born and not begot to confuse anybody. So this is like a better translation. But this translation is older. That's why they run here. This is Syriac, some Aramaic type stuff. This is older, but it's not the oldest. The Greek's the oldest. So they want to go here to show the word begot. And these dummies think this only can apply to a man. That's what they think. They think that can only be. So there's other verses where women are attributed begot without a man. It's just the woman. I think we see that in with Elizabeth in Luke chapter 1. Elizabeth is begotten John the Baptist, but in the passive sense. It might be active. I don't even know. Let me see. I never looked at that. But I do know she's begotten. right, so when the angel tells Zechariah about his wife, watch this. All right, so here we go. So he said, Elizabeth shall bear thee a son. Now, when you see bear thee, you got, these are two verbs together, right? That's how some verbs work sometimes. Two verbs together. Watch this. Bear thee. Bear thee. I don't know what voice it is, but it says, Zachariah, fear thee, thy wife of thy prayer is heard. Clearly it says, thy wife, Elizabeth, shall now begot. Elizabeth shall begot thee a son. So women do beget. Like these idiots just don't know that. So now what voice is it in? This might be active. Active, because she's the doer of the verb. Told you. So she's actually begetting like a man. So that's a game changer now. I'm like, shit, now everybody literally begot in Matthew's except for Joseph. But no, ma'am, you might have missed it earlier. I was reading, and let me go back. So the thing about this, remember, it's not about belief, not about you got to believe the book. You know, this is a book. There's no denying. This book affects a lot of Americans' lives. It affects a lot of your relatives and friends and lives, right? So the best you can do is educate them on how to read it correctly. It's called exegesis. So now, no man, when you click on anything, right? This is parsing. If you click on this, right? Verb, future, active. You click on these, it tell you what they are. It says active means the subject as a doer or performer. So clearly, Jacob is the doer of begetting Joseph, and now Elizabeth is the doer of begetting John the Baptist. But what's most important is this: additional researchers. They actually for free give you this information to understand the Bible correctly. Look at it. You click on that, it says understanding how Greek verbs work. This is free. YouTube, some stuff is free, then you got to subscribe. Some people shit, pay a little money. Introduction, number, tense, voice. So voice is the active, passive, or what's that other one? Let's see. Oh, the middle voice, which is just you describing the action to yourself. Okay, so anyway, let me tell you what they say about this stuff. The people who put this together, right? This cheat sheet for those who want to read the Bible. It says tense. Tense plays a very crucial role in the study of the New Testament exegesis, and just means what the book whatever the book wants you to get the information, interpretation. This is how you get it in proper interpretation. They're telling you how to get the proper exegesis from the Bible. So there's no debate if it's saying that, if it's saying this, it shouldn't be. Not too many. So it says Dana and Manti understood its significance, talking about the tense. They understood the tense significance in playing and saying that no element of the Greek language is of more importance to the student of the New Testament than the matter of the tense. So it's putting heavy emphasis. When you read the English Bible, although it's in English, this comes from the Greek grammar. So you need to understand why that word there and what it's supposed to be representing. Because again, we see was born, we see begot, but how do you know if it's active or passive? How do you know? You don't know. So you got to lean towards, you got to defer to the Greek. And the Greek tells you, the Greek writers, the Greek people who master the Greek language, when they wrote it, when they documented it, they tell you what this meant when they wrote it down. Okay, so number one says tense deals with both time and kind of action. You know, kind of action is a verb. So it says ancient Greek focused more on the latter verb of these aspects, that is, kind of actions like gnaul, passive, was born, shall bear thee, verbs, However, time does play a role in verb tense when the mood is indicative, right? So now this is little explaining things here. So again, everything's explained. Present tense, they give you example. Behold, I stand at the door, not present. They explain it in perfect tense if anybody's confused. Aorist tense, for God's love of the world. So aorist tense, from what I know, is like there's no time set for it, like it is for some of these. He was speaking as past tense. Behold, I stand. This is present. So from what I understand, aorist, like there's no really like time for this. This could be ongoing. For God's love of the world, I guess. Let's see. The tense is hardly a tense at all. It describes indefinite or undefined action. The word aristos derives from an alpha primitive negation and the verb horizo meaning to bound. That's meaning without boundaries. Yeah? With the indicative mood, it is often best translated as a simple past allusion. Okay, cool. So explain the tenses. I mean, it said that's the most important shit. Tense. And then you go to the voice, active. So just confirm what I said. This occurs when the action of the verb is being performed by the subject. Jacob begot Joseph. That's active. So Jacob is the guy performing. He's the subject performing the action. Passive. It says the passive represents the action of the verb being done unto the subject, but not by the subject. Okay, but not. So now he fucked that up really. So you heard him say that. Watch it. Really Hebrew. So it says the passive represents the action of the verb being done unto the subject, but not by the subject. And you just said yourself that Mary was not that subject. That passive, right, the watcher? The subject was Jacob. Okay. So Jacob began Jesus. Jacob began Joseph, indirect object, the husband of days. And then it says, of whom was born Jesus. So Jesus was this is passive. So Jesus is the person that the verb is being done to. He's the one being born. Right? So you got mood, all this stuff you gotta notice when you're trying to understand what you're reading correctly. So they give you cheat sheet. This is all free. And then if you want something to print out, they got this. Well, you can print this out, obviously, but they got this, the PDF. Click that, and it's 87 pages. So this I got this. I already downloaded this. Let me do it again just in case I don't have it. But it should say duplicate. But yeah, so this 86. So this go more in depth of what it just explained briefly, concisely. So this shows that women do beget actively, right? So now I never showed them this because it never get this far. We never get past Matthew, right? So I kind of do Matthew. When I think I don't give a fair shot on their platform, they're gonna mute me, talk over me. I go to Matthew now, just shut it down. But if they're like cordial and they let me talk, then I might go Luke first. But you see, Captain kind of like made me shy away from that because he really dragged conversation on two verses I mentioned, and then I got to Matthews. We really didn't really talk much about it, but it was enough to get him out of there. So, but then again, this is just English. So this is language. This is beyond Bible because now you're learning Greek. Greek is an actual active language now. You got modern Greek, right? So it's an actual language. So you're learning the Bible, but you're also learning context of the Bible, but you're also learning the rules of the Greek grammar, which is a skill, which is cool. And you'll see it's kind of similar to Spanish a little bit. Rules kind of similar. So I thought that was interesting.
I do want to ask, the Joseph having more kids.
Yeah.
Is that located in the King James Bible?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me go here. Yeah. So with Cap, so this is what happens. The Stupies did what Captain did. So when I explain that in Matthew's 1, there's no kid, there's no identified kids of Joseph in Matthew's 1. What they would do is they'll drop that and say, well, are you saying he didn't have no kids? Dude, are we debating Matthew's 2, 3, or are we debating Matthew's 1? So I'm saying Matthew's 1 is the focus of the virgin birth. Chapter 1, not 2, not 3, not that's so Matthew 1, Luke 1. Those are the only virgin birth stories. That's it. You ain't gonna read it again. So if we're talking about the virgin birth and we're running down who begot who's father, who's father, and we don't see Joseph as the father of Jesus, but we see Mary as the mother of Jesus, then we're safe to conclude that the virgin birth is true according to Matthew 1. Everybody got a dad besides Jesus. So now to answer your question about that, check this out. So at the very end of Matthew, it tell you, because the angel had talked to see why he told things, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph saying, yo, don't fear to take Mary as your wife, for that which is conceived in her is of Joseph, is of the Holy Ghost. Now, if I go to tool in this is another body bag. And again, we don't even get this far. But yeah, this is another one. Of is a preposition of possession. It's telling you which is conceived of in her is it belongs it belongs to the Holy Ghost.
Well, it was even in I don't know what verse it is, but they pretty much said like he was debating on throwing her away. Like so, and I'm like, okay, if he the daddy, why was he debating that? Like, what are we like? What would be the offense?
Yes. So they're gonna make up something that they can't use any level of comprehension to figure out. So what they're gonna tell you is that they're gonna tell you that this does not mean divorce. And when they say that, they're out of their goddamn mind. And they're gonna tell you that this does not mean getting ready to be stoned in front of the elders, which can be easily proven. So what they're saying is that Joseph was supposed to have sex with Mary after a traditional feast or some shit arrangement. Now, I don't know how they read that here. But they say because he had sex with her before this special arrangement. Okay, so the arrangement got to happen first, and then he had sex with her. But because he didn't have that arrangement for her, he got to put away privately. Now, they can't say this meaning divorce because the Mosaic law is clear on when and how you divorce a woman, and skipping an arrangement doesn't qualify, right? So they got to make this mean he's just going to send her away to have the kid by herself because he don't want to be public. They claim that this public example just means publicly shamed, just people talking about, hey man, you had sex before the arrangement, the feast, whatever, this traditional shit. So that's what they're gonna say.
Yeah, Mary was the feast.
That's what they're gonna say. So again, when you're being textually dishonest, that's what you're gonna go with. But here's the problem, though, man. For somebody to be qualified, for a person to be qualified as a pseudo, they gotta put their opinion, their findings on the level of scholars. Okay. So what they gotta do, which is real simple, if they can show me a scholarly commentary that just explain what they explain on 19, then we'll take it more serious. When I say we, like people who object to that, we'll take it more serious. So man, they become Dr. Umar. They are the only people on planet Earth that says ADD is because the daddy's not home. So they're the only people on planet Earth that come up with that private interpretation of this feast shit. And I just want to know, like, how was it? So now, something as light as that, the angel don't. I don't get it. I don't get it. The angel don't come to appear to people. Nah, Joseph, don't send her away to have that baby by herself because y'all want to be shamed, man. Take her and endure that shame. And look, because now look, how would that make sense with this verse right here? Don't be shamed. Don't worry about the shame, because what's in her is of the Holy Ghost. I guess they go that way with it. Okay, so that's the way they go with it. But to answer your question about the son, this part right here is where they have a problem. The last verse. So the angel told Joseph. So Joseph got done with the angel talking to him. He raised up from sleep, as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto his wife. Now, if I say took, what that mean to them? Again, they can't find it in the Bible, but they're gonna say had sex with her. Okay, they can't find it in the Bible, but I could find what took means in the Bible. This phrase, it's not hard. So this clearly says, and knew her not until she had brought forth her firstborn son, and had called his name Jesus. Now they take this knew her not. They say what they're gonna say that he was fucking on her, but after the angel spoke to him, he stopped fucking on her, and then waited till she got. I mean, but how does this fit the custom?
Child, no nigga ever.
Yeah. How does this fit the custom? So what happened? She was fucking on her, but so they skipped the custom altogether. But now he got to stop fucking on her because she's pregnant, and when she had the baby, they'll be back at it sexually. Again, like they listen. If you guys Google the commentary for this shit, other translations, they are so far off. But that's what we got to debate. We debate these guys, shit like that. These weird interpretations. But luckily for me, I go so hard on Matthew 1-16, where Mary begot Jesus. I go so hard on that, we never get to anything else. Because I already established he's not the daddy. And they can't read anything from 1-16 that says he is. So if they want to argue 18, 19, 20, that's their private church, no problem. But dude, up until that point, everybody got somebody but Joseph. I need you to explain that one. That's why I said I could easily, and people could adjust their own argument. But I was telling Ross, man, I could easily show Matthews 1-16, and anybody, if I show them what's going on, which don't take long, anybody can debate a Hebrew like destroy them. Just stay within 1-16. Don't argue 18, 19, none of that shit. But stay, which is the most important. You're showing that Joseph don't have.
Wait a minute. I guess wait. So Judas, Justice, James, and Simon, and two daughters, Asiya and Lydia, those supposed to be Joseph kids from a previous marriage?
No. Verse 25 says he did not have sex with her until they brought forth their first.
No, I'm Googling like Joseph kids.
Yeah. So like it's not really clear who they are, but it definitely most people accept that Mary and Joseph had more kids.
Well, no, they saying he had kids from a previous marriage. Like these kids was older than Jesus.
Yeah, nah, I don't know about those. I never heard that before. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know how that's possible. I don't think anybody can read the Bible except that, even Hebrews. That's probably the Nation of Islam or the Jewish community doing that shit.
No, this on Wikipedia. The history of Joseph the Carpenter.
Put it in the back chat. Let me look at it. And let me properly adjudicate. What he say?
You ain't gonna find that.
Yeah.
And if you can,
let me properly adjudicate that for you.
Did you look that word up? I don't think he was using it appropriately.
Yo, I know he said that shit wrong. I didn't want to even do that to him, bro. That's what I'm trying to say, yo. I really they claim I got it in for him, but I really don't do those things. Yeah, it's like some court shit, adjudicate. I don't even want to.
Yeah, right when he used it, I looked it up.
Yeah,
like,
I don't even want to do that. So here it says history. Now don't forget, no man, when it says history, they don't. When they say history of the Bible, they don't just limit all this information from the Bible. They consider the works of Josephus as authentic. They consider like all these other things as authentic, right? So that's why I make it clear to the people I'm debating. I say, yo, so Garfield will do the history. So this is something you ask Garfield. He does all the history. What I do is I keep them confined in in the Bible only. So we're not looking at Josephus. We're not looking at that. So I'm saying this. I'm not handicapping them. I'm saying, brother, you cannot show me in the Bible, only the Bible. With that's the challenge. You can't show me in only the Bible, the KJV, where Joseph had Jesus biologically. And they say yes. So they agree that I could show you in the KJV that Joseph was responsible for Jesus' birth. So that's a challenge. So not a handicap. I'm just saying, in this material, you can't do it. So if they had a better argument, they say, well, I could show you through history, and I don't have an interest in that debate. Don't care. So here it says the history of Joseph, the carpenter, is a compilation of traditions concerning, yes, a tradition of Mary, mother of Jesus, Joseph, and the Holy Family, probably composed in Byzantine, Egypt, and Greek in the late 16th, or early 7th century, but surviving only in Coptic and Arabic language translation. Apart several Greek papyrus fragments. The text bear witness to the belief in the perpetual virginity. And it's a perpetual virginity. So they would lose this one too. So no man. So what you brought up is saying they never had sex. Or they might have had sex, but they never had. No, it said perpetual virginity, so they never had sex. It is one of the texts within the New Testament apocrypha concerned with the period of Jesus' life before 12. Now, I would like to know that because I don't read the apocrypha too much. So, but if I can prove Joseph ain't the father in the apocrypha, or that they're done, because that's where they run to, and they still can't prove it. But let me see this. It says it is one of the texts within the New Testament apocrypha concerned with the period of Jesus' life before he was 12. Text bear witness to the belief in the perpetual virginity of Mary. Okay, so that's the Coptic and Arabic language translation. Okay. Age and surviving versions, content. Let me look at this. So it says, this text is framed as an inspiration by Jesus on the Mount of Olives concerning the life of Joseph, his stepfather, agreeing with Mary's continued virginity. The text proclaims that Joseph had 4 sons, Judas, Justus, James, and Simon, and 2 daughters, Asia and Lydia, by previous marriage. Damn. At this basic background, the text proceeds to paraphrase the Gospel of James. Yes, so there's no Gospel of James in the KJV. That's why I hold up to just that. Stopping at the point of the Jesus birth. This text states that Joseph was miraculously blessed with mental and physical youth. Damn. He died at the age of 111. His oldest sons, Justin and Simon, to get married and have children. Likewise, if two daughters get married and live their own house. Yeah, they're definitely not gonna. Anybody who's religious, right, ain't considering that. Trust that. If you're non-religious, you might take a look at it. LJ, none of those guys gonna accept that. So okay, so I'm interested to see what this Bible and like I'm purposely not sharing my source that's giving me these new ideas, and it looks you know it's authentic. It's authentic. This is a official Bible. This ain't no fake. This is official, well received Bible. It just ain't the King J. It ain't the KJV, but it's older. It's definitely older. Let's see. So I'm interested to know what they think of Matthew's 119. You know their excuse. So it says, "Who is the true king, priest, and prophet unto God to accomplish the office of the redeemer?" Yes, they got that from Christ. Who is the true king? So all the generations. Okay. So that says now the birth of Jesus. Okay. So it says now the birth of Jesus was thus: when his mother Mary was betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found. You know what? Let me see if I see the word husband here at all. Because they run that husband word a lot. It's good. I don't know if that's the accurate word that should be there. So then Joseph, her husband, being a just man and not willing to make a public example, was minded to put her with secretly. So it says so they got what just means. Because they want to argue, well, what just means? That's obeying the law. It says upright, fearing God, and therefore suspecting that she had committed fornication. So according to this commentary, we could put a footnote there for just man. So it doesn't. So what this book is saying, what this translation is saying, it doesn't agree with the Hebrews. Like the just man means. That's why I say, bro, can you read where just man go stone people to death and condemn a fornicator? I don't mean that because a wicked guy could do that, right? A wicked guy could say, hey, you commit fornication, hit a stoner. That don't make you just. Like these guys are weird. Like they really think if you kill somebody, shame them and kill them, that makes you just. Okay, so suspecting that she had committed fornication before she was betrothed, would neither retain her, he didn't want to retain her, which by the law should be married to another, neither by accusing her, put her to shame for her fact. So it goes to Deuteronomy 14 and 11. Okay, let me check that. So it'd be sourcing up. And that's what I like about it, because I've never seen these correlations. These not in the regular like Bible study tool. These correlations. I might got a secret weapon. Yeah, so now I'm gonna argue that shit is Mary's line. Matthew. So I wonder what it's gonna say about Luke then, because we always thought Luke was Mary's. All right, so it says Deuteronomy 14. Let's see what that says. 14:1. Let's see if this. Okay. Let me make sure. Yeah, Deuteronomy 14:1. And okay, the start. Why is that started? Let me call start. Okay, so it's okay. So 14:1 is dealing with verse 20, not verse 19. So the star is at verse 20. So I guess it's saying, okay, so it says, but while he, so this is the answer to man's question. So this is the answer to her question right here. Or her, yeah, her question. So when we go back here, So they got a footnote for this where it says now for 19. No, 20. I think. Let me make sure. Yeah, 20 is the footnote. Okay, so the footnote is for 20. And that's what Deuteronomy is for. It says, but while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, don't fear to take Mary your wife. What's inside her is of the Holy Spirit. So now let me go back and read. It says the footnote. The footnote says, when does it start? No. I had that wrong. So the footnote is for 19. 20 got his own footnote. So yeah, so 14 verses 1 is supposed to be for 19. When it says make her a public example. I got it. All right, so check this out. Let me share my screen. So when it says, this is 19 now. So it says, so the footnote is here. And not willing to make her a public example. There's a footnote for Deuteronomy 14 and 1. So ye are the children of the Lord your God. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any corruption in your eyes, but thou the holy people, the Lord of God. So you took the people into, okay. I don't know how this correlates with that. I don't know how that correlates. Just make sure. Yeah, it says Deuteronomy 14 and 1. I'm not getting that. Maybe I read further down. It says 1. But that 1 doesn't, that don't make sense to me. Yeah, yeah, that really lost me there. Yeah, I'm lost. Yeah, I'm lost there. Or am I reading this footnote incorrect? Let me see. Let's see. Incorrect. No, that's correct. Okay. So I want to talk about this one still. So that right there, they lost me there. But let's see if this makes sense. It says, could they argue before they came together means before they had that arrangement? Okay, so what Christian scholars don't even debate this. Like they believe before they came together, before they got together to have sex. Okay. So let me go to. So they went to a footnote here. They said that means before he took her home. As the angel. I don't think the Hebrews would disagree that before they came together means before he took her home. I think they agree with that. They just believe that home is talking about some marriage arrangement that they can't prove. Huh. Another, neither by accusing her. Okay, so it says which by the law should be married. So it's saying Joseph, once he see her that she's been in an adulterous relationship, the law said he could be married to another wife. But it says that he didn't want to get remarried by accusing her and putting her to shame. Got it. Okay. So the privately divorce because Joseph didn't want to get a new woman by exposing her adulterous relationship. So he wouldn't divorce her that way. So he divorced her privately. I don't know what his reason would be, but it definitely would not be adultery. Oh, I think that go to Deuteronomy 25 when it says they find an uncleanly thing inside you. I think it won't be adultery. They're gonna find her ass, hunt her down. Dog the bounty gonna find her ass, kill her. All right. So I was gonna go to the gas station to get some cereal, but I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat food. I do not want to eat nothing. But I might have been just too tired to go get cereal. I was gonna do it 10 minutes ago, but I think that ship sailed.
I guess I'm trying to figure out. This the same Joseph that inherited all this shit, right? It was the daddy favorite.
Oh no,
All that.
You're talking about Joseph, who was Jacob, who got his name changed to Israel. So the Joseph you talk about was sold to Egypt.
In this Wikipedia article, they mention it like he the same person.
No, it can't be. So the Joseph you're talking about was Jacob's father, and Jacob was the son of Isaac, which was the son of Abraham. Yeah, so these people are in Genesis. So just think about it. You go from Genesis, Exodus, I think Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and then Joshua, and then Book of Judges, and then all this stuff, all the way down to Isaiah, Jeremiah, all the way down. These are like hundreds and thousands of years. Then you get to Matthew, New Testament.
So who was the daddy of this Joseph? Mary husband.
So it says his name is Jacob too. So that's common for people that had like same name.
But they called him Israel, right?
That's the one. Are you talking about the one? So you say this Joseph? Which Joseph you talk about?
Mary's husband. His daddy name was Jacob, and they called him Israel.
No, he's not Israel. Jacob, that was married to Rachel. His name was changed Israel because he wrestled with an angel. My dumb ass supposed to look for his water bottle. I ain't do it. That's shit. Wait. Right here. Oops. Yeah, no. There's two Jacobs. So if you think that's confusing, read Luke's genealogy. That same name mentioned. You got about 10 names mentioned.
The Britannica claims that it's some of the subsequent apocryphal narratives concerning Joseph are extravagantly fictitious. The second century proto-evangelium of James and the 4th century history of Joseph the carpenter present him as a widower with children at the time of his betrothal to Mary, contributing to the confusion over the question of Jesus's brothers and sisters. The allegation that he lived to be 111 years old is spurious, etc., etc.
Yeah, so what you would be doing is attempting to argue history and religion, and believe me, hardly any religious person going to argue against history. They're going to favor religion over. So maybe I would go to Wawa because there's milk running low.
But one of the I think it was the Wikipedia page, the first one, they broke it down by, I guess, different beliefs, different beliefs or whatever. But they were saying that Joseph, the one that was, imprisoned and all, wrongfully sold into slavery and all of that, that his story was supposed to be a I guess like a sign of things to come regarding Jesus. Like his experience was very similar.
It's prophetic. So when Jesus, so if you go here now, so I think this would fulfills that supposedly. Let me go here. Yeah, so like these LJ probably better for this. So like of course when I was like hardcore in the Bible, I can answer better, but I only read passages about the virgin birth. So I'm not sitting here reading the whole. You know what I mean? I don't do that no more.
Mm-hmm.
I was a Hebrew, I did all that, so I'm kind of like fainted on my memory on things that I read. So when Captain said off topic, he went to Egypt. By the way, it's funny you mentioned that. Off topic. When Pharaoh's doing this and doing that, what are you looking for? I'm like Moses. See, you don't know the Bible. Like, dude, did I ever say I know the Bible? Like, it'd be hilarious. But no, ma'am. He said off subject. Let me ask you this. So this had nothing to do with the topic. And when I didn't get it right, now it's part of the topic. I'm like, oh shit, this guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Matthew. So now we go to chapter 2. So this one says now when Jesus was born, so to my birth, and we're gonna get to Egypt. So right now, he's born, and King Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, so we know privy is private, he inquired of them diligently what time to start for the star. He's trying to find Jesus. And then he said, he sent people to Bethlehem to go search diligently for the young child. When you have found him, bring me word again that I may come and worship him. He's being funny. He's gonna try to kill him. So the prophecy gonna come here soon. Okay, here we go. So here's a prophecy. And when they were coming to the house, they saw the young child. So these are the guys he sent to go get Jesus. So when they were coming to the house of Mary, they saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And being warned of God, so now those guys obviously they're not going to report Jesus to Herod because they had a dream prior to coming here. So it says, in being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod. So these people, just telling you right now, this is why they backdoor Herod. They got some type of
interaction with God in a dream, and they were warned not to go back to that. They departed into their own country another way, and here it is right here. And when they were departed, behold, angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, "Arise and take the young child's mother and flee to Egypt, and be there until I bring the word. For Herod will seek the young child and destroy him." And when he arose, he took the young child, his mother, by night, and departed to Egypt. That's where the original Joseph was. And they was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which is spoken by the Lord, by the prophet, saying, "Out of Egypt I called my son." There you go. That's the other Joseph.
Nigga went to Egypt.
So look, so it says, then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding. Look at this shit. What the hell is wrong? Come on, man. You got a little kid read this shit. He was exceeding wrong. They're like, what is that? But Apostle is definitely hilarious. He's entertaining. Again, you just can't, like, I don't know, like, there's some days I could tolerate them. Some times of the day where I don't care. I just like to have fun. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what day they could just come on, just entertain people. Or I won't give a shit about the conversation. Probably morning. Probably early afternoon. I'll say my serious lives is like usually evening. But I debated one person. I debated one person. Now this guy. Now I was trolling him from the chat, and he fell for the bait. He tried to make me a public example. He invited me on to debate me on Virgin Birth. So, and again, don't forget, these guys go to classes. They're taught this. You don't believe me? Is it here? No. How am I believe it? Yeah, I got rid of it. Anyway, these guys are taught, like, to understand the Virgin Birth a certain way. So that means they know it pretty good, like what they've been taught. The problem is anything outside what they've been taught, they're gonna be caught off guard. So I purposely go my direction. I debate it. I know they're not taught passages I read, but it still proves the virgin birth. So, long story short, it was about a good 2-hour debate. He didn't feel like he won. Okay. And the proof is the next day, he told me right on the live. He told me supposedly live. He told me as we're debating, I kept saying, yeah, man, it's all about your audience. He said, yo, we're not live anymore. So no, man, this dude cut the fucking live and never told me. So like, you gotta do, like, my rule is I don't debate privately. So he cut the live. We're not live, you never told me. Then if you think that's bad, no. The next day, he edited out the entire debate. So when he was having this little live stream, when I came in, that's totally gone. That's not there. Unfortunately for him, I got my own copy. Yeah, he did it. Yeah, you guys see this guy, yo. Now I ain't gonna lie, he had like a good spirit about. I like a word spirit. Like something about him was like good. His mannerism was respectful, and like even a guy last night. But it's sad that like guys like that, respectful, got good mannerism, they get brainwashed by somebody and they get corrupted and they become like racist bigots, all type of shit, insensitive towards Jewish people. You know what I mean? Like they get molded that way. It's sick people, man, who are hurt, and they go train people to hurt like them.
This off the subject. But did Chief X been had that damn thing? The Chief X on the wall.
Yeah, he had that. He had that for a while.
I don't remember seeing that before.
Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed when I looked at it. Yeah, he had that for a while, at least a year. Yeah. No, gotta go to Wawa. He's running low on milk. And my luck, the one time I took him out and I ain't had time for milk because I wouldn't go late like this, and I didn't have time for it, and he ran out. Man, I was like, oh God, I'm like, why did I do that?
Mm-hmm. He drinking regular milk now?
Yeah, so I like, what I do is I experiment from whole to 1% to no fat milk. And when I give him no fat milk, I just feel guilty. Like, man, I wonder if kids supposed to have some type of fat. I'd be like, I wonder if kids supposed to have some type of fat in their milk. So I gave him, I bought, last one I milk was 2%. Last one I bought was 2%.
Oh, okay.
I probably go, when I buy it now, I probably get 1%. I'd like to mix it up. But I know he don't react too well with whole milk. He be grunting like constant. I be hearing I be dying, yo, when I hear him do that. But he be like serious face, just
Yeah. Sometimes that'd be too much of a harsh transition.
Yeah.
My youngest, he did fine with it, but my oldest, he honestly, milk period, like animal milk period, he couldn't do. I had to put him on soy for a little while before he could transition.
Don't you say soy this conscious community. They're gonna crucify your ass.
Man, fuck these people.
Soy. You hear all this conspiracy shit. He gonna have, now he's a blood sacrifice for the woman. Now he's a worthy blood sacrifice for the Illuminati. You set your son up.
Oh, please. What do these niggas eat? McDonald's? Shit. What the fuck they eat? They on ain't nothing right. Everything is you can't eat. That's a hybrid, and this is a that.
That's that Dr. Sabian's crazy list.
Fuck out of here.
So Dr. Sabi pretty much, same doctor, damn doctor. So Sabi pretty much did this really. He pretty much said everything eat is no good. You gotta get it from me. That's pretty much what he did. Because I grow my herbs in special water over here, and this water is alkaline, pure, all type shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta come to, what's that place he was at? It kind of hit me. You gotta go there and you gotta take the alkaline bath. And this alkaline bath is gonna cure you from kill you from cancer.
All right. I'm finna get up off of here. I'm nodding and shit.
I'm over here debating. I guess I just set my alarm clock a little earlier, and I I get it in the morning.
Do you still wake up in the middle of the night?
She just did just now, like 5 minutes ago. I gave him the water. So right now he's on my lap, sleep. Yeah, so let me get off too. I gotta wake up early as shit. I'm gonna set my alarm clock a little earlier so I can get the milk.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
All right, we'll talk tomorrow. All right, take care.
You too.